The shovel still leaned against the fence where Rick had left it 3 years ago, its wooden handle smoothed by weather and time, holding vigil over secrets that had learned to bloom in the dark. Morty hadn't meant to come back here tonight, had only stepped outside because the house felt too small, too full of the ordinary sounds of family life that somehow made his 17-year-old heart feel more alone than ever. But his feet had carried him here anyway, drawn by something he couldn't name, to this corner of the backyard where the grass grew differently now. The evening air held that particular softness that comes just before night fully arrives, when shadows stretch long and lazy across the lawn, and even the neighbor's wind chime seems to count time more gently. Where once there had been only disturbed earth, a rough patch hastily covered and forgotten, now something impossible bloomed in the gathering dusk. Flowers unlike anything he'd ever seen, their petals translucent and faintly glowing, as if they held captured starlight in their delicate curves. Morty approached slowly, the way you might approach a sleeping animal you don't want to startle. The nearest bloom pulsed with a soft blue light, its glow steady as a heartbeat, patient as breathing. As he knelt beside it, something extraordinary happened, not a vision or a voice, but a feeling that washed over him like stepping into warm water. The sensation moved through him, gentle and complete, carrying with it the weight of that terrible day, but transformed somehow into something that felt like understanding. The flower held the memory of choice, the crushing weight of Rick's decision to save him, the love that made that choice inevitable, even when it meant abandoning an entire reality. But more than that, it held the tenderness that came after, the quiet moment when Rick had looked at him not as a sidekick or a burden, but as someone worth saving at any cost. The emotion didn't overwhelm him. It settled into his chest like a deep breath, warm and sustaining, making room for itself without displacing anything else. He reached toward another bloom, this one glowing with the soft gold of summer afternoons. The moment his fingertips hovered above its petals, another wave of understanding flowed through him. This flower held something different, the grief of the selves they'd left behind, but transformed into something that felt almost like gratitude. As if those other versions of themselves had found a way to say thank you for being remembered, for carrying the weight of their existence forward into new possibilities. The strangest part was how peaceful it all felt. For 3 years Morty had carried the memory of that day like a stone in his chest, heavy and sharp-edged, something that made him wince whenever he thought about it too directly. But here, among these impossible flowers, the weight had transformed into something else entirely. It was still heavy, but now it felt like the good kind of weight, like a well-made tool in his hands, or the satisfying heft of a book full of important stories. As the evening deepened around him, more flowers began to reveal themselves in the growing darkness. Some glowed with the deep blue of ocean water, others with the warm amber of candlelight. A few pulsed with colors he had no names for, hues that seemed to exist only in the space between sleeping and waking. Each one called to him with its own gentle frequency, offering its own piece of the story they'd buried together. He found himself moving from flower to flower like someone gathering understanding instead of petals. One bloom held the echo of Rick's hands, shaking as he operated the portal gun. Another contained the memory of his own voice, small and frightened, asking if they were bad people. A third pulsed with the weight of Rick's answer, not words, but the feeling behind them, the desperate love of someone trying to protect what mattered most in a universe that rarely allowed such protection. A cool breeze stirred the flowers, and they responded with a gentle chiming sound, like wind chimes made of crystal and starlight. The sound seemed to carry words without language, emotions without names, truths too large for his 17-year-old vocabulary, but perfectly sized for his expanding heart. He understood, without knowing how he understood, that this garden had been growing for 3 years, fed not by water and sunlight, but by the slow, patient work of love, transforming trauma into wisdom. Morty sat back on his heels, his heart racing not with fear, but with wonder. These weren't just flowers growing from disturbed soil. They were something far more profound. Each bloom seemed to hold a piece of the emotional truth they'd buried that day, not the horror of it, but the love that had made it necessary, the love that had made Rick choose him over an entire dimension, the love that had made Morty strong enough to live with that choice. As he sat among the blooming memories, something shifted inside him, not a sudden revelation, but a gradual recognition, like watching the sun rise and slowly realizing that the darkness had been replaced by light. The weight he'd carried wasn't his alone. Every choice Rick had ever made, every adventure they'd survived, every moment of connection they'd shared had been building toward this understanding. That love persists, that it grows in the strangest places, and that sometimes the most beautiful things bloom from the earth where we've buried our deepest fears. The flowers continued their gentle glowing around him, patient as teachers, constant as heartbeats, holding space for him to simply be present with the magnitude of what they'd discovered together. And for the first time since that terrible, necessary day, Morty felt something that might have been peace settling into the spaces between his ribs, warm and steady and completely his own. In the distance, a screen door opened and closed with the soft sound of someone trying not to disturb the evening's quiet. Footsteps crossed the porch in that familiar, careless way that somehow never stepped on a stray screw or forgotten cable. The footsteps paused at the top of the steps, and Morty felt the way the air changed when another heartbeat entered the yard. The flowers noticed too, their light adjusting, no alarm, just a brief, curious flutter, like candles responding to a gentle breath. He didn't turn around. He didn't need to. The presence at the steps shifted, then made its way down, not straight toward him, but along the fence line, taking the long way around for once. The shovel gave a small, approving creak, as if there was something worth approving in not cutting the corner. Morty breathed in and out, and the garden breathed with him. And for a while all there was to do was what they were already doing, sit and let the ground tell its story without asking it to hurry. The night fully arrived. The first cricket began, and then the second, and the lights in the blooms picked up the pattern and folded it into themselves, like a melody you hum while washing a cup you've finally decided to set down. Rick didn't announce himself the way he usually did, with a belch or a caustic observation about Morty's tendency to sit in dirt and contemplate his feelings. Instead, he came to rest a few steps behind Morty like a storm cloud that had decided to pause at the edge of a field, weighing whether to become rain or keep its secrets. The evening air shifted around his presence, and the flowers felt it too. Some dimmed a fraction, others brightened, as if they were tasting the shape of another heartbeat and deciding what language to speak. Morty lifted his hand above the nearest bloom, palm open, fingers loose. The flower pulsed with that same gentle blue that had welcomed him earlier, steady as breathing. He tried something then, letting a thread of familiar worry tighten inside him, about school, about the versions of himself he'd rather not think about whether he'd ever be anything more than Rick's shadow. The blue light faltered, paled, as if the flower were politely stepping back from the sharp edges of his anxiety. Morty exhaled slowly and let the worry dissolve the way you set down a cup when you realize you've been gripping it too hard. He thought, instead of Summer laughing with her whole face last Tuesday, of Beth's hand finding his shoulder when words weren't enough, of Rick tossing him a screwdriver yesterday, and saying nothing because nothing needed to be said. The glow deepened again, richer now, the color of a lake at dusk. "They know the difference," Morty said softly, not turning around. "Between when you're scared of them and when you're just curious. Like they can feel what you're feeling underneath what you think you're feeling." Behind him, Rick made a sound that might have been agreement or might have been the noise someone makes when they're trying to figure out if they're looking at science or magic, and discovering the distinction might not matter as much as they'd always assumed. The flowers nearest to Rick began to pulse with a different rhythm, slower and more hesitant, like they were trying to learn a new dialect. "Not bad," Rick said quietly, and the quiet was the important part. No lecture about emotional resonance frequencies, no joke shaped like armor, just the words, smooth as stones worn by water. Morty kept his eyes on the bloom. "You don't have to force a language you already speak," he said, repeating something he'd felt rather than heard from the flowers themselves. He wasn't sure if he meant the flowers or Rick, or both, and found he liked not knowing. Rick came closer, choosing the grass over the stepping stones, each step measured as if he were entering someone else's house uninvited. He lowered himself to the ground beside Morty with the careful movements of a man whose body had been through more dimensions than it was designed for. He didn't reach out immediately. He let his hands rest loose over his knees and watched the petals pulse once, twice, in what looked like a slow greeting. Another bloom caught Morty's attention, this one glowing with warm gold like kitchen light at midnight. When he approached it with gentle curiosity, it brightened when he flinched at a ripple of memory that rose, dirt under his nails, the terrible lightness of a body that should have been heavy. The gold thinned like watercolor in rain. He paused, breathed, and approached, not like someone remembering a wound, but like someone laying a steady hand on a sleeping animal's back. The gold gathered itself again, quietly, and then there it was, the love inside the terror, unmistakable and clean. The love that had made Rick choose him, not because he was useful or because he was a project, but because he was Morty. The love that made the shovels bite into the ground because hope needed somewhere to be planted, and this was the only soil they had. "This one," Morty whispered, his voice barely disturbing the evening air. "This one remembers how much it hurt you to choose me over them, over that whole world." Rick was quiet for so long that Morty almost turned to make sure he was still there. When he finally spoke, his voice had lost its usual edge, worn smooth by something that sounded like exhaustion or maybe relief. "Morty, You don't have to explain," Morty interrupted gently. "That's the thing about these flowers. They already know. They hold all the parts we couldn't say." Rick reached toward a flower of his own then, his hand hovering uncertainly above petals that glowed the color of old paper and candlelight. The bloom responded to his proximity by brightening, and Morty watched his grandfather's face change as whatever the flower held flowed through him. The perpetual tension around Rick's mouth eased for the first time in as long as Morty could remember. "Jesus," Rick breathed, and it wasn't a curse, but something closer to prayer. The flower Rick had chosen held something specific, not a memory exactly, but the emotional truth underneath memory. It pulsed with the weight of every time Rick had pulled Morty away from danger, not because the adventure required it, but because the thought of losing him made Rick's chest feel like it was collapsing. Another bloom nearby contained every moment Morty had chosen to stay, to follow Rick through portal after portal, not because he was forced to, but because he understood, even when Rick couldn't, that they belonged together in whatever strange way broken people can belong to each other. "They're not showing me pictures," Morty said after a while, careful not to break the hush they were sharing with the night. "It's more like the truth behind the picture. The thing you miss when you look at a moment too fast." Rick made a small noise that wasn't quite a laugh. "The part you only catch when you stare at a painting long enough for it to stop being a painting." They sat like that as full darkness settled around them, two silhouettes among patient lights, learning a language that had no words but spoke in pulses of color and waves of understanding. The blooms taught them things they'd never been able to say to each other, that Rick's cruelty had always been a clumsy attempt at protection, that Morty's gentleness was not weakness, but a kind of strength Rick had never learned to recognize in himself. The crickets had settled into their evening song, and somewhere a cat made its careful way along the fence line, pausing to observe these two humans sitting among lights that shouldn't exist. The cat seemed to approve of whatever it saw, settling down to watch with the patient attention cats reserve for phenomena they find simultaneously impossible and perfectly reasonable. A breeze stirred the garden and the flowers chimed their crystal song, soft as wind chimes made of captured starlight. Far off, a dog barked once and decided it wasn't worth the energy. The wind rearranged a few leaves and then found a pocket of stillness it liked better. "Morty," Rick said finally, his voice rough with something that might have been tears if Rick were the kind of person who cried, which he absolutely wasn't, except maybe right now, a little, in the darkness where no one could see. I don't usually—" "I know," Morty said, and he did know, completely and without reservation. The flowers had taught him to understand not just the words people couldn't say, but the love that lived in the spaces between words, in the choice to stay when leaving would be easier, in the decision to save someone even when it costs you everything. Rick cleared his throat, a sound that was trying very hard to be casual and failing completely. "So these flowers, they're not going anywhere, are they?" Morty smiled, the expression feeling strange and new on his face, like he was remembering how to use muscles he'd forgotten he had. "I don't think so. I think they're here to stay. I think maybe they're supposed to be here." "Good," Rick said, and the word came out smaller than he'd probably intended, more honest than he usually allowed himself to be. That's good, Morty." And in the gentle glow of impossible flowers, surrounded by the patient song of crickets and the soft breathing of a grandfather and grandson who had finally learned to sit with their love instead of running from it, the garden continued its quiet work of turning buried sorrow into blooming hope. The shovel still leaned against the fence, keeping its vigil, but now it watched over something that grew toward the light instead of hiding in the dark. In the distance, the porch light flickered on, casting a warm rectangle across the back steps, but neither Rick nor Morty moved toward it yet. They had found something here among the flowers that felt too precious to abandon, not answers, but the right questions, spoken in a language of pulse and glow that their hearts had always known how to speak. The night had settled into that particular depth where time moves differently, where minutes stretch like warm honey, and the boundary between waking and dreaming begins to blur at the edges. Morty found himself drawn back to the earth itself, pressing his palm flat against the soil, the way you might rest your hand on someone's chest to feel their heartbeat. The ground was warm beneath his touch, not with the heat of the day that had long since faded, but with something deeper, something that had learned to generate its own gentle fire. The flowers responded to that contact with what felt less like recognition and more like reunion. The nearest bloom, its petals the deep blue of evening sky, dimmed and then deepened, finding his pulse and matching it with the patience of someone learning a new dance. Morty's breathing slowed without his permission, falling into rhythm with something larger than himself, something that had been waiting 3 years for him to be ready for this conversation. He thought about the hole they dug that terrible day, the frantic scraping of shovels against resistant earth, the way panic had set the pace of their burial. But the ground beneath his palm told a different story entirely. It hadn't simply swallowed what they'd given it and forgotten. It had taken their offering, the trauma, the necessity, the love that had made the choice possible, and done what Earth always does when left to its patient work. It had transformed it. It had turned death into soil, sorrow into sustenance, ending into beginning. "It's like compost," Rick said quietly, the word emerging not as one of his usual sardonic observations, but as something closer to wonder. Emotional compost. The ground took what we buried and processed it, broke it down into something that could feed new growth. Morty nodded, understanding flooding through him like warm water. "It didn't make it disappear," he said, his voice soft with amazement. "It changed it, turned the worst thing into soil for the best things." A new flower caught his attention then, its petals so dark they were almost black, shot through with veins of silver that pulsed like captured lightning. When he approached it with the same gentle curiosity the garden had been teaching him, something profound washed through him. Not the warm comfort he'd grown accustomed to, but something deeper and more complex. It was the feeling of Earth accepting what was buried in it, not rejecting or transforming it immediately, but simply holding it with infinite patience until time and pressure could work their quiet alchemy. The dark flower showed him something he'd never considered, that the way they'd buried their alternate selves mattered. Rick's hands had been steady and careful as he'd arranged those other bodies, treating them with something that looked like tenderness even in death. Not because they were alive, but because they had been, because they deserved to rest with dignity, even in the terrible necessity of their replacement. "The Earth remembered that," Morty whispered, his understanding unfolding like petals opening to morning light. It remembered the gentleness, the way we chose to handle something horrible with as much care as we could manage, and that's what grew. Not the trauma itself, but the love we brought to the trauma. Rick's breath caught, a small sound that might have been recognition, or might have been the noise someone makes when they suddenly understand an equation they've been working on for years. Around him, the flowers pulsed in complex patterns that looked almost like breathing, responding to whatever emotion was moving through him. But the revelation didn't stop there. As Morty sat with his hand on the warm earth, another wave of understanding flowed through him, this one carrying the weight of something vast and interconnected. The flowers weren't just teaching him about their own buried selves, they were showing him a network of connection that stretched across dimensions, across realities, touching every version of himself that had ever existed or would exist. The weight he'd carried for 3 years, that particular sharp-edged burden of being Morty Smith, of being the one who lived when others died, shifted in his chest. It was still there, but now he could feel how it connected to other weights, other hearts learning the same slow lessons. Across infinite realities, every version of himself was discovering that love persists even when everything else falls apart. That gentleness can grow in the strangest soil. That the things we bury with care can bloom into something more beautiful than we ever imagined possible. "It's not just our weight," Morty said, his voice filled with quiet awe. "All the Mortys, all the Ricks, we're all carrying pieces of the same thing, like we're all learning the same lesson about how to be alive when being alive hurts sometimes." The silver veins in the dark flowers pulsed brighter, and Morty felt a moment of connection so profound it made his chest ache with something that was both joy and sorrow inextricably intertwined. In one reality, a Morty was learning to forgive himself for a choice made under impossible circumstances. In another, a different Morty was discovering that his gentleness wasn't weakness, but a rare form of strength. Somewhere else, a Morty was sitting with his own Rick in their own version of this garden, learning the same slow lessons about love and loss and the strange alchemy that can transform one into the other. "Jesus, Morty," Rick said, his voice rough with something that sounded like wonder. "Every reality? Every version of us?" "Not just us," Morty replied, the understanding continuing to expand inside him like ripples in still water. "Everyone. Every person who's ever had to bury something terrible and then figure out how to keep living. The earth remembers all of it. Every act of gentleness, every moment of care, every time someone chose love over fear, even when fear made more sense. A flower nearby, one that glowed with a color between gold and green, like sunlight filtering through new leaves, pulsed in response to his words. When Morty turned his attention to it, the emotion that flowed through him was so pure and simple it brought tears to his eyes. The feeling of being held, not physically, but held by the vast network of connection that linked every conscious being who had ever struggled with the weight of being alive and chosen to keep going anyway. Rick made a sound that might have been a sob if Rick were the kind of person who sobbed, which he absolutely wasn't, except maybe right now, surrounded by impossible flowers that had somehow made the vast loneliness of infinite realities feel less lonely. The amber bloom under his hand flared brighter, as if responding to the crack in his carefully maintained armor. "Morty," Rick said, his voice so soft it was almost lost in the evening breeze. "I think these flowers are trying to teach us something I've been too scared to learn." "What's that?" Rick was quiet for so long that Morty thought he might not answer. But then, in a voice that carried the weight of someone who had just glimpsed something too large to fully comprehend, Rick said that maybe the point isn't to avoid burying things. Maybe the point is to bury them with enough love that something beautiful can grow from them. The garden pulsed around them, every flower brightening at once, in what felt like approval or recognition, or maybe just the joy that comes when someone finally understands a lesson the universe has been trying to teach them for a very long time. And in that moment of shared illumination, Morty felt the weight he'd been carrying shift and settle, not disappearing, but transforming into something that felt less like a burden and more like roots, deep, strong roots that connected him not just to Rick, not just to the versions of themselves they'd buried, but to every soul across every reality who had ever chosen love over fear, gentleness over cruelty, hope over despair. The earth beneath his palm thrummed with that vast network, not a sound but a knowing. He could sense all those other versions of himself lying in their own backyards with their own hands in their own soil, their own impossible flowers leaning in. He didn't need to fix them. He didn't need them to fix him. It was enough to know they were there, learning too, all part of the same beautiful, messy attempt to love each other despite everything. The night air stirred around them, carrying the scent of growing things and the distant promise of morning. In the distance, a dog barked once and then settled back into sleep. The porch light hummed its gentle song, and somewhere a cat made its careful way along the fence, pausing to observe these two humans who had finally learned to sit with their love instead of running from it. Rick reached into his lab coat and pulled out a small screw, no longer than his thumb. He turned it between his fingers the way people play with coins when they're thinking, then pressed it gently into the soil beside a bloom that glowed like the inside of a seashell. "Old project?" he said simply. "Didn't work. Might as well make it part of something that does." The earth accepted the offering the way it had accepted everything else, without judgment, without hurry, with the infinite patience of something that understood that every ending was just a beginning wearing a different coat. The flower nearest the screw chimed softly, a single note that seemed to say, "Welcome and thank you, and we have been waiting all at once." They sat in the growing peace of the garden, two figures among patient lights, learning a language that had no words but spoke in pulses of color and waves of understanding. The flowers continued their gentle teaching, their silent sermon on transformation, showing them that the most profound strength often bloomed not from conquering, but from simply allowing things to be, and to change, and to grow. The weight was still there, but now it felt less like a burden and more like a profound connection, tying them to every fragile, loving heart across all of existence. And in that connection, in that vast network of shared learning and gentle transformation, they found something they had been searching for without knowing it, the understanding that they were not alone, had never been alone, would never be alone in the beautiful, impossible work of turning sorrow into soil and planting hope in the darkest ground. The change didn't announce itself with fanfare or sudden revelation. It crept in the way morning light fills a room, gradually, then all at once, until you realize the darkness has been replaced by something warmer without your noticing exactly when it happened. Rick first became aware of it 3 days later, when he found himself standing in the garage doorway, portal gun in hand, coordinates locked for a dimension where the trees grew upside down and crystallized, time itself hung like fruit from their inverted branches. "Morty!" he called, the word automatic as breathing. "Adventure time! Grab your—" But Morty didn't scramble for his shoes or launch into his usual litany of concerns about homework and curfews and the statistical likelihood of dismemberment. Instead, he looked up from where he was sitting cross-legged on the garage floor, watching a spider weave her web in the corner where the workbench met the wall. The afternoon light caught each strand as she worked, transforming ordinary silk into something that looked like captured starlight. "Look at this," Morty said softly, his voice carrying that new quality Rick had been noticing, a kind of gentle attention that seemed to slow time around it. "She's been working on it for like 20 minutes, every thread perfectly placed. She knows exactly what she's building, and she's not in any hurry to finish it." Rick felt his finger pause over the portal gun's trigger. The upside-down trees would still be there in an hour, or a day, or next week. Time crystals weren't going anywhere. That was rather the point of crystallized time. But this moment, this particular configuration of afternoon light and spider silk and Morty's quiet wonder, would never come again. Almost without realizing it, Rick found himself setting the portal gun aside and settling onto the concrete floor beside his grandson. The spider continued her methodical work, each movement deliberate and graceful, following patterns older than human civilization. There was something hypnotic about the way she moved, purposeful without urgency, focused without stress, building something beautiful with the patience the garden had been teaching them both. "She's like the flowers," Morty observed, unwrapping a peanut butter sandwich he'd brought from the kitchen, "taking the time she needs to make something that'll last. Not rushing because someone else thinks she should be done already." Rick accepted the half sandwich Morty offered, tasting not just peanut butter, but the particular quality of attention his grandson had brought to making it. The care in choosing bread that wasn't too stale, the even spread of filling, the diagonal cut that created two perfect triangles, small acts of consideration that added up to something larger than the sum of their parts. They ate in companionable silence, two figures sharing space and sustenance while the spider continued her ancient artistry. The afternoon light shifted slightly, revealing new patterns of complexity Rick hadn't noticed before. Each strand served multiple purposes: structural support, prey detection, communication network. It was engineering of the highest order, accomplished without blueprints or calculations, guided only by instinct, refined across millions of years of patient evolution. "When did you start noticing things like this?" Rick asked eventually, his voice carrying less of its usual edge. Morty considered the question with that new quality of gentle attention that seemed to find significance in the spaces between obvious meanings. "I think maybe I always noticed," he said finally. "I just never had time to really see what I was noticing. We were always running toward the next thing, or away from the last thing, or through the middle of some crisis that needed solving right now." Rick felt something shift in his chest, a recognition that felt both uncomfortable and necessary. How many moments like this had they rushed past in their hurry to reach the next adventure? How many small revelations had they trampled in their race toward larger discoveries? The spider finished a particularly complex section of her web and paused, as if admiring her own work. In that pause, Rick saw something he'd missed in 3 years of adventures across infinite dimensions, the profound satisfaction that comes not from conquering or discovering or escaping, but from simply completing something with care and attention to detail. Later, as the afternoon mellowed into that golden hour when everything looks painted with honey, they found themselves drifting toward the backyard, where Beth knelt among her plants. Her hair was pinned up with a popsicle stick from someone's half-forgotten summer, and she talked to the tomato vines the way she talked to her patients, her voice even and steady, all reassurance, no fuss. Morty settled onto the grass a little ways off, not interrupting but simply witnessing the quiet ritual of growth and care. Rick leaned against the fence, a paper cup warming his palm, and for the first time in longer than he could remember, he didn't offer advice or build something to make plants grow faster. He let the scene be exactly as it was and felt something in his chest unclench as Beth laughed at a joke Morty made that wasn't all that funny, except it was, because it was his, and because someone was really listening. Beth frowned at a yellowing leaf with the same concentrated attention she brought to a difficult surgery, then smiled with quiet triumph when she found a ladybug tucked beneath a curl of green like a jewel the plant had decided to wear. The sun laid a stripe of gold across her forearm, and for a moment the light on her skin looked like the glow of the impossible flowers translated into daylight. Evening found them gathered around the dinner table, the sky pressed up against the windows in shades of early bruise. Jerry cleared his throat and embarked on a story that began with a parking lot and a shopping cart, and took the scenic route through every detail that could not possibly matter to anyone except Jerry himself. Morty had heard versions of it for years, meandering tales that landed in small conclusions with the pride of a cat presenting a captured dust bunny. But tonight, instead of tuning out or checking his phone, Morty listened. Not just with his ears, but with the quality of attention the garden had taught him. Soft, steady, without an agenda. And the listening changed everything. Jerry, noticing Morty's genuine attention, slowed down, and in slowing down he began to remember the story differently. His voice softened when he mentioned the older woman whose grocery bag had split in the wind. He explained, in unnecessarily careful detail, the way the apples had rolled under the line of carts, and how one of them had a faint bruise shaped like a thumbprint. He described the sound the woman made when he lifted her heavy bag into his cart, not a gasp and not a sigh, but something tender and surprised, like a quiet song that wasn't for him and somehow was. The table grew quiet as Jerry reached the part where he walked the woman to her car, even though it was several aisles out of his way, and Morty's eyes shone with recognition that turned the small act into something larger. When Jerry finished, fidgeting with his napkin, cheeks pink with embarrassment and pride all braided together, the silence that followed was the good kind. "That was sweet, Jerry," Beth said, and the word didn't sound like a downgrade. It sounded like a ribbon. "It's not nothing," Morty added when Jerry shrugged dismissively. "You made her day easier." "Sometimes that's the whole thing." Rick grunted, which in this new, softer frequency meant agreement. He took a sip of whatever he'd poured and found it tasted less like forgetting and more like permission to stay, to listen, to be changed by the smallness of a story told with earnest care. After dinner, they didn't disperse to their corners the way they often did. The family wandered out to the porch in the kind of drift that happens when no one declares a plan and everyone ends up where they needed to be. The night air wrapped itself around them, warm and a little sleepy. Morty leaned on the railing and watched the stars try themselves on in the dark, one by one, like shy performers taking the stage. He could feel the garden nearby, not calling or demanding, just existing in the dark like a body breathing. The language of pulses and patience was there, even without the light of the blooms, a soft pressure in the soles of his feet, a kindness in the way the air moved around them. Rick stood beside him, shoulder to shoulder, the silence between them not an absence but a shared possession. "You're different," he said at last, and there was no accusation in it. Only observation, the same way he might note a change in a reading that meant a machine had finally settled into its true power. Morty thought about denying it, about scrambling to be the boy Rick expected just to keep the world uncomplicated, but the night was honest, and so was the garden, and so was he. "I think I'm just more here," he said, feeling how simple and correct that was. Like I stopped walking past everything that was already beautiful. Rick nodded, a small tilt of his chin, accepting the report. "There's a lot to see when you actually look." They didn't talk about the next adventure. The portal gun remained where it was, full of possibilities that would still be there tomorrow. Instead, Rick cleared his throat and said, too casually, "Got a new batch of cold solder joints I've been meaning to ruin. You can watch me pretend to be patient." Morty smiled, the expression feeling warm and easy on his face. "I'll bring chips." The quiet between adventures they were discovering wasn't empty space waiting to be filled. It was a room inside the house of their life, stocked with sandwiches and spider webs, with careful listening and the patient work of growing things. And in that room, something new was taking root, not rushed or forced, but allowed to grow at its own pace, in its own time, with the same gentle attention they'd learned to bring to everything else that mattered. The night settled around them like a comfortable blanket, and somewhere in the backyard, impossible flowers continued their silent teaching, their gentle sermon on transformation, showing anyone who cared to notice that the most profound adventures sometimes happened not by traveling to distant worlds, but by finally learning to be fully present in the one you'd been living in all along. The morning after their quiet evening on the porch, Morty woke with something different settling in his chest, not the familiar weight he'd carried for 3 years, but a warmth that pulsed gently with his heartbeat, like carrying a small flame that never flickered. When he pressed his palm against his sternum, he could feel it there, steady and patient, as if the garden had planted something deeper than memory, something that had taken root in the very rhythm of his breathing. He moved through his morning routine more slowly, not from fatigue, but from a new quality of attention that seemed to find significance in the smallest gestures. The way sunlight caught the dust motes dancing above his dresser. The particular sound his feet made on the stairs, different from Summer's hurried clatter or Rick's careless shuffle. Even the creak of the kitchen door seemed to carry its own gentle music, a note in the larger symphony of the house waking up around him. At breakfast, Summer sat hunched over her cereal, scrolling through her phone with the particular intensity that meant someone at school had said something that cut deeper than she wanted to admit. Her shoulders were drawn up around her ears like a turtle retreating into its shell, and the space around her seemed to vibrate with something Morty felt before he fully understood it. That familiar signature of buried pain, the way it changed the air pressure around someone like a storm front moving in. The warmth in his chest responded, not with urgency or the need to fix, but with recognition. He poured himself orange juice and settled into the chair beside her, not speaking, just letting his presence be steady and available the way the garden had taught him. The silence between them wasn't empty, it was full of patient possibility, like soil waiting for whatever needed to be planted there. Summer glanced up, suspicious of his quiet attention. "What?" "Nothing," Morty said, and meant it completely. He wasn't waiting for her to confess or explain or perform recovery for his benefit. He was simply there, the way Earth is there for whatever gets planted in it, patient, accepting, warm. Something in his tone, or maybe in the quality of his stillness, made Summer's defensive posture soften slightly. She set her phone face down on the table and stirred her cereal with unnecessary concentration. "Jessica's having this party," she said finally, her voice carefully casual. "Everyone's going." Well, everyone except me, apparently. Morty felt the shape of her hurt, not the dramatic sting of obvious cruelty, but the subtler ache of being forgotten, of realizing you matter less than you thought you did. The old Morty would have rushed to offer reassurance or solutions, would have tried to talk her out of her pain with logic and optimism. But the garden had taught him something more valuable, that sometimes people didn't need their feelings fixed or explained away. Sometimes they just needed someone to sit with them in the uncomfortable space where hurt lived, someone who could witness their struggle without trying to solve it. "That sucks," he said simply, and the acknowledgement seemed to land in exactly the right place. Summer's eyes filled with tears she hadn't been allowing herself to feel. "I thought we were friends," she whispered, and Morty heard in her voice the particular bewilderment that comes when the world reveals itself to be different than you'd believed it to be. "It really sucks," he said again, and this time Summer smiled through her tears, a small, grateful expression that told him he'd gotten it right. The warmth in his chest expanded slightly, making room for her relief alongside his own understanding. At school, that new quality of attention continued its gentle work. In the hallway between first and second period, Jessica walked past him with her shoulders slightly hunched, her gaze fixed on the scuffed linoleum. Before, Morty might have just registered her as looking kind of down. Now he felt it, not as a thought, but as a gentle pressure in his own chest, a faint resonance of something held tightly, something unsaid and unseen. It wasn't a vision or a voice or any kind of psychic power he could name. It was simply a deep, undeniable knowing that Jessica was carrying something heavy, something buried beneath her usual composed facade, and the garden had taught him what to do with that knowing, Nothing dramatic, everything essential. Not to fix it or ask or pry, but simply to acknowledge its presence the way the earth acknowledged the roots beneath its surface. As Jessica passed, Morty didn't stop her or offer advice. He simply met her gaze for a brief moment, and in that moment he let his own heart open, allowing a silent wave of gentle recognition to pass between them. It was an acknowledgement, a quiet nod to the unseen burden she carried, a knowing that said without words, "I see you. You are not alone in this." Jessica's eyes, usually so quick and bright, softened just a fraction, a tiny flicker of something that looked like relief before she continued on her way. In third period, Morty found himself sitting next to Marcus, a quiet kid who usually kept his head down and spoke only when called upon. The space around Marcus felt familiar now, heavy with something that reminded Morty of the way air changes before a thunderstorm, the same quality of buried pressure he'd sensed around summer, but older, more familiar, like pain that had been carried so long it had become part of the landscape. When Marcus dropped his pencil and it rolled under the desk, Morty retrieved it without making a show of the kindness. When the teacher called for group work, he turned toward Marcus naturally, not with the performative inclusion that would have embarrassed them both, but with the quiet assumption that they belonged together in whatever small way the next 20 minutes would allow. "You okay with chemistry?" Marcus asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Not really," Morty admitted. "But I'm okay with figuring it out as we go." They bent over their worksheets together, and Morty felt the warmth in his chest expand slightly, making room for whatever Marcus was carrying. He didn't ask about the careful way Marcus arranged his materials or the slight tremor in his hands when the teacher's voice got sharp. He simply worked beside him, steady and present, letting his attention be a kind of shelter where Marcus could exist without performance or explanation. At lunch, the cafeteria buzzed with its usual chaos of teenage energy and social navigation, but Morty moved through it differently now, guided by that new sense that helped him recognize the emotional weather around people. He found himself drawn to sit with kids he'd never really noticed before, not the obvious outcasts or the popular crowd, but the ones who existed in the spaces between, carrying their own quiet burdens with the kind of dignity that often went unrecognized. He settled at a table with Elena, whose parents were getting divorced, and who ate her sandwich with mechanical precision, as if proper nutrition could hold her world together. David joined them, his stutter making him retreat from conversations just when they were getting interesting. Aisha arrived last, her perfect grades and college plans unable to quite cover the exhaustion that came from being the family translator, the bridge between her parents' dreams and American reality. Morty didn't try to fix any of them or offer unsolicited advice about their problems. He simply existed among them, letting his presence be steady and warm, creating a small pocket of acceptance where they could be exactly who they were without apology or explanation. The conversations that emerged were gentle and meandering, about movies and music and the way the light looked different in autumn, about small victories and minor disasters, about the particular satisfaction of finding a pen that wrote smoothly. "You're different," Elena observed as they were packing up their lunches. "Not different bad, different, I don't know, calmer." Morty considered this, feeling the truth of it settle into place. "I think I'm just paying attention to different things," he said. "Like, instead of worrying about what might happen, I'm noticing what's actually happening right now." David nodded, his face lighting up with recognition. "Like when you stop trying to think of what to say next and actually listen to what someone's saying." "Exactly," Morty said, and felt the warmth in his chest pulse with something that might have been joy. Later, in the hallway outside the faculty lounge, he encountered Mr. Goldenfold sitting alone on a bench, meticulously arranging papers with the kind of careful attention that spoke of someone trying to impose order on something that felt chaotic. There was a fragile stillness about him, a delicate tension in his shoulders that Morty recognized, the same subtle resonance he'd been learning to sense, a quiet hum of something buried deep beneath the usual theatrical bluster. Instead of walking past, Morty found himself settling onto the bench beside his teacher, drawn by an impulse that felt as natural as breathing. He didn't have a plan or words prepared. He simply sat, letting his presence be steady and available. "Rough day, Mr. Goldenfold?" Morty asked, his voice low, not prying, just present. Mr. Goldenfold jumped, startled, then blinked at Morty through his thick glasses. "Oh, Morty! No, not at all. Just contemplating the existential weight of ungraded essays, you know." He attempted a laugh, but it was thin like ice cracking under pressure. Morty didn't push or offer solutions. He just nodded, settling more comfortably on the bench. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was spacious, like the warm acceptance he'd learned from sitting among the flowers. He let the quiet be a container for whatever Mr. Goldenfold needed to hold. After a few moments, his teacher cleared his throat. "You know, Morty," he began, his voice softer than usual. "Sometimes you prepare for a performance, you learn all your lines, you know all the cues, and then the audience just isn't there. Or they are, but they're looking at something else." He sighed, a small, weary sound. "And you realize the performance was for yourself all along." Morty didn't offer comfort or try to contradict the sadness in those words. He simply met Mr. Goldenfold's gaze with the same gentle attention he'd learned to give the impossible flowers, and nodded. "Yeah," he said quietly, "that happens." Mr. Goldenfold looked at him for a long moment, surprise and something that looked like gratitude flickering in his eyes. The fragile tension in his shoulders seemed to ease, just a little, as if acknowledging the weight had made it slightly more bearable. Walking home from school, Morty found himself moving more slowly, not from fatigue, but from a desire to notice things he usually walked past. The way afternoon light caught in the chain-link fence outside the elementary school, creating patterns that looked like lace made of shadow and gold. The careful way Mrs. Peterson tended her small garden, speaking to her roses in the same gentle tone he'd learned to use with the garden's blooms. The sound of children playing in the distance, their laughter rising and falling like music that had no beginning or end. Each small observation seemed to feed the warmth in his chest, making it stronger and steadier. He was beginning to understand that the garden hadn't just taught him to recognize pain in others, it had taught him to recognize beauty, to notice the small acts of care and connection that happened constantly around him, usually unwitnessed and unremarked upon. At home, he found Jerry in the living room, staring at his laptop with the particular expression of someone trying to solve a problem that felt larger than its apparent simplicity. The space around Jerry felt familiar now, not the sharp ache of fresh hurt, but the duller weight of accumulated disappointment, the kind that settles into your bones when you've spent too many years feeling like you're not quite measuring up to some invisible standard. "What's up, Dad?" Morty asked, settling onto the couch beside him. Jerry looked up, surprised by the genuine interest in Morty's voice. "Oh, just work stuff. They want me to give a presentation next week, and I keep thinking about all the ways I could mess it up." "That sounds stressful," Morty said simply, and Jerry's shoulders relaxed slightly at being heard rather than corrected. "It is," Jerry admitted. "I keep thinking they're going to realize I don't know what I'm talking about." Morty felt the familiar urge to offer reassurance, to point out Jerry's competence and experience, but he resisted. Instead, he let the silence stretch between them, comfortable and accepting, the way Earth accepts whatever is planted in it without judgment or hurry. "You know what's weird?" Jerry said after a while. "Just saying that out loud makes it feel less scary, like it's not this huge secret I have to carry around anymore." That evening, as Morty helped Beth with dinner, he felt the same gentle recognition when she paused in her chopping to stare out the kitchen window. The space around her held its own particular weight, not pain exactly, but a kind of weariness that came from carrying too much responsibility for too long, from being the steady one while everyone else was allowed to be complicated. He didn't ask what she was thinking about or offer to take on more chores. He simply moved beside her with the same patient attention he'd learned in the garden, letting his presence be steady and warm while she worked through whatever she needed to work through in her own time and her own way. "Thank you," she said quietly, and he knew she wasn't just talking about helping with dinner. Later, in the garage, Rick glanced up from his workbench, where he was adjusting something that hummed like a contented cat. He studied Morty for a long moment, his eyes taking in the new stillness, the different quality of attention that seemed to slow time around it. "You're carrying it with you now," Rick said, not a question, but an observation. "The garden thing. It's not just happening when you're out there anymore." Morty nodded, feeling the warmth in his chest pulse gently. "It's like I learned a new language? And now I can hear it everywhere." Rick made a sound that might have been approval. "Not bad, Morty." "Not bad at all." He turned back to his work, then paused. "Just don't try to fix everyone, okay? Sometimes the best thing you can do is just be there." "I know," Morty said. And he did know completely and without reservation. The garden had taught him the difference between helping and healing, between presence and intrusion, between the urge to solve and the wisdom to simply witness. As night settled around the house, Morty realized that the seeds the garden had planted in him were already beginning to bloom, not into something dramatic or miraculous, but into a quiet capacity for presence that seemed to make space for people to be exactly who they were without apology or explanation. The warmth in his chest had become a constant companion, a gentle reminder that the most profound gift he could offer wasn't solutions or advice, but simply the willingness to sit with whatever someone was carrying, patient and accepting and warm the way the earth had taught him to be. Outside, the impossible flowers continued their gentle glowing, their silent teaching, their patient work of turning buried sorrow into blooming hope. And inside, Morty carried their lessons with him like seeds of his own, ready to plant moments of understanding wherever they were needed, trusting that love, like all growing things, would find its own way toward the light. The night air stirred through the open window, carrying with it the faint chime of crystal petals moving in the breeze, a sound that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat. Tomorrow would bring new encounters, new opportunities to practice this gentle art of witnessing, but tonight it was enough to simply rest in the knowledge that he had learned to carry the garden's wisdom wherever he went, not as a burden, but as a gift that grew stronger each time it was shared. The morning arrived wrapped in that particular autumn light that makes everything look like it's been touched by honey, and Morty found himself walking to school with a rhythm that felt less like hurrying toward something and more like carrying something precious that shouldn't be jostled. The warmth the garden had planted in his chest had settled into a steady glow, not demanding attention, but quietly illuminating the spaces around other people where their real selves lived, like candlelight revealing the true colors in a room that had seemed dim before. In first period English, Mrs. Patterson was discussing metaphors with the kind of hopeful enthusiasm that made half the class check their phones, while the other half stared out windows at the morning light caught in the chain-link fence. But Morty found himself listening differently now, not just to her words, but to the spaces between them, the tiny pauses where her own uncertainty lived, the way her voice lifted slightly when she wasn't sure if what she was saying was reaching anyone. "Can anyone give me an example of a metaphor from your own life?" she asked, her eyes scanning the room with the particular hope teachers carry like a small flame they're trying not to let the wind extinguish. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was full of the collective tension that happens when everyone simultaneously wants to matter and fears being seen. Morty felt the familiar weight of that shared discomfort, but underneath it, he sensed something else. A dozen different versions of longing, each student carrying their own quiet desire to be understood, to have their thoughts received as worthy of attention. Brad shifted in his seat, actually seeming to think, rather than just waiting for his turn to perform confidence. Sarah in the back corner had her hand halfway raised before catching herself and pulling it back down. Even Marcus had lifted his head from his usual protective hunch, looking at Mrs. Patterson with something that might have been genuine interest. "Time is money," offered Jessica, her voice carrying that particular flatness that meant she was giving the expected answer rather than the true one. "Good," Mrs. Patterson said, but Morty heard the slight disappointment in her tone, the way she'd been hoping for something more personal, more real. The silence stretched again, but this time Morty felt something different in it, not just avoidance, but possibility. The gentle recognition he'd learned from the garden pulsed softly, and he found himself speaking before he'd consciously decided to. "My grandfather's inventions are like conversations he's having with problems," Morty said, his voice quiet but clear. "He builds things not just to solve stuff, but to understand it better. Like he's talking to the universe in a language made of circuits and equations." The classroom went very still, not with the uncomfortable silence of awkwardness, but with the deeper quiet of recognition. Mrs. Patterson's face lit up with genuine pleasure, and Morty felt the ripple effect of his honesty move through the room like a stone dropped in still water. "That's beautiful, Morty," she said, and the word beautiful landed in the space between them like something precious being offered and accepted. But more than that, Morty felt the way his willingness to be real had created permission for others to be real too. Sarah's hand crept up again, this time staying raised. "My mum's cooking is like love translated into flavors," she said, her voice barely above a whisper, but steady. "Even when the food isn't perfect, you can taste how much she cares." Marcus straightened slightly in his chair. "My stutter is like my words getting stuck in traffic," he said, his own words coming slowly, but with careful deliberation. "Sometimes they all want to come out at once, and they jam up at the intersection." The sharing continued, each metaphor building on the last, creating a web of connection that seemed to make the fluorescent-lit classroom feel warmer, more alive. Morty listened not just to the words, but to the courage it took to offer them, to the way each person's voice carried their own particular signature of hope and vulnerability. After class, Sarah lingered by his desk, fidgeting with her backpack straps. The space around her held that familiar weight he'd been learning to recognize. Not sharp pain, but something deeper and more persistent, like carrying a stone you've grown so used to you forget it's there until someone asks why you're walking differently. "That thing you said about your grandfather," she began, then stopped, looking down at her shoes. "It made me feel less weird about the way I think about things." Morty didn't rush to fill the pause that followed. He simply waited, letting his attention be soft and available, the way the garden had taught him. The silence between them wasn't empty. It was full of potential, like soil waiting for whatever needed to be planted there. "I feel invisible sometimes," Sarah said finally, the words coming out in a rush as if she'd been holding her breath around them. Not like dramatically invisible, just like I could disappear and no one would notice for a while. Maybe a long while. The old Morty would have jumped in with reassurance, would have tried to convince her she was wrong, would have listed all the ways she mattered that she couldn't see. But the garden had taught him something more valuable than comfort. The gift of being truly seen, of having your experience witnessed without judgment or the immediate need to fix it. "That sounds really lonely," Morty said quietly, and something in Sarah's shoulders relaxed at being met where she was rather than where someone thought she should be. "It is," she said, her voice small but steady. "I keep thinking if I just got better grades or was funnier or prettier or something, people would notice me more, but then I get good grades and I'm still invisible, just invisible, with better test scores." Morty felt the truth of her experience settle into the space between them, not as something to be solved, but as something to be acknowledged. "It's like you're doing all the right things, but you're still not being seen for who you actually are," he said, and Sarah's eyes widened with the particular surprise that comes when someone understands exactly what you meant. "Yes," she breathed, "exactly that." They stood in the emptying hallway, two teenagers surrounded by the usual chaos of locker slams and hurried conversations, but existing in their own small pocket of real connection. Morty didn't offer advice or try to solve Sarah's invisibility. He simply held space for her experience, let his presence be a kind of gentle witnessing that said without words, "I see you. You are not invisible to me. Your feelings matter." The day continued like that, each class period bringing new opportunities to practice this gentle art of soft attention. In the cafeteria line, he thanked the lunch lady not just for the food, but for the particular care she'd taken with yesterday's chili, and watched her tired face light up with the kind of surprise that comes from being noticed for something specific, rather than generic. She gave him a little extra cheese without making a thing of it, and he accepted it with the same quiet gratitude. At lunch, Eleanor was reading between bites, her mouth moving silently, as if practicing lines for a play, only she knew she'd been cast in. When she looked up, wary, Morty simply sat down and peeled a mandarin with careful attention, setting the orange ribbon of skin on the table like a small, bright offering. "My mum called the gas company to negotiate our bill last night," Eleanor said without preamble, her voice matter-of-fact, but carrying a weariness that couldn't be hidden by competence. "I did the talking. I'm 14. Morty separated two segments and set them near her book. He didn't ask questions that required her to educate him about her life. He said, "That's a lot," and let the words be a chair for her to sit in if she wanted one. Elena ate one of the segments, closed her book, and said, "It is." Then they ate the rest of the mandarin in companionable silence, the sweetness of the fruit somehow making the weight of her responsibility feel slightly more bearable, not because it was solved, but because it was shared. Later, in the library during study hall, he encountered Kevin slumped over his desk, head in his arms, the air around him thick with the dull ache of disappointment. Morty didn't ask what was wrong. He simply opened his bag and offered a small package of pretzels without a word. Kevin lifted his head, his eyes red-rimmed, and looked at the pretzels, then at Morty. "My dad said I'm not good."
"Enough for the baseball team," he mumbled, his voice thick with unshed tears.
said I should just quit. Morty didn't offer empty platitudes. He just nodded, letting the gentle recognition he'd learned from the garden extend toward Kevin, a silent acknowledgement of the sharp sting of a father's words. "That's a rough thing to hear," he said softly, his voice gentle and steady. Kevin took a pretzel, slowly, then another. He didn't speak again for a long time, but the heavy air around him began to thin, just slightly, as if the acknowledgement had allowed some of the pressure to dissipate. They ate the pretzels together in quiet companionship, and when the study hall ended, Kevin's eyes met Morty's with a silent message of gratitude that needed no words. The small moments accumulated throughout the day, like dewdrops gathering on a spider's web, each one reflecting a tiny piece of the vast, intricate world of human feeling. A quiet nod to a girl struggling with a math problem, a shared smile with a boy who dropped his lunch tray, a lingering presence beside a classmate who looked particularly lost in thought. These weren't dramatic interventions or heroic acts. They were simply small threads of connection woven into the fabric of ordinary days. By the time the final bell rang, Morty had accumulated a dozen such moments, each one tiny and seemingly insignificant, but together creating something beautiful and complex. Walking home from school, he felt the weight of all these small connections settling into his chest alongside the warmth the garden had planted there. It wasn't a burden. It was more like carrying seeds, each one holding the potential for something beautiful to grow in the right conditions, at the right time. The afternoon light caught in the leaves overhead, creating patterns that looked like lace made of shadow and gold, and Morty found himself walking more slowly, not from fatigue, but from a desire to notice the beauty that was always there, waiting to be witnessed by anyone willing to pay the right kind of attention. At home, he could feel the garden calling to him, not urgently, but with the gentle pull of something that had been waiting patiently for his return. The impossible flowers would be there in the gathering dusk, ready to continue their quiet teaching, their gentle sermon on transformation and connection, and the profound power of simply being present with whatever needed to be witnessed. But first he wanted to sit with what he'd learned today, to let the small moments of connection settle into his understanding like seeds, finding their proper depth in fertile soil. Each interaction had taught him something new about the art of soft attention, about the difference between hearing and listening, about the gift of being truly seen. The house welcomed him with its familiar sounds, and somewhere in the distance he could hear the faint chime of crystal petals moving in the evening breeze, a sound that had become as familiar as his own heartbeat, carrying within it the accumulated wisdom of dewdrops and spiderwebs, of words spoken and heard, of the profound magic that happened when people allowed themselves to be real with each other, one small, precious moment at a time. That evening, as Morty walked up the front steps with the warmth of the day's small connection still glowing in his chest, he caught sight of something through the kitchen window that made him pause. There, in the backyard among the impossible flowers, sat Rick with a small notebook balanced on his knee, his usually restless hands moving with careful deliberation as he documented something that couldn't be measured by any instrument he'd ever built. Morty slipped through the house quietly, drawn by curiosity and the gentle pull of the garden itself. He settled on the back steps, close enough to feel the familiar pulse of the flowers' glow, but far enough away to give Rick the space this moment seemed to require. The evening air held that particular stillness that comes just before full darkness, and the flowers responded to both their presences with a subtle brightening, like candles learning to share their light more generously. Rick's approach to the garden had begun, predictably, as a scientific investigation. Scattered around him were the tools of his trade: a small spectrometer humming softly as it analyzed the flower's luminescence, a device that measured electromagnetic frequencies, sensors placed carefully in the soil like tiny sentinels gathering data. His notebook was filled with measurements, wavelength readings, and observations written in his precise, angular handwriting. Photonic emission stable across all specimens, Rick muttered to himself, his voice carrying the particular tone he used when wrestling with a problem that had caught his interest in unexpected ways. Energy source unknown, quantum resonance patterns suggest what, exactly? He reached toward a bloom that glowed the deep blue of evening sky, his hand hovering just above its petals, the way Morty had learned to do. The flower pulsed brighter in response, and Rick's pen paused mid-sentence as something passed over his face, not the sharp recognition of scientific discovery, but something softer, more personal, like someone remembering a song they'd forgotten they knew. "Jesus," Rick breathed so quietly that Morty almost missed it. The pen slipped from his fingers, landing on the grass beside his notebook, as Rick let his hand settle closer to the flower. The blue light deepened, and Rick's shoulders, usually held with the rigid tension of someone perpetually ready for the next crisis, began to relax in increments so small they were almost imperceptible. Morty watched his grandfather sit with whatever the flower was showing him, watched the way Rick's breathing slowed and deepened, the way the perpetual lines of worry around his eyes seemed to soften. It was like watching someone remember how to be still, how to let something beautiful happen to them, without immediately dissecting it or defending against it. The transformation wasn't sudden or dramatic. Over the following evenings, Rick's visits to the garden became a quiet ritual. He would arrive with his instruments, take his readings, fill pages with observations that grew increasingly sparse and philosophical. But gradually the tools stayed in his pockets longer, and his body found the posture that belonged to listening rather than analyzing. The flowers began to teach Rick what they had taught Morty, that some things couldn't be understood through measurement alone, that the most profound truths often lived in the spaces between data points. Each bloom held its own lesson, its own piece of the emotional archaeology Rick had spent decades burying beneath layers of cynicism and intellectual distance. A flower that glowed with warm amber light showed him every moment he'd chosen sarcasm over honesty because vulnerability felt too dangerous. Another, pulsing with the soft pink of sunrise, held all the times he'd wanted to tell Morty he was proud, and talked himself out of it instead. The dark blooms, shot through with silver, revealed the weight of every choice made in fear, every wall built to keep love out that had also kept it trapped within. Rick didn't speak of these revelations, but they changed him in ways that Morty, with his newly developed sensitivity to emotional currents, couldn't help but notice. The changes manifested first in Rick's hands, those hands that had built interdimensional portals and weapons of unimaginable power that had moved with urgent, sometimes violent precision through countless inventions and experiments. In the garage, Morty watched Rick work on a new device, some kind of translator that had been giving him trouble for weeks. But now, Rick's fingers moved differently over the delicate components, not gripping or forcing, but guiding, coaxing, allowing each piece to find its proper place in its own time. When a circuit didn't behave as expected, instead of cursing or forcing it into compliance, Rick would pause, study it with patient attention, and adjust his approach with the same gentle consideration he'd learned to bring to the flowers. "Hand me that oscillator," Rick said one afternoon, his voice carrying none of its usual impatience, when Morty didn't immediately know which tool he meant. Instead of the sharp correction Morty expected, Rick simply pointed to the device he needed. "This one." The blue housing. The change went deeper than technique. Rick began building small devices that served no practical purpose, a disc that generated the sound of gentle rain, which he would activate in the garden during his evening visits. The flowers seemed to respond to this offering, their light gathering and pulsing in harmony with the soft, comforting sound. He crafted a simple device that measured what he called emotional resonance frequencies, not to control or manipulate, but simply to better understand the language the flowers spoke. Completely useless from a practical standpoint, Rick told Morty one evening, as they sat among the blooms together. Can't hurt anyone, can't solve any problems, can't even make a decent cup of coffee. But it helps me understand what they're trying to teach me. The device hummed softly in his hands, projecting a gentle field of light that harmonized with the flower's glow. Helps me sit with feelings instead of immediately trying to fix them or escape from them. Morty recognized something unprecedented in this admission. Rick had built something not to control or dominate, but to simply witness, to be present with whatever was happening without trying to change it. It was perhaps the most radical invention Rick had ever created, not because of its complexity, but because of its simplicity, its willingness to exist without agenda or purpose beyond gentle attention. The effects rippled through Rick's other work. His inventions began to show a new elegance, a harmony that went beyond mere functionality. He added fail-safes to devices that had never needed them, not because they were unstable, but because, as he put it, not everything has to earn its keep by breaking. He began labeling components for his future self with a neatness that looked like courtesy toward the person he would be during the next long night of tinkering. When Summer accidentally knocked over a beaker in the garage and braced herself for Rick's usual explosive reaction, she found instead a grandfather who simply handed her a towel and said, "Happens to everyone." The good news is it was just water. The absence of drama seemed to confuse her more than any outburst would have. Morty noticed how Rick's jokes landed softer now, their edges turned just slightly so they carved rather than cut. When the house grew tense with the usual family dynamics, Rick would quietly adjust the rain sound device he'd begun keeping near his workbench, the gentle audio creating a buffer of calm that seemed to round the sharp corners of domestic stress. One evening, Morty found Rick in the garden with his notebook closed beside him, no longer documenting but simply being present with whatever the flowers wanted to share. Rick's usual armor of intellectual superiority had been set aside, replaced by something Morty had rarely seen from him, genuine openness to being changed by something he couldn't fully understand or control. "You know what's funny, Morty?" Rick said, his voice carrying a quality of wonder that made him sound younger somehow. "I spent so many years trying to be the smartest person in the universe, and it turns out the most important thing I needed to learn was how to be gentle. How to let things grow in their own time, including myself." The flowers pulsed around them, their gentle light reflecting off the pages of Rick's notebook, which Morty now realized contained not scientific observations, but something more personal, reflections on regret and forgiveness, thoughts about the difference between strength and hardness, meditations on the profound courage required to remain soft in a universe that seemed designed to make everything sharp. Rick had learned what the Earth had always known, that the most profound transformations happened not through force or dramatic intervention, but through the patient work of sitting with what is, allowing it to change in its own time, and trusting that love, like all growing things, flourished best when tended with gentle attention and the kind of care that asked nothing in return, except the privilege of witnessing something beautiful become itself. The night deepened around them, and somewhere in the distance, A cat made its careful way along the fence, pausing to observe these two humans who had finally learned to sit with their love instead of running from it. The impossible flowers continued their quiet teaching, their patient work of transformation, showing anyone willing to pay attention that even the most reluctant hearts could learn to bloom when given the right kind of gentle, persistent care. Rick's hands, once instruments of conquest and control, had become something far more powerful, tools of tenderness, capable of coaxing beauty from the most unlikely soil, one careful touch at a time. The rain sound disc purred its gentle rhythm in the grass nearby, Rick's small offering to the garden's evening peace. He had drifted back toward the garage, leaving Morty alone among the flowers as the day settled into that particular hour when shadows grow long and the air itself seems to slow down, making space for deeper truths to emerge. The warmth in Morty's chest had been growing stronger each evening, and tonight it pulsed with an intensity that felt both familiar and entirely new, like recognizing a song you'd been humming without realizing you knew the words. As he settled onto the warm earth, his palms pressing into the soil that had learned to hold so much more than secrets, Morty noticed something different about the flower's glow. What had always been individual lights, each bloom pulsing with its own gentle rhythm, had begun to synchronize in subtle ways. Not uniformly, each flower maintained its unique color and cadence, but with an underlying harmony that suggested they were all part of something larger, all breathing with the same vast, quiet lungs. The realization came not as a sudden revelation, but as a gradual opening, like watching sunrise from inside a house and slowly understanding that the light creeping across the walls meant the world outside had changed completely. The flowers weren't just connected to the trauma he and Rick had buried here 3 years ago. They were connected to something infinitely more profound, a network of love and loss that stretched across every reality, every dimension, every possible version of the choices they'd made and the lives they'd lived. The nearest bloom, glowing with the soft gold of candlelight, began to pulse with a rhythm that wasn't quite his heartbeat and wasn't quite Rick's. It was something else entirely, something that felt both foreign and familiar, like hearing your own voice played back at a different speed. As Morty leaned closer, letting his consciousness open to whatever the flower wanted to share, the boundary between himself and the garden began to dissolve in the gentlest possible way. He was still Morty, but also not quite Morty. Still himself, but also someone else, a version of himself from a reality where the kitchen walls were painted yellow instead of white, where Summer's hair was shorter and her eyes held a different kind of worry. This other Summer sat small and shaking in her bed, wrapped in blankets that couldn't quite warm the chill left by a nightmare that had felt too real to dismiss. The monsters had faces like people I know, this other Summer whispered, her voice thick with the particular terror that comes from dreams that blur the line between sleep and waking. But their eyes were empty, like they'd forgotten how to care about anything. This other Morty didn't try to explain away her fear or convince her it was just a dream. Instead, he sat with her in the darkness, his presence steady and warm, speaking in a voice that carried the same gentle attention the garden had been teaching. "That sounds really scary," he said simply, like they'd lost the part of themselves that makes them human. "Yeah," Summer breathed, and in that acknowledgement, some of the nightmare's power began to dissolve. Exactly like that. But this other Morty did something more, something that made the flower pulse with particular warmth. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small cookie cutter shaped like a comet, its metal surface catching the dim light from the hallway. "You know what?" he said, his voice carrying the gentle certainty of someone who had learned that the smallest gestures often carried the most profound love. "Tomorrow I'm going to make you a sandwich cut like stars, because monsters don't like star-shaped food. It's too bright for them." Summer smiled through her tears, and they sat together until her breathing evened out and the monsters retreated to whatever corner of the mine they lived in during daylight hours. This other Morty didn't leave until he was sure she was truly asleep, and even then he moved with the careful quiet of someone who understood that peace was fragile and deserved protection. The vision flowed seamlessly into another, the flowers teaching him that these glimpses weren't separate episodes but part of a vast, interconnected story. Now he saw a different version of himself in a garage that smelled like jasmine instead of motor oil, where Jerry, a Jerry who stood straighter, whose voice carried more confidence, was working on a simple circuit board with the focused attention of someone who had learned to trust his own capabilities. The thing about these connections, this other Morty was saying, his voice patient and encouraging as he guided Jerry's hands, is that they're not just about electricity flowing from one point to another. They're about creating pathways for things to work together, to support each other, kind of like how families work, you know? Jerry's face lit up with understanding, not just of the circuit, but of something larger. So when one part is stronger, it helps the whole system work better. Exactly, this other Morty said, and the warmth in his voice carried the particular joy that comes from watching someone discover their own competence. And when one part needs support, the whole system finds ways to provide it. That's what makes it beautiful, not just functional, but beautiful. The scene shifted again, flowing like water into another configuration of love and understanding. This time, Morty found himself witnessing a conversation between another version of himself and a Rick whose usual armor of cynicism had been set aside in favor of something more vulnerable, more real. They sat across from each other in a dimension where the workbench was made of wood instead of metal, where the air carried the scent of night-blooming flowers instead of chemical compounds. "You know what I've been thinking about?" this other Morty was saying, his voice carrying the gentle conviction of someone who had learned profound truths through patient observation rather than dramatic revelation. Intelligence isn't just about knowing things or solving problems faster than everyone else. It's about knowing how to use what you know to make things better, not just more complicated. This Rick actually listened, without the defensive interruptions that usually characterized such conversations. "What do you mean?" he asked, and in his voice was genuine curiosity rather than the sharp challenge Morty was used to hearing. "I mean that sometimes the smartest thing you can do is choose kindness, even when cruelty would be easier," this other Morty continued. "The universe is already hard enough. Maybe the real genius move is figuring out how to make it a little softer, a little more forgiving, one small choice at a time." This Rick nodded slowly, something shifting in his expression. "Intelligence and kindness don't have to be opposites," he said, as if the idea was just occurring to him. "They could be partners, different tools for the same job. The same job of making existence a little less lonely," this other Morty agreed, and the flower pulsed with the profound satisfaction that comes when two people finally understand each other across the vast space that usually separates hearts. The visions continued, each one building on the last, showing Morty glimpse after glimpse of versions of himself who had learned across infinite Realities that love and loss weren't enemies, but dance partners, that gentleness wasn't weakness, but a form of strength so profound that entire worlds could be transformed by its quiet application. He saw a Morty teaching a different Beth to garden with patience instead of perfection. Another helping a version of Rick build something beautiful instead of destructive. A Morty who had learned to speak his truth with such gentle honesty that it changed everyone who heard it. What struck him most profoundly wasn't the differences between these realities, but the similarities. Across every dimension, every possible variation of their lives, every version of himself was engaged in the same slow, patient work of learning to carry love alongside loss. The trauma was there, the constant threat of cosmic absurdity, the burden of terrible choices, the weight of existing in a universe that often seemed designed to break hearts, but it had been transformed, softened by an insistent, unwavering thread of connection. As the understanding settled into his bones, Morty felt the weight he'd carried for 3 years begin to shift and change. It was still there, but now it felt less like a burden and more like a profound connection, tying him to every version of himself across infinite realities, all learning the same fundamental lesson about what it means to be alive and fragile and loved. "It's all connected," Morty whispered to the night air, his voice filled with wonder. "Every choice, every reality, every version of us learning how to love each other better." Rick, who had been approaching quietly from the garage, paused at the edge of the garden. His face held the same expression of profound recognition, the same understanding that they were witnessing something larger than their individual experience. The flowers pulsed brighter around them, as if responding to their shared realization. "Not just us," Rick said softly, settling onto the grass beside Morty. "Everyone. Every conscious being in every reality, all part of the same vast experiment in learning how to be gentle with existence itself." The night air stirred around them, carrying the scent of growing things and the distant promise of morning. In the silence that followed, Morty understood that the garden hadn't just taught them to transform their own buried trauma, it had shown them that they were part of something vast and beautiful, a network of consciousness learning to love itself across every possible reality, one small, patient moment at a time. Later, as they sat together in the gentle glow of impossible flowers, Morty found himself thinking about his own family, his own reality, his own opportunities to plant seeds of the same understanding he'd witnessed across dimensions. The lessons weren't abstract anymore. They were practical, immediate, waiting to be applied in the small moments that made up ordinary days. When they finally made their way back to the house, Morty paused at the bottom of the stairs, listening to the familiar sounds of his family settling into sleep. Summer's door was slightly ajar, and he could hear the soft rhythm of her breathing, peaceful and untroubled. Jerry had fallen asleep on the couch again, his laptop still open beside him, and Morty gently closed it and tucked a blanket around his father's shoulders. "You doing okay, Dad?" Jerry mumbled, half awake. "We all are," Morty said quietly, and meant it completely. "We're all doing okay." The weight was still there, but now it felt like roots. Deep, strong roots that connected him not just to Rick, not just to the versions of themselves they'd buried, but to every soul across every reality who had ever chosen love over fear, gentleness over cruelty, hope over despair. And in that vast network of connection, in that infinite web of hearts learning to carry love alongside loss, Morty found something he hadn't even known he was searching for. The understanding that he was never alone, had never been alone, would never be alone in the beautiful, impossible work of learning how to be human. Outside, The impossible flowers continued their gentle teaching, their patient work of showing anyone willing to pay attention that love, like all growing things, flourished best when it was allowed to spread its roots across the infinite soil of possibility, blooming wherever consciousness chose kindness over cruelty, connection over separation, one small, precious moment at a time. The next morning brought with it the kind of crisp October air that makes everything feel possible, and Summer woke with that familiar restless energy that usually sent her prowling through the house looking for something to analyze, dissect, or quietly mock. She'd been noticing things lately, small changes in the family's rhythm that her sharp mind couldn't quite categorize. Morty's new stillness, Rick's gentler hands, the way conversations at dinner had begun to breathe differently, with more space between words and less armor around feelings. She wandered downstairs in her pajamas, a piece of toast balanced in one hand and her phone in the other, planning to spend the morning in the backyard practicing a new dance or simply existing in the kind of solitude that let her thoughts move at their own pace. But as she stepped onto the back porch, something caught her attention. A sound that didn't belong to any appliance or neighbor, not quite bells and not quite wind chimes, but something crystalline and patient that seemed to be calling from the far corner of the yard. Summer followed the sound with the same curiosity that had always driven her to investigate anything that seemed to be hiding its true nature. Past the shed, past the forgotten basketball hoop, to a patch of ground she'd walked by countless times without really seeing. And there, glowing softly in the morning light, were the impossible flowers. "Okay," she said aloud, her voice carrying that particular mix of skepticism and fascination that meant her brain was already working to categorize what she was seeing. "So our backyard is apparently running some kind of alien botanical experiment." "Of course it is." She approached the blooms with the careful attention of someone who had learned to expect the unexpected from living in the Smith household, but also with the particular wariness of someone who had seen too many of Rick's projects go sideways to trust anything that glowed without a clear power source. The flowers pulsed gently as she drew near, their light adjusting in subtle ways that suggested they were aware of her presence. Unlike Morty, who had learned to approach the garden with gentle reverence, Summer prodded at the nearest bloom with characteristic directness, trying to determine if it was solid, holographic, or some kind of elaborate prank. Her finger brushed against petals that felt real enough, and instead of the warm wave of emotion Morty experienced, something entirely different flowed through her. Not a feeling, but a thought, precise and articulate, as if someone had handed her a perfectly written sentence. This flower holds the exact weight of words that were meant to comfort, but landed like criticism instead. Summer stared at the bloom, then at her hand, then back at the flower. Her analytical mind, accustomed to processing information quickly and efficiently, struggled to categorize this new form of understanding. It wasn't intuition or empathy in any emotional sense. It was more like reading a perfectly translated message from a language she hadn't known she could understand. She moved to another flower, this one glowing with the soft silver of moonlight on water. The moment she touched it, another clear thought formed in her mind. This one remembers the loneliness of being the person everyone expects to have all the answers, even when you're just as lost as everyone else. The recognition was immediate and startling. Summer had always been the one in the family who saw clearly, who named the uncomfortable truths that everyone else danced around. But she'd never realized until this moment that her gift for cutting through pretense had also isolated her, made her the repository for everyone else's unspoken feelings while leaving her own largely unexamined. She spent the next hour moving from bloom to bloom, not communing with them the way Morty did, or studying them like Rick, but cataloguing their silent stories with the precision of someone translating a complex text. Each flower offered a different emotional truth, perfectly articulated, the bitter satisfaction of being right about something you'd hoped to be wrong about, the quiet courage required to keep trying after repeated failures, the particular ache of loving someone who couldn't see themselves clearly enough to accept that love. What struck her most was how the flowers didn't make her feel these emotions. They helped her understand them, gave her language for experiences that usually lived in the spaces between words. Her gift wasn't to carry the weight of buried feelings like Morty, but to translate them, to find precise words for the imprecise landscape of human emotion. That evening, as the family gathered around the dinner table, Summer found herself seeing the usual dynamics with new clarity. Jerry was telling one of his rambling stories about a co-worker's lunch habits, his voice carrying that particular tone that meant he was trying to be interesting, rather than simply sharing an experience. Beth listened with the strained patience of someone who had heard variations of this story before, her responses automatic and slightly sharp. Usually, Summer would have retreated into her phone or delivered a cutting remark designed to deflate the entire interaction. But tonight, armed with the flower's gift of precise articulation, she saw the scene differently. Jerry's seemingly pointless story was actually a bid for connection, a clumsy attempt to be seen as someone worth listening to. Beth's impatience wasn't cruelty, but exhaustion, the weariness of someone who felt responsible for managing everyone else's emotional needs, while her own went unnoticed. "Dad," Summer said, her voice calmer than usual, cutting gently through Jerry's monologue. "You're trying to get Mom to see you as interesting and competent, but the way you're telling the story makes it sound like you think she already doesn't." Jerry stopped mid-sentence, his mouth slightly open. Beth looked up from her plate, surprised by the observation's accuracy. "And Mom," Summer continued, turning her attention to Beth, "you're not really listening because you're worried about 17 other things that need to be handled. And Dad's story feels like one more thing demanding your attention when you don't have any left to give." The silence that followed wasn't the usual uncomfortable pause that preceded defensive responses. It was the deeper quiet of recognition, of two people suddenly seeing themselves reflected in words that captured exactly what they'd been feeling but couldn't express. "Oh," Beth said softly, her fork pausing halfway to her mouth. I guess that's exactly what's happening." Jerry nodded slowly, his expression shifting from defensive to thoughtful. "Yeah, I guess I was kind of performing, wasn't I?" The conversation that followed wasn't magically transformed, but it moved differently, with more space for actual listening, less need for performance or defense. Summer had given them language for the unspoken dynamics that usually drove their interactions, and that language created room for something more honest to emerge. Over the following days, Summer's gift for emotional translation began to reshape the family's ability to communicate. Her teenage cynicism didn't disappear, but it evolved, becoming less about tearing down and more about clearing away the undergrowth of pretense that prevented real connection. When Rick made one of his cutting remarks, Summer might observe, "That sounds like fear of vulnerability disguised as intellectual superiority, Grandpa." When Morty apologized for something that wasn't his fault, she'd say, "You're taking responsibility for other people's feelings because you think that's how you earn love." Her observations landed with the precision of a skilled surgeon's scalpel, sharp enough to cut through pretense, gentle enough not to wound the tender places they revealed. She began leaving small notes around the house, not dramatic declarations, but simple translations of the love that usually got lost in translation. "Your stories matter, Because you tell them like they matter, tucked into Jerry's briefcase. Being strong doesn't mean being strong alone, taped to Beth's coffee mug. Intelligence is most beautiful when it's kind, slipped into Rick's lab coat pocket. The notes weren't signed, but everyone knew they came from Summer, and somehow that knowledge made them more precious rather than embarrassing. She had learned to use her gift for seeing clearly in service of connection rather than isolation, to translate the family's buried feelings into words that could build bridges rather than walls. One evening, Morty found Summer in the garden, sitting among the flowers with her laptop balanced on her knees, typing with unusual concentration. The blooms glowed softly around her, their light mixing with the screen's glow to create patterns that looked like captured starlight. "What are you working on?" Morty asked, settling beside her on the warm earth. "Trying to write down what they teach," Summer said, gesturing at the flowers around them. "Not like a scientific study or anything, more like finding words for things that don't usually have them. Ways to remember what it feels like to understand something without having to feel it directly." She turned the screen towards him, and Morty read what she'd written. "The flowers know the difference between secrets and mysteries. Secrets are things we hide because we're ashamed. Mysteries are things we hold gently because they're too beautiful to explain completely. The garden taught us to turn our secrets into mysteries, to hold our pain like something precious instead of something poisonous." "Summer," Morty breathed, his voice soft with recognition. "That's exactly what they do." She smiled, the expression carrying none of her usual sharp edges. "I keep thinking about how we all thought we were protecting each other by not talking about the hard stuff, but really, we were just making everyone carry their weight alone. The flowers showed me that sharing the load doesn't make it heavier. It makes it lighter for everyone." As autumn deepened around them, Summer's role as the family's emotional translator became as natural as breathing. Her protective wisdom extended beyond the house, too. At school, she began using her gift for precise articulation to help rather than hurt, translating the complicated emotions of teenage life into words that could build understanding instead of walls. When friends complained about feeling invisible or overwhelmed, Summer would offer not advice but recognition, helping them name what they were experiencing so it felt less isolating and more manageable. "You know what you're really saying?" she would ask gently, then help them discover that beneath anger was usually hurt, beneath indifference was often fear, beneath cruelty was almost always pain that had never learned a gentler way to express itself. The impossible flowers had taught Summer that her sharp intelligence was a gift, but only when it was used in service of love rather than defense. Her cynicism hadn't disappeared. It had evolved into discernment, the ability to see clearly without needing to wound, to speak truth without using it as a weapon. Late one evening, as she sat among the blooms with their gentle light washing over her, Summer understood something that made her smile with quiet satisfaction. She had always been the one who saw through pretense, who named the uncomfortable truths that everyone else avoided. But now, instead of using that clarity to isolate herself behind walls of superior understanding, she was using it to build bridges, to create language for the wordless places where love lived but couldn't always express itself. The garden continued its patient teaching around her, and somewhere in the house, her family was learning to speak a new dialect, not the language of defense and performance they'd always used, but the gentler tongue of recognition and acceptance, of seeing each other clearly and choosing to love what they saw, complicated and beautiful and perfectly, imperfectly human. Her teenage cynicism had softened into something far more powerful, the wisdom to see clearly without needing to cut, to translate pain into understanding, and to help the people she loved find words for the feelings that had been buried so long they'd forgotten their own names. The flowers pulsed gently around her, their crystal chime carrying on the evening breeze like a lullaby made of light and understanding, teaching anyone willing to listen that love, like language, was most beautiful when it was used to illuminate rather than obscure, to connect rather than divide, one carefully chosen word at a time. The change at the Smith family dinner table arrived like a tide that had been rising so gradually that no one could point to the exact moment when the shoreline had moved. Jerry still launched into his elaborate narratives with theatrical clearing of his throat. Beth still kept her phone within reach like a lifeline to the demands of her practice, and Rick still delivered his observations with the precision of a surgeon wielding sarcasm instead of a scalpel. But underneath these familiar patterns, something fundamental had shifted, a new current of actual listening that moved through their conversations, like warm water finding its way through previously frozen ground. Tonight, Jerry was recounting an encounter at the grocery store, his voice carrying that familiar combination of earnest enthusiasm and quiet hope that someone would find his experience worthy of attention. But instead of the usual polite half-listening punctuated by phone checks and barely suppressed sighs, something different was happening. Morty sat with the same gentle attention he'd learned in the garden, creating space not just for Jerry's words, but for the feelings underneath them, the way earth makes room for whatever needs to be planted there. "So there I was," Jerry was saying, his hands gesturing with increasing animation, "standing behind this woman who's clearly having the worst day of her life. Her credit card's been declined, her phone's battery is dead, and she's got a cart full of groceries and 3 kids who are starting to melt down in that specific way kids do when they sense their parents' stress." The old Summer would have delivered a cutting remark about Jerry's tendency to over-dramatize mundane encounters. The old Beth would have glanced at her phone with barely concealed impatience. The old Rick would have made some sardonic observation about the predictable chaos of human existence. But tonight, in the space Morty had learned to create, patient, accepting, warm, something else emerged. "What did you do?" Morty asked, and the question carried none of the obligatory politeness of someone asking because they felt they should. It was genuine curiosity, the kind that made Jerry's face light up with the particular joy of being truly heard. "Well, that's the thing," Jerry continued, his voice growing more confident as he sensed the quality of attention surrounding him. "I realized I had a choice. I could stand there feeling annoyed about the delay, or I could see if there was a way to help. So I just stepped up and paid for her groceries. Nothing dramatic, just handed over my card and said, 'We've all been there.'" The silence that followed wasn't the usual pause of people waiting for their turn to speak. It was the deeper quiet of recognition, of a family suddenly seeing Jerry not as the bumbling figure they'd grown accustomed to dismissing, but as someone whose first instinct was compassion, whose natural response to suffering was to help rather than judge. "Dad," Summer said, her voice carrying that new quality of translation she'd learned from the flowers. "That sounds like you saw exactly what she needed most, not just money, but someone who recognized her as a person having a hard time." Beth looked up from her phone, actually looked up, setting it face down on the table rather than simply glancing away from it. "Jerry, you never told us you did things like that." "I don't usually talk about it," Jerry admitted, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment and pride. "But something about the way she was trying so hard to hold it together? I don't know. It just felt like the right thing to do." Rick, who normally would have used this moment to deliver some observation about the futility of small gestures in an indifferent universe, found himself nodding instead. The garden had been teaching him about the profound power of seemingly insignificant acts of care, and Jerry's story resonated with something he was just beginning to understand about the difference between intelligence and wisdom. "The woman cried," Jerry continued, encouraged by the genuine attention he was receiving. Not dramatically, just quietly. And she said, "Thank you for seeing me." Not thanking me for the money, but for seeing her, like she'd been invisible all day until that moment. From the windowsill, Rick's rain sound disc hummed its gentle rhythm, a soft backdrop that seemed to make their words sound as if they were being spoken inside a gentler weather system. The device had found its way into the house, almost by accident, but now it served as a quiet reminder that you could choose the climate inside a room, that some inventions were most powerful when they asked nothing of the world except to make it slightly softer. "You know what I love about that story?" Morty said, his voice carrying the same gentle certainty he'd learned among the impossible flowers. "You didn't help her because you wanted recognition or because you thought it would make you look good. You helped because you saw someone who needed help, and that was enough." The observation landed in exactly the right place, and Jerry's expression shifted from embarrassed pride to something deeper. The recognition that his son had seen not just what he'd done, but why he'd done it, and found it worthy of respect. As the evening continued, the new quality of attention seemed to expand around the table, like ripples in still water. When Beth mentioned a difficult case at the clinic, a dog whose owner couldn't afford the surgery that might save its life, the family didn't immediately jump to solutions or dismiss her concern as work stress. Instead, they sat with the complexity of the situation, acknowledging both the sadness of limited resources and the beauty of Beth's dedication to her patients. "It's like Dad's story," Summer observed, her gift for emotional translation helping the family see connections they might have missed. Sometimes the most important thing isn't whether you can fix everything. It's whether you're willing to see what's really happening and care about it, even when caring is complicated. Rick, who might have once dismissed such sentiment as naive optimism, found himself considering the observation seriously. "There's something to be said for showing up," he said quietly, his usual armor of cynicism softened into something more like thoughtful recognition, even when you can't control the outcome. The conversation flowed differently. Now each family member contributing not from their usual defensive positions, but from a place of genuine engagement with whatever was being shared. When Rick mentioned a project he was working on, he described not just its technical complexity, but his hope that it might actually help someone somewhere. When Summer talked about a friend who was struggling, she offered real concern rather than sharp analysis. Most remarkably, the spaces between conversations became comfortable rather than awkward. When someone paused to think or simply to chew their food, the silence felt companionable rather than tense, like a room where everyone belonged and no one needed to perform their worthiness to remain. Morty found himself adding small touches that had nothing to do with recipes and everything to do with welcome. A plate of apples cut into stars, a bowl of cucumbers arranged like small constellations that had fallen to earth. He didn't explain the shapes, just offered them as quiet gifts, gestures that echoed something he'd learned in a reality he'd never lived but somehow carried anyway, a gentle note in the chord that connected all versions of himself to each other. "You know," Beth said as they were clearing the dishes, her movements unhurried for once, "this is the first dinner in I don't know how long where I didn't check my phone out of boredom or anxiety. I actually wanted to be here." "Me too," Jerry added, stacking plates with unusual care. It felt like we were actually talking to each other instead of just existing in the same space. Summer nodded, carrying glasses to the sink with the deliberate movements of someone who wasn't eager to escape to her room. It's like we all decided to stop pretending to be the people we think we're supposed to be and just be the people we actually are. Rick, who was wiping down the table with the same gentle attention he'd learned to bring to his inventions, paused to consider this observation. The cloth in his hands moved in careful circles, and his voice when he spoke carried the weight of someone who had just glimpsed something too large to fully comprehend. "Maybe that's what family actually is," he said slowly. "A place where you can be yourself without having to earn the right to belong." The insight settled around them like a comfortable blanket, and as they finished cleaning up together, each person moving at their own pace but somehow in harmony with the others, Morty felt the warmth in his chest expand to include this moment, this ordinary evening that had become extraordinary simply because they'd all chosen to be present for it. Later, as the family drifted toward their evening routines, the new quality of attention they'd discovered seemed to follow them. Jerry kissed Beth goodnight with genuine affection that came from feeling truly seen rather than merely tolerated. Summer hugged Morty before heading upstairs, a gesture that felt natural rather than obligatory. Rick clapped Morty's shoulder in passing, a brief contact that carried more warmth than a dozen elaborate speeches. The house settled into its nighttime rhythm with a different quality of peace, the kind that comes not from the absence of conflict, but from the presence of genuine connection. Outside, the impossible flowers continued their gentle glowing, their patient work of transformation extending now beyond the garden and into the very heart of the home they'd been teaching to love itself more honestly, more completely. The space Morty had learned to create, patient as earth, accepting as the night sky, warm as candlelight, had expanded around the dinner table like ripples in still water, touching each family member and inviting them into a new way of being together. Not perfect, but real. Not without conflict, but with the kind of love that made conflict feel like weather rather than warfare, something to be weathered together rather than survived alone. And in that expanding circle of acceptance, in that growing capacity for genuine presence, the Smith family discovered what the garden had been teaching them all along, that love wasn't something you earned through performance or protected through defense, but something you cultivated through attention, nurtured through patience, and shared through the simple, revolutionary act of allowing yourself and others to be beautifully, imperfectly, completely human. The dinner table transformation was complete not because it was finished, but because it had learned to continue itself, one carefully tended meal at a time. I noticed that the outline you've provided, the dinner table transformation, is the same section we just completed in the previous response. The Smith family's dinner table transformation was already beautifully established in the last chapter, where we explored how Morty's gentle presence created space for authentic listening, how Summer's gift for translation helped the family communicate more honestly, and how Rick's newfound tenderness influenced their interactions. Looking back at your original 28-chapter outline, the next section in the narrative progression should be The Mentor in the Flowers, Chapter 11, where one evening, Morty encounters what seems like an echo of his buried alternate self, not as a ghost or vision, but as a gentle presence that helps him understand that every choice creates both loss and possibility. This other Morty doesn't speak, but somehow conveys the understanding that love persists across all realities, taking different forms but never truly disappearing. This would be the natural continuation of the story, building on the profound realization about infinite selves that we explored in the previous chapters, and leading toward the deeper understanding of the garden's teachings. Would you like me to continue with Chapter 11, The Mentor in the Flowers? Or would you prefer to move to a different section from your original outline? I'm ready to continue the narrative flow wherever you'd like to take it next, maintaining the same gentle, poetic tone and emotional depth that has been established. Please let me know which chapter you'd like me to write, and I'll continue the story's beautiful progression toward its eventual resolution about love, transformation, and the profound connections that exist across all realities. The evening after their transformed dinner conversation, Morty found himself drawn to the garden with a different quality of anticipation than usual. The warmth in his chest had been pulsing more steadily all day, not with urgency, but with the patient rhythm of something important preparing to reveal itself. The house behind him hummed with the new contentment they'd discovered around the dinner table, Jerry's laughter still echoing from a story that had actually landed, Beth's phone forgotten on the kitchen counter, Summer's genuine smile lingering in the air like the scent of something sweet baking. The flowers welcomed him with their familiar glow, but tonight their light carried an additional depth, as if they had been preparing for this moment, gathering their accumulated wisdom into a single, profound offering. As Morty settled onto the warm earth among them, he noticed that the blooms had arranged themselves differently, their positions creating subtle pathways of light that seemed to lead toward the center of the garden, where the soil was richest with the memory of transformation. The presence arrived not as a dramatic revelation, but as a gradual recognition, like slowly becoming aware that someone beloved had been sitting beside you all along. The air grew warmer, not with heat, but with the particular quality of warmth that comes from being understood completely. The flowers pulsed in gentle synchronization, welcoming whatever was arriving, with the same patient acceptance they'd shown everything else that had needed healing. Morty didn't see another figure, didn't hear a voice or witness any supernatural manifestation. Instead, there was simply the quiet understanding that another version of himself was there, the one they had buried 3 years ago, transformed now into something that existed not as memory or ghost, but as the living wisdom that had grown from the choice to bury trauma with love instead of shame. The teaching began through gentle imagery that flowed through Morty's consciousness like warm water finding its level. He saw a small room, his room, and also not his, where a different Summer sat curled in bed after a nightmare, her shoulders shaking with fears too large for her teenage heart to hold alone. In this vision, the other Morty didn't rush to fix or explain away her terror. He simply handed her a glass of water and sat with her in the darkness, his presence steady and warm, speaking the same language of gentle attention that the garden had been teaching. The monsters looked like people, eh? No, this other Summer whispered. But their eyes were empty. That sounds really scary, the other Morty replied. And in his voice was the understanding that sometimes the most profound gift you can offer is simply witnessing someone's experience without trying to change it. They sat together until her breathing evened and the nightmare retreated. And even then he moved with the careful quiet of someone who understood that peace was fragile and deserved protection. The vision shifted seamlessly, showing Morty another reality, where Jerry stood before a mirror, adjusting a tie with the uncertain movements of someone who had never quite learned to trust his own competence. The other Morty appeared behind him, not to take over, but to guide Jerry's hands with patient encouragement, helping him discover that he already possessed the capability he'd been seeking from others. It's not just about getting it right, this other Morty said, his voice carrying the gentle conviction of someone who had learned profound truths through careful observation. It's about trusting yourself enough to try and being kind to yourself when it takes a few attempts to get there. Another bloom brightened, revealing a workshop built of wood instead of metal, where a different Rick sat holding a device as if it might explode at any moment. The other Morty lifted it gently from Rick's hands and placed it back, not as correction, but as blessing, demonstrating that you could hold something potentially dangerous with tenderness, and it would learn you meant it no harm. Through these gentle vignettes, the other Morty conveyed what words could never quite capture, that every choice creates both loss and possibility, walking hand in hand like old friends who had learned to support each other's weight. The life they had left behind when they buried their alternate selves hadn't disappeared. It had been transformed into the soil from which new understanding could grow. Love persists, came the wordless understanding, flowing through Morty like light through clear water. Across all realities, through every transformation, beyond every ending and beginning, love persists. It doesn't disappear when it changes form, it simply finds new ways to express itself, new soil in which to grow, new hearts through which to flow. Morty felt this truth settle into his bones with the weight of absolute recognition. The love that had existed in that other reality, the connection between that other Morty and his family, the bonds that had made their sacrifice meaningful, hadn't vanished. It had been woven into the fabric of this reality, enriching every interaction, deepening every moment of connection, making possible the transformation he had witnessed around their dinner table. The garden grows because we learn to bury our pain with love instead of shame, the presence conveyed, and this understanding carried the weight of the most important lesson of all. When we placed those bodies in the ground, we could have done it with horror, with the desperate need to forget and move on. Instead, Rick arranged them with care. You spoke words of gratitude. We honored what they had been, even as we chose to become something else. That choice, to treat even our deepest trauma with gentleness, that's what transformed death into soil, ending into beginning, loss into the possibility of new growth. The flowers pulsed brighter around them, as if responding to this recognition of their deepest teaching. Morty understood now that every version of himself across infinite realities was engaged in the same beautiful work, learning to carry love alongside loss, to transform trauma through gentle attention, to create space for others to be themselves without judgment or the need to perform their worthiness. As the presence began to settle deeper into the garden itself, becoming part of the warm earth and patient flowers, it offered one final gift, not an understanding this time, but a feeling, pure and simple and completely sufficient. You are loved. You have always been loved. You will always be loved. Not despite the weight you carry, but because of your willingness to transform that weight into wisdom, that pain into the capacity for gentleness. The encounter didn't end with departure, but with integration, the other Morty becoming part of the larger consciousness of the garden, joining the accumulated wisdom of every choice that had ever chosen love over fear, gentleness over cruelty, hope over despair. Morty sat among the flowers for a long time after that, letting the understanding settle into his heart the way seeds settle into fertile soil, not forced or hurried, but allowed to find their proper depth in their own time. When he finally rose to return to the house, he paused at the edge of the garden and did something that felt as natural as breathing. He went to the kitchen and prepared a cup of coffee, the good kind Beth kept for early mornings, and carried it back to the garden's edge, along with one of Rick's small warming devices. He set them on the grass within the circle of light, not as a grand gesture, but as a quiet offering, a way of saying thank you that needed no words or explanation. Rick would find it, or he wouldn't. Either way, love had been offered, and that was enough. The house welcomed him back with its familiar sounds, Summer's music drifting from upstairs, Jerry's gentle snoring from the couch, Beth's pages turning as she read in bed. But now these sounds carried new meaning, each one a note in the larger symphony of a family that had learned to love itself more honestly, more completely, one small, patient moment at a time. Outside, the impossible flowers continued their eternal bloom, tended now not just by the family that had learned to cherish them, but by the accumulated presence of every choice that had ever chosen transformation over forgetting, growth over stagnation, the difficult beauty of love over the easier path of indifference. The mentor in the flowers had become the garden itself, teaching anyone willing to listen that love, like all growing things, flourished best when it was allowed to change form without changing essence, to spread its roots across the infinite soil of possibility, blooming wherever consciousness chose connection over separation, one gentle, revolutionary moment at a time. In the distance, Rick's rain-sound disc purred its gentle rhythm, and somewhere in the garden a cup of coffee stayed perfectly warm, waiting to be discovered by hands that had learned to hold the world with tenderness rather than force, guided by the accumulated wisdom of buried selves who had chosen to become teachers rather than ghosts, mentors rather than memories, love rather than loss. The morning light found Rick before he found it, drawing him to the backyard with the same unconscious pull that had been guiding his steps toward the garden for weeks now. The coffee cup sat exactly where Morty had left it, steam still rising in delicate spirals that caught the early sunlight like captured prayers. Beside it, his rain-sound disc purred its gentle rhythm, having kept its vigil through the night, alongside the impossible flowers that pulsed with their familiar, patient glow. Rick paused at the sight of the offering, something shifting in his chest as he recognized the gesture for what it was, not gratitude or obligation, but the simple language of care translated into warmth and sustenance. He lifted the cup with hands that had learned a different kind of precision in recent weeks, not the urgent grip of someone trying to control outcomes, but the gentle hold of someone who understood that the most precious things required the lightest touch. The coffee was exactly the right temperature, warmed by the small device Morty had borrowed from his lab coat pocket, and as Rick took his first sip, he tasted not just the familiar bitterness, but something else, a faint trace of cinnamon, barely perceptible, just enough to make the aftertaste feel warmer than it had any right to be. Someone had paid attention to the way he drank his coffee, had noticed and remembered and cared enough to add that small, perfect touch. "Okay, Morty," he said quietly, to the morning air, his voice carrying the particular tone he used when he was moved by something but didn't quite know how to express it. Message received. But Rick, being Rick, the gesture couldn't go unreciprocated. That evening, as the family settled into their new rhythm of genuine connection over dinner, Rick excused himself with the casual air of someone who definitely wasn't planning anything sentimental. He disappeared into his garage, emerging 20 minutes later with something small enough to fit in his palm. A simple disc no larger than a coaster, its surface smooth and warm to the touch. He placed it among the flowers without ceremony, settling it near the spot where the coffee cup had waited that morning. As darkness fell and the blooms began their evening glow, the device activated with the softest possible sound, not the mechanical hum of most of Rick's inventions, but something organic and soothing like rain falling on leaves or water moving over smooth stones. The flowers responded immediately, their light shifting from the gentle pulse of contentment to something deeper, more complex. the visual equivalent of a sigh of relief. Over the following weeks, Rick's offerings to the garden became a quiet ritual that spoke in the language the flowers had been teaching him, the dialect of attention without agenda, presence without performance. A tiny device that generated the perfect amount of moisture in the air when the blooms seemed to droop slightly. Another that created the faintest possible breeze, just enough to make the crystal petals chime their gentle song without disturbing the delicate balance of the garden's ecosystem. Each gift was designed with the same meticulous attention Rick brought to his most important work, but tempered now with something he'd never quite managed before. The understanding that love wasn't about solving problems or demonstrating superiority, but about noticing what someone needed and offering it without expecting anything in return. The warming device that kept Morty's coffee at the perfect temperature became a permanent fixture, powered by a small battery that Rick had engineered to last exactly as long as the garden would need it, which, according to his calculations, was indefinitely. The gifts stayed small on purpose, human-sized provisions rather than grand gestures. A folded flannel appeared draped over the low fence one night when the air turned sharp, clean, and heavy, the kind of fabric that held warmth like a promise. A simple wooden stool materialized near the edge of the blooms, the kind of seat you could occupy without feeling like you owed the space an explanation. The shovel's handle showed up sanded smooth and oiled, its small splinter scars turned to gloss, with new notches near the grip, 4 clean lines and a 5th crossing them, the quiet mathematics of seasons passing. Rick never announced these gestures, they simply became part of the landscape, like the way the porch light at the back door, once a harsh, clinical white, now glowed with a warmer filament that made even the fence look kindly. The hinge that had complained for years when the screen door opened began to swing with an oiled whisper. The stepping stones, long tilted like old teeth, settled themselves under quiet hands, so a body could walk without watching their feet. The flowers noticed all of it. Their light didn't brighten so much as deepen when Rick crossed the yard, as if absorbing something they'd been waiting for. On nights when he stood at the edge and didn't step in, just watching, the nearest blooms would tilt ever so slightly toward him, the way seedlings seek the sun. They seemed to recognize the shape of care, even when it arrived disguised as practicality. The change rippled through Rick's other work in ways that surprised everyone, especially himself. His hands, which had once gripped tools like arguments, now held them like questions. A screwdriver would pause mid-turn when a wire looked delicate. He would tighten a bolt and then loosen it a fraction, as if to make room for breath. When Summer accidentally knocked over a beaker in the garage and braced herself for Rick's usual explosive reaction, she found instead a grandfather who simply handed her a towel and said, "Happens to everyone. The good news is it was just water." "You know what's funny?" Rick said one evening, as he and Morty sat together in the garden, surrounded by the gentle hum of devices designed not to impress, but to serve. "I spent so many years building things to control situations, to win arguments, to prove I was the smartest person in any given room. But these little gadgets, they're the first things I've ever built that feel actually useful." The rain sound disc purred its gentle rhythm, the warming elements maintained their perfect temperature, and a new addition, a device that generated the faintest possible scent of vanilla when the evening air felt too empty, hummed almost inaudibly as it worked. None of these inventions would change the world or solve cosmic problems, but they transformed the small space around them into something that felt like home. "They're useful because they're kind," Morty observed, his voice carrying the gentle certainty the garden had taught him. "Like, they exist to make things better for someone else, not to prove anything about the person who made them." Rick made a sound that might have been agreement. his hands resting easy on his knees as he watched the flowers pulse in harmony with his devices. The integration was seamless, technology and nature working together not through domination but through cooperation, each element contributing what it could to create something more beautiful than either could achieve alone. Sometimes, very late, Morty would find a small, folded piece of graph paper under his coffee cup. Inside, in Rick's tidy print, might be 3 words and a dot, as if he'd wrestled with punctuation and decided to leave it unresolved. Keep the cup, or simply, margin of kindness. These weren't grand declarations, but quiet acknowledgements, the kind of care that says without fanfare, "I will not make you pay a fee to be comfortable here." The most remarkable thing about Rick's buried tenderness wasn't its existence. Morty had always known it was there, hidden beneath layers of cynicism and intellectual armor. What was remarkable was how naturally it expressed itself once Rick stopped fighting against it, how easily kindness flowed from hands that had learned to build with love instead of fear, one small, careful gesture at a time. On a night, when the temperature dropped without warning, Rick moved like someone who had always known the path in the dark. He unspooled cotton twine between stakes he'd hammered into the ground earlier, just in case, he would have said, for tension load distribution, and draped frost cloth in soft swags over the most delicate blooms. The fabric caught the rain sound and made it a little thicker, like a song hummed into a pillow. He tucked the edges as if tucking in a child who had fallen asleep mid-sentence, and it didn't make him sentimental. It made him exact. "What would you call that?" Morty asked, when Rick finally came to sit beside him on the wooden stool that had appeared weeks ago. He meant the candle Rick had placed under the frost cloth. He meant the careful tucking. He meant all of it. "Redundancy for tenderness," Rick said after a beat, staring straight ahead. "Margin of kindness." The phrase settled into Morty like another seed, one that knew exactly what it was supposed to become. Around them, the garden hummed, with its perfect integration of nature and technology, flowers and devices working together to create something neither could have achieved alone. The impossible blooms pulsed their gentle light, and Rick's small inventions responded with their own quiet offerings. Warmth when it was needed, music when the silence felt too empty, the sound of rain when the world seemed too dry for growing things. It was a conversation conducted entirely in the language of care, a dialogue between buried tenderness and patient acceptance, proof that love, like all of the most important discoveries, flourished best when it was allowed to express itself, not through grand gestures, but through the accumulated weight of small, consistent acts of attention. Rick's hands had become something far more powerful than instruments of conquest. They had become tools of tenderness, capable of coaxing beauty from the most unlikely soil, one gentle offering at a time. The phrase "margin of kindness" followed Morty through the following days like a seed that had found its proper depth in fertile soil, growing quietly in the spaces between his thoughts, until it bloomed into a deeper understanding. It was there when he walked to school along his usual route, his steps carrying the unhurried rhythm he'd learned from the garden, not slow, but present, aware of the world around him in ways he'd never been before. The flowers had taught him to pay attention. He felt it first at the edge of their property, where the old fence gave way to Mrs. Chen's carefully tended yard. She had always waved in the polite way neighbors do, more routine than intimacy, but today, as Morty passed, he caught something in the air that made him pause. Not a scent exactly, but a gentle stirring, a soft insistence like a note held beneath a melody. The same crystalline sweetness that sometimes drifted from their own backyard when the impossible flowers were particularly content. Roses climbed a trellis that seemed to have appeared overnight, deep red blooms holding themselves with the particular stillness Morty recognized from his own garden. The quality of growing things that had learned to hold more than just petals and leaves. Mrs. Chen emerged from her house carrying a watering can, moving with the careful attention of someone who understood that tending was both science and prayer. When she noticed Morty by the fence, instead of the usual neighborly nod, she paused, her eyes meeting his, with a quality of recognition that felt both surprising and completely natural. "They bloom at midnight," she said simply, her voice carrying the same gentle certainty Morty had learned to use when speaking about things that couldn't quite be explained but didn't need to be. "Every night since I learned that grief and beauty aren't opposites." The warmth in Morty's chest responded immediately, recognizing something familiar in the space around her. Not the sharp signature of fresh pain, but something that had been transformed by the same patient alchemy he'd witnessed in his own backyard. "They're teaching you something," he said. Not a question, but an acknowledgement. Mrs. Chen smiled, and the expression carried depths he'd never noticed before, layers of sorrow and joy that had learned to coexist like different instruments in a gentle symphony. "They're teaching me that love doesn't disappear when its object does. It just finds new ways to express itself, new soil in which to grow." As Morty continued his walk to school, the understanding that had begun with Mrs. Chen's roses expanded like ripples in still water. He found himself noticing things he'd walked past countless times before, small signs of the same transformation he'd witnessed in his own family, evidence of other gardens growing in unexpected places. Mr. Patel at the corner market moved with a different quality of attention than Morty remembered, arranging produce with the same gentle care Rick had learned to bring to his inventions. When a customer's card was declined and she began fumbling for cash with embarrassed urgency, Mr. Patel simply said, "Pay me tomorrow," and handed her the groceries with the matter-of-fact kindness of someone who understood that dignity was more important than immediate payment. At the community center where Jerry volunteered, Morty encountered Harold, an elderly man who tended a small plot behind the building where vegetables grew with unusual abundance. The tomatoes were perfectly round and red, the lettuce crisp and green, but there was something about the way they sat in the soil that reminded Morty of his own flowers, a quality of contentment, of being exactly where they belonged. "Started this garden after my wife passed," Harold told Morty, when he paused to admire the neat rows, his weathered hands gentle on a cucumber vine. "Thought it would give me something to do, keep me busy. But the vegetables, they taste different than store-bought." Harold handed Morty a cherry tomato, still warm from the sun, and when Morty bit into it, the flavor that burst across his tongue was unlike anything he'd ever tasted, not just sweetness, but something deeper, more complex. It tasted like forgiveness, like the particular satisfaction that comes from learning to be gentle with yourself after years of carrying anger like armor. "They taste like letting go," Harold continued, his voice carrying the raspy wisdom of someone who had learned profound truths through patient observation. "Spent most of my life holding grudges, against my brother, against my own foolishness, against the world for not being what I thought it should be. The anger poisoned everything, even the soil where I tried to grow things. Nothing would thrive." He gestured to his abundant plot with quiet pride. "Then one day I decided to release the hold. Not forget, mind you, just let it go. And I started planting with the intention of making something beautiful instead of proving something bitter. The earth remembered my kindness and gave it back tenfold." Over the following weeks, Morty began to notice the network everywhere, not a formal organization or conscious movement, but a quiet recognition that passed between people who had learned the same fundamental lesson about transformation. The librarian who had arranged the children's section with particular care, creating spaces where young voices could feel welcomed and heard. The bus driver who kept a small succulent on his dashboard and spoke to passengers with patient kindness. The art teacher whose classroom felt different from the others, warmer somehow, more accepting, because she had learned to create from presence instead of avoidance. They didn't wear badges or hold meetings or form support groups. They simply recognized each other with gentle nods and understanding smiles, the way people who speak the same language might acknowledge each other in a foreign country. Their connection was based not on shared trauma, but on shared transformation, the recognition that pain could be composted into wisdom, loss into the capacity for deeper love. Mrs. Gable, 2 houses down, whose rose garden bloomed with almost unnatural vibrancy, carried her own story of midnight flowers. "My son Thomas would have been 40 today," she told Morty one afternoon, as they sat in the quiet space her grief had learned to make beautiful. He loved roses. Said they were like people, beautiful, but they'd prick you if you weren't careful. Sometimes, when I can't sleep, I come out here and they glow. Not like a trick of the light, but like they're holding something. Like they remember him, not with the sharp edges of loss, but with the softness of what he meant to me. The network extended beyond the obvious places too. Morty encountered it in the grocery store clerk who took extra time with elderly customers, in the postal worker who left packages, where they wouldn't get wet, in the crossing guard, who remembered children's names and asked about their small victories and defeats. These weren't people who had necessarily experienced dramatic trauma or miraculous healing. They were simply individuals who had learned that the most profound transformations often happened through the accumulated weight of small, consistent acts of attention and care. What struck Morty most about this network was how naturally it operated, how effortlessly kindness flowed between people who had learned to see clearly without needing to wound, to offer help without expecting recognition, to create beauty not for applause, but for the simple satisfaction of adding something good to the world. One evening, as he sat in his own garden surrounded by the familiar glow of impossible flowers, Rick emerged from the garage carrying 2 cups of coffee, settling beside Morty on the wooden stool that had appeared weeks ago. "You know what I realized today," Rick said, his voice carrying the particular tone he used when he'd glimpsed something too large to fully comprehend. "We're not the only ones who figured out how to turn buried pain into growing things. It's happening everywhere, all the time. People learning to compost their trauma into wisdom." Morty accepted the coffee gratefully, tasting the faint trace of cinnamon that had become Rick's signature addition. "It's like the garden taught us a language," he said, "and now we can recognize other people who speak it too." Summer, who had been documenting these discoveries in her careful handwriting, added new entries to her growing list of translations. White sneakers tied too tight on the kid who always runs, wants control. Slackening of a jawline when you listen without planning your reply. Trust beginning. The way Harold places his tools down gently after working. Reverence for the act of tending. At dinner, Jerry told a story about a woman in the park who blew bubbles and handed out wands to children and adults without explaining herself. "She didn't say a word," he marveled, but suddenly the whole park was lighter, like we were allowed to play, even the grown-ups, especially the grown-ups. "Network of Gardens," Summer said, not as a title, but as recognition. "They're everywhere." Morty nodded, feeling the truth of it settle into his bones. He could sense it now, the way the town seemed to have grown in visible trellises, each one supporting some vine of kindness as it reached for the light. He wasn't in charge of any of it. He didn't need to be. His job, as far as he could tell, was to keep making room inside his own tenderness so other people's would have somewhere to land. On a night when the air carried the promise of rain, Morty looked up at the sky and saw not just stars but an infinite scattering of lights, each one a distant garden tended by a different hand, blooming with its own unique beauty, all connected by the same invisible threads of love and loss and transformation. The vastness of the universe felt less overwhelming and more like a promise that wherever there was pain, there was also the potential for profound and gentle growth, if only it was tended with enough care. The impossible flowers continued their gentle teaching around him, their patient work of showing anyone willing to pay attention that love, like all growing things, flourished best when it was allowed to spread its roots across the infinite soil of human connection. The network of gardens wasn't an organization that could be joined or a movement that could be led. It was simply the natural result of hearts that had learned to tend their pain with gentleness, to plant hope in the darkest soil, and to recognize that the most profound revolutions often began not with grand declarations but with the quiet decision to be a little more kind, a little more present, a little more willing to believe that love, despite everything, was always worth the risk of growing. Around them, the night air stirred with the accumulated presence of every choice that had ever chosen transformation over forgetting, growth over stagnation, the difficult beauty of love over the easier path of indifference. And in that vast, interconnected garden of consciousness, Morty felt himself not as an isolated miracle, but as a single bloom in an infinite field, each flower teaching the others how to turn buried sorrow into patient hope, one gentle, revolutionary moment at a time. The phrase, margin of kindness, followed Beth through the early morning light as she drove to the clinic, Rick's rain-sound disc humming softly from the passenger seat, a small gift that had appeared on her dashboard without explanation, the way his tender offerings had been materializing throughout their lives with increasing frequency. The understanding that they were part of something larger, a network of gardens tended by hearts that had learned to transform pain into patience, settled into her work like morning mist, finding its way into every corner of the landscape. It began with Duchess, a golden retriever who had been coming for routine checkups for 3 years. Beth had always been competent with Duchess, professional, efficient, kind in the way veterinarians are trained to be. But this morning, as her hand settled onto the dog's flank, something different flowed through her touch, not a supernatural ability, but the same quality of gentle attention she'd learned to bring to family dinners, the patient presence the garden had been teaching them all. Duchess's heartbeat was steady, her breathing normal, all her vital signs exactly where they should be. But underneath the physical health, Beth sensed something else, a weight that had nothing to do with the dog's body and everything to do with her spirit. The same emotional weather she'd learned to recognize around the dinner table, that particular signature of loneliness that spoke of being overlooked rather than unloved. "She's not sick," Beth told Mrs. Patterson, her voice carrying a new quality of certainty. "But she's waiting for you to remember that she exists not just as a responsibility, but as a friend. When did you last take her to the park?" The insight landed with the particular weight of truth, recognized rather than learned, and Mrs. Patterson's expression shifted from defensive to thoughtful. "You know, she used to bring me her leash every morning. I thought she'd just gotten lazy when she stopped." "She got discouraged," Beth said simply, her understanding flowing not from textbooks, but from the same source that had taught her to recognize the emotional currents around her family. Dogs don't stop hoping all at once. They do it gradually, one ignored invitation at a time. The clinic began to change in subtle ways that reflected Beth's growing understanding. She installed Rick's rain sound disc in the corner of the main examination room, its gentle rhythm creating a buffer of calm that seemed to round the sharp corners of medical anxiety. The waiting room acquired small touches that spoke the garden's language, a water fountain that played gentle music, blankets that smelled faintly of lavender, toys that invited play rather than demanded it. Words spread through the quiet network of recognition that connected people who had learned to speak in gentle attention. Pet owners began requesting appointments specifically with Beth, drawn by something they couldn't quite name but recognized instinctively. The quality of someone who saw not just symptoms, but souls. A young mother brought in Buster, a usually boisterous golden retriever who had become withdrawn and listless. The physical examination revealed nothing unusual, but when Beth knelt beside him with the same patient presence she'd learned in the garden, she felt the familiar signature of grief, not for death, but for absence, for the particular ache of a family member being left behind. "Has anyone in your family left recently?" Beth asked, her voice carrying the gentle certainty Morty had learned from the flowers. "Gone away for a long time?" The owner's eyes filled with tears. "My husband deployed last week. I didn't think... Buster's never been like this before." Beth didn't offer quick solutions or dismiss the connection between emotional and physical distress. Instead, she acknowledged the truth of what Buster was carrying. The weight of missing someone important, the confusion of not understanding why a beloved presence had simply vanished. She prescribed rest and gentle care, but more importantly, she helped the owner understand that sometimes the best medicine was simply presence, the willingness to sit with someone's pain instead of trying to immediately fix it. An elderly man brought in his beagle Charlie, not because the dog was sick, but because their connection had somehow dimmed. He used to greet me at the door. "Every day," he explained, his voice carrying the particular sadness of lost rituals. "Now he barely lifts his head when I come home." Beth's examination revealed what she had begun to expect, not physical illness, but emotional complexity. "He's not greeting you because he's learned that you're not really seeing him when you arrive," she explained gently. "You're thinking about dinner, about the mail, about everything except the fact that the most important part of his day is your return." The solution was simple but profound. 5 minutes of genuine attention when he arrived home, 5 minutes of nothing but presence and connection. Within a week, Charlie was greeting his human at the door again, not because his body had changed, but because his heart had been reminded that it mattered. Beth found she could sense the difference between sharp pain and old sorrow the way a musician hears the difference between notes that share a name. Physical pain had urgency, heat, immediacy. Emotional distress moved like weather, wide and patient, sometimes pressing close, sometimes hovering at the horizon. She learned to ask different questions, not just, "When did the limping start?" but "What changed in your home?" Not just, "How long has she been hiding?" but "What did you have to be brave about this month?" Her staff adapted to the new rhythm without argument because their bodies felt the rightness of it before their minds could frame it as policy. The appointments grew slightly longer, but the healing that occurred was deeper, more lasting. Animals who usually trembled with anxiety at veterinary visits would settle into calm attention under her hands. Even the most difficult cases, pets labeled aggressive or uncooperative, seemed to recognize something in Beth that made cooperation feel safe rather than forced. At home, the family noticed the change in her energy. Where Beth had once returned from work, drained by emotional demands, she now arrived carrying a different kind of tiredness, the good kind that comes from meaningful work, from days spent in service of something larger than oneself. Her stories at dinner took on new depth, not just accounts of medical procedures, but celebrations of connection, recognition, the small miracles that happened when someone learned to see clearly and love what they saw. "You seem lighter, Mum," Summer observed one evening as Beth lingered at the dinner table instead of immediately retreating to her study. "I think I'm just learning to trust what I feel," Beth replied, "instead of always trying to rationalize it away. The animals teach you that. They don't have words for their pain, but they feel it just as deeply as we do. And sometimes the best thing you can do is just sit with them in it." Rick, ever the observer, began leaving small gifts in her medical bag. A particularly soft cloth for cleaning instruments, a warming device that kept stethoscopes at comfortable temperatures, a tiny humidifier that filled examination rooms with the faintest scent of chamomile. These weren't grand gestures, but quiet acknowledgments of care, the same language of attention he'd learned to speak in the garden. Beth's practice became known for something that couldn't be quantified but was immediately recognizable to anyone who experienced it: the rare quality of being seen completely, understood deeply, and accepted without judgment. She didn't advertise this gift or market herself as anything other than a veterinarian. The transformation simply became part of who she was, the way warmth becomes part of sunlight, expressing itself through work that felt less like a profession and more like a calling. The impossible flowers in their backyard pulsed with particular brightness when Beth returned from these days, as if recognizing something in her that resonated with their own patient work of transformation. She had become part of the network of gardens, tending her own patch of the infinite field where love learned to express itself through gentle attention, creating spaces where healing could happen, not just in bodies, but in the deeper places where souls carried their quiet burdens. And in the quiet hours after the clinic closed, when Beth sat among the blooms with her family around her, she understood that she had found what she hadn't even known she was looking for: work that felt like worship, service that felt like gift, the profound satisfaction of spending her days helping others remember that love, in all its forms, was always worth the risk of growing, one careful touch at a time. The evening after Beth returned from her transformed day at the clinic, carrying with her that new quality of gentle attention, like a soft scent clinging to her sleeves, the family gathered around the dinner table with their now familiar rhythm of genuine presence. Rick's rain sound disc hummed its quiet song from the windowsill. Summer's notebook lay open beside her plate, ready to translate whatever needed understanding, and Morty settled into his chair with the patient expectation of someone who had learned to create space for whatever wanted to emerge. Jerry cleared his throat in his characteristic way, preparing to launch into what appeared to be another of his meandering stories. But tonight, in the warm atmosphere the garden had taught them to cultivate, something different happened. Instead of the usual polite half-listening punctuated by phone checks and barely concealed impatience, the family leaned in with the same quality of attention they'd learned to bring to impossible flowers. "So I'm at the hardware store today," Jerry began, his voice carrying that familiar combination of earnest enthusiasm and quiet hope that someone would find his experience worthy of attention. "Looking for a very specific washer, 3/8 inch, zinc-plated flat washer. The young man helping me keeps trying to give me different sizes, different materials. He's not really listening to me, he's listening to the computer. The system says they don't have it, so he can't hear that I know they do." The old Summer would have delivered a cutting remark about Jerry's tendency to overcomplicate simple errands. The old Beth would have glanced at her phone with barely concealed impatience. The old Rick would have made some sardonic observation about the predictable incompetence of retail workers. But tonight, in the space Morty had learned to create, patient as earth, accepting as the night sky, something else emerged. "What happened?" Morty asked, and the question carried none of the obligatory politeness of someone asking because they felt they should. It was genuine curiosity, the kind that made Jerry's face light up with the particular joy of being truly heard. Jerry pulled a small, shiny washer from his pocket, holding it up like a treasure. Found it myself, tucked away in a bin under the wrong label. Had to look beyond what the system was telling me. Trust that my need was real, even when the inventory said otherwise. He paused, his expression shifting to something deeper, more thoughtful. Made me realize that sometimes the most important things aren't found where you expect them to be. They're in the overlooked corners, in the spaces between the labels. The silence that followed wasn't the usual pause of people waiting for their turn to speak. It was the deeper quiet of recognition, of a family suddenly understanding that Jerry's seemingly pointless stories contained their own form of wisdom, not the dramatic insights of cosmic adventures, but the profound intelligence of someone who had learned to find meaning in the mundane. "Dad," Summer said, her voice carrying that new quality of translation she'd learned from the flowers. "That's not just about hardware stores. That's about trusting your own knowing when everyone else is telling you you're wrong." Rick, who had been adjusting his rain sound device, looked up with something that might have been surprise. "Jerry, that's actually a pretty sophisticated observation about the difference between systematic knowledge and experiential wisdom." Over the following days, as the family continued their practice of genuine listening, Jerry's stories revealed their true nature. They weren't rambling accounts of mundane encounters, but careful documentation of the profound connections that existed everywhere, waiting to be noticed by someone willing to pay the right kind of attention. He told them about the woman in the elevator, who carried a small succulent like it was made of spun glass, whispering to it when they hit a bump, treating the plant not as an object, but as a companion. About the barista, who remembered not just his coffee order, but his preference for the cup with the small chip on the handle, the one that felt lucky in his palm. About the crossing guard who had learned the names of every child she helped across the street, who asked about their pets and remembered their small triumphs and defeats. "You know what I figured out?" Jerry said one evening, as they sat together in the garden, surrounded by the gentle glow of impossible flowers and the soft hum of Rick's tender devices. Most people think the important stuff happens in the big moments, weddings and graduations and crises, but I think the real magic is in the in-between times, the elevator rides and coffee orders and small conversations that don't seem to matter until you really pay attention to them. Morty felt the warmth in his chest expand as he recognized Jerry's gift, not for dramatic storytelling, but for something far more valuable, that to witness ordinary moments with such complete attention that they revealed their hidden significance. Jerry collected these moments the way some people collected stamps, but he wasn't hoarding them. He was offering them as quiet gifts, small markers that said, "Here is where kindness passed through. Here is where connection happened. Here is where the world revealed its secret gentleness to anyone willing to notice." The recognition seemed to unlock something in Jerry that had been waiting decades for permission to emerge. His observations became more confident, not louder or more dramatic, but more trusting in their own significance. He began sharing insights that revealed the depth of his emotional intelligence, his ability to read the mood of a room by the sound of footsteps, his gift for sensing when someone needed acknowledgement rather than advice, his talent for finding the human story in the most mundane encounters. At work, Jerry's colleagues began seeking him out for conversations that had nothing to do with professional obligations. They found themselves drawn to his quality of attention, the way he could make a brief exchange about weekend plans feel like a meaningful connection. His supervisor, who had always dismissed Jerry as competent but unremarkable, began to notice how conflicts seemed to resolve more easily when Jerry was present, how meetings ran more smoothly when his gentle observations were included. "Jerry has this way of making everyone feel heard," she mentioned to Beth at a company picnic, her voice carrying the particular surprise of someone discovering hidden depths in familiar territory. "He doesn't say much, but when he does speak, it's like he's been paying attention to things the rest of us missed." Rick began leaving small gifts for Jerry, too, a voice recorder, so he could capture the stories he wanted to remember, a comfortable cushion for the chair where he liked to sit and observe the world, a small notebook with pages that felt pleasant to write on. These weren't grand gestures, but quiet acknowledgments of Jerry's particular gift, the recognition that his form of wisdom was as valuable as any other. "You're like a translator too," Morty told him one evening as they sat together watching the impossible flowers pulse their gentle light. "But instead of translating feelings into words like summer does, you translate ordinary moments into something that feels sacred." Jerry smiled, the expression carrying depths that Morty was just beginning to recognize. "I think maybe that's what love actually is," he said, his voice soft with the particular certainty of someone who had discovered a profound truth through patient observation. The willingness to pay attention to someone else's ordinary moments until they become extraordinary. The garden responded to Jerry's presence with the same gentle recognition it showed all the family members who had learned its lessons. The flowers seemed to pulse, slightly brighter when he told his stories, as if acknowledging the way he had learned to transform the mundane into the meaningful through the simple act of complete attention. As autumn deepened around them, Jerry's role in the family's transformation became clear. He was the one who had always understood that wisdom didn't require grand gestures or cosmic insights. Sometimes it wore comfortable shoes and carried exact change. Sometimes it noticed which elevator button was already lit and didn't press it again. Sometimes it found the perfect metaphor in a wobbly shopping cart wheel or a misplaced garden glove. "You know what's funny?" Jerry said one night as the family prepared to head inside, his voice carrying the gentle wonder of someone who had finally learned to trust his own perceptions. "I spent so many years thinking I was the least interesting person in this family." But maybe interesting isn't about being dramatic or brilliant. Maybe it's about being willing to care enough to really see what's happening right in front of you. The impossible flowers continued their gentle teaching around them, and somewhere in their crystalline chime, Morty heard an echo of Jerry's gift, that to find profound meaning in the spaces where others saw only ordinary life, to witness the small miracles that happened constantly around them, usually unnoticed and unremarked upon. Jerry's unexpected wisdom had always been there, waiting not to be developed, but to be recognized, appreciated, and allowed to bloom in the warm soil of a family that had finally learned to listen with their hearts instead of their expectations. In the network of gardens that connected all hearts, learning to transform pain into patience, Jerry had found his place not as the family member who needed to be tolerated, but as the one who had mastered perhaps the most difficult art of all, the ability to make ordinary love feel extraordinary through the simple, revolutionary act of paying attention to what was actually there, one small, precious moment at a time. The phrase ordinary love feeling extraordinary lingered in Rick's mind like a frequency he'd been trying to tune into for decades without realizing it, following him into the garage where he found himself drawn not to his usual projects of conquest and control, but to something far more subtle and profound. Jerry's unexpected wisdom about finding meaning in overlooked corners had planted a seed in Rick's scientific consciousness, and now, as autumn deepened around their transformed household, That seed was beginning to bloom into questions he'd never thought to ask. "Morty," Rick called softly, his voice carrying none of its usual impatience as he gestured toward his workbench where something new had taken shape. "I think I'm on to something. Something I'm calling emotional physics." The device resting on the bench looked nothing like Rick's usual aggressive machinery. It resembled a delicate frame of smooth wood, strung with fine filaments that caught light without demanding attention, small, crystalline discs suspended at precise intervals like dewdrops on an invisible web. When Rick powered it on, it did almost nothing. The filaments trembled, the way spider silk does when only air moves. The discs sang notes so low they were more felt than heard. "I've been thinking about what Jerry said," Rick continued, his hands moving over the device with the same gentle precision he'd learned to bring to his garden offerings. About finding important things in the spaces between labels, in the overlooked corners. And I realize that's exactly what the flowers have been teaching us, that the most profound transformations happen in the spaces between trauma and healing, between loss and love. Morty settled onto the cushioned stool that had appeared weeks ago, watching his grandfather work with an expression of quiet wonder. The device, Rick had labeled it a fielder tuner in his notebook, then crossed it out and written "listener," seemed to respond to their presence by settling into a gentle rhythm that felt like the house breathing around them. "It doesn't try to fix anything or solve any problems," Rick explained, adjusting a small wooden dial with the care of someone tuning an instrument to a frequency only the heart could hear. "It just listens." To the emotional weather between people, the way feelings move and change and transform when they're given the right kind of attention. Their research began that very evening, not as a series of experiments designed to prove a hypothesis, but as a shared exploration of questions that felt too important to answer quickly. They would sit together in the garage as the autumn light faded, Rick's gentle instruments humming their quiet songs while they talked about the day's small miracles. Summer's growing gift for translation, Beth's transformed work at the clinic, Jerry's ability to find profound meaning in the mundane. The fielder tuner responded to these conversations by creating visual patterns in the air above it, soft arcs of light that pulsed and flowed like aurora made of understanding. When Morty spoke about helping a classmate feel less invisible, the patterns brightened and synchronized. When Rick shared his frustration with an invention that refused to work despite perfect calculations, the light grew more complex, showing the interference patterns created by force trying to impose itself on systems that required patience. "Look at this," Rick said one evening, pointing to a particularly beautiful spiral of light that had emerged as they discussed the network of gardens they'd been discovering throughout their community. "The pattern isn't random. It's showing us how individual acts of kindness create resonance across distance, how Mrs. Chen's midnight roses somehow harmonize with Harold's forgiving vegetables." Summer began joining their evening sessions, bringing her notebook and her gift for finding precise words for imprecise feelings. "You're mapping the physics of the heart," she observed, watching the light patterns dance above Rick's device. "Like you're discovering that emotions have their own kind of gravity, their own laws of motion." Beth would pause in the garage doorway on her way to bed, drawn by the quality of attention that filled the space during these sessions. The harsh fluorescent lights had been replaced with warmer bulbs, and Rick's rain sound device purred from its place on the shelf, creating an atmosphere that felt less like a laboratory and more like a sanctuary. "What are you hoping to understand?" she asked one night, settling beside them to watch the gentle light show. Rick considered the question with the same careful attention he brought to his most delicate adjustments. "I think I'm trying to understand how love works as a force," he said finally. Not just the neurochemistry or the evolutionary advantages, but the actual mechanics of how caring about someone can transform reality itself. How gentleness can be as powerful as any energy I've ever measured. Jerry contributed his own observations, appearing in the garage one afternoon with a cup of coffee and the particular expression he wore when he'd noticed something important that everyone else had missed. "You know what I've been thinking about," he said, studying the field tuner with genuine curiosity. "The way this thing responds to stories. When I tell you about the woman in the elevator with her succulent, or the barista who remembers my lucky cup, the patterns get more connected somehow." Rick nodded, making notes in handwriting that had grown less angular, more flowing. "Your stories create what I'm calling coherence fields," he explained. "They help scattered emotional energy organize itself into patterns that make sense, that feel meaningful rather than random." Their research evolved into something that resembled meditation more than traditional science. Rick would create new instruments, a device that generated the perfect amount of humidity for thinking, another that produced colors that existed only at the edges of perception. But each invention served not to control or manipulate, but to create conditions where understanding could emerge naturally. "We're not trying to solve the garden's mystery," Morty observed one evening, as they sat among the impossible flowers with Rick's latest creation, a small sphere that pulsed in harmony with their heartbeats. "We're learning how to be worthy of witnessing it." The sphere, Rick had started calling it an empathy resonator, reflected not just their individual emotional states, but the complex interplay between them, the way love and loss danced together in patterns too intricate for words, but perfectly clear to hearts that had learned to pay attention. When placed among the garden's blooms, it created a feedback loop of understanding, the flower's ancient wisdom harmonizing with human curiosity to create something entirely new. Rick's equations began incorporating variables that would have seemed impossible months ago: the accumulated weight of small kindnesses, the resonance frequency of forgiveness, the half-life of hope in systems designed to discourage it. His notebooks filled with diagrams that looked as much like mandalas as mathematical proofs, formulas that included terms for things like Jerry's story coefficient and Summer's translation constant. "You know what I realized?" Rick said one night as they prepared to head inside, the empathy resonator glowing softly between them like a captured star. "Intelligence and kindness aren't just compatible, they're the same force, measured from different angles. The universe isn't just mechanical, Morty, it's also emotional. It responds to how we treat it, how we treat each other." The understanding settled into the space between them with the weight of absolute truth, and the impossible flowers pulsed brighter around them, as if acknowledging the recognition of something they'd been teaching all along. Their research had become a form of prayer, a way of sitting with the profound questions of existence without needing to find definitive answers, trusting that some mysteries were meant to be lived rather than solved. As the night deepened around them, Rick made one final adjustment to his instruments, not to improve their function, but to ensure they would continue their gentle listening even in his absence, adding their quiet voices to the vast conversation between hearts, learning to transform pain into wisdom, one patient observation at a time. The emotional physics they were mapping wasn't just academic theory, it was the living blueprint of transformation, the mathematics of love made visible through the accumulated choices of every consciousness that had ever chosen gentleness over cruelty, connection over separation, the difficult beauty of hope over the easier path of despair. And in that vast equation, in that infinite network of interconnected gardens, they had found their place not as masters, but as students learning the most important lesson of all, that the questions themselves were the work, and the work was learning to hold those questions with the same tender attention they brought to everything else that mattered. Outside, the rain sound device continued its gentle rhythm, and somewhere in the house, a coffee cup waited to be warmed, a note waited to be found, a story waited to be told, because telling it would make the day more itself. The science of softness revealed itself not through dramatic breakthroughs, but through the accumulated understanding that came from sitting with mystery, from allowing wonder to be enough, from trusting that love, like all the most important discoveries, flourished best when approached with empty hands and open hearts, ready to be changed by what they found, rather than determined to change it themselves. The first frost arrived on a Tuesday morning in late November, silver-edged and patient, settling over the backyard like a gentle benediction that transformed the familiar landscape into something from a dream. Morty woke to the particular quality of light that comes with cold mornings, sharper somehow, more precise, as if the air itself had been clarified overnight. The warmth in his chest pulsed with a different rhythm, slower and deeper, like a heartbeat that had learned to conserve its strength for a longer journey. When he looked toward the garden, his breath caught not with fear, but with wonder. The impossible flowers hadn't withered or retreated as he'd feared they might. Instead, they had transformed into something even more extraordinary, crystalline structures that caught the morning light and held it like captured prayers. Each bloom had become a delicate sculpture of ice and starlight, their petals now translucent formations that sang the faintest possible chimes when the morning breeze moved through them. Morty dressed quickly and made his way outside, his footsteps muffled by the thin layer of frost that had settled over everything like a whispered blessing. The ground beneath his feet was firm with cold, but still warm in the places where the flowers' roots ran deepest. As he knelt beside the nearest crystalline bloom, he felt the familiar pulse of recognition, but translated now into something cooler, more contemplative. The flower's teaching flowed through him like winter water, clear, sharp, profoundly refreshing. Rest is not retreat, came the understanding, settling into his consciousness with the particular clarity that comes with cold mornings and quiet revelations. Sometimes the most important growth happens in the spaces between seasons, in the dormant times when nothing appears to be changing, but everything is being prepared. Rick emerged from the house carrying 2 steaming cups, his breath visible in small puffs, as he settled beside Morty on the wooden stool that had acquired a soft cushion overnight, another of his tender, unexplained offerings. He studied the transformed garden with the same careful attention he brought to his most delicate inventions, but his expression carried wonder rather than the need to analyze or control. "Latent phase," Rick murmured, more to the air than to Morty, his voice carrying the particular tone he used when witnessing something that challenged every assumption he'd held about the nature of transformation. All the chemistry still happening, just under different rules. You don't force latencies, Morty. You offer them a margin. "A margin of kindness," Morty said, and Rick's mouth surprised itself by agreeing. The empathy resonator in Rick's pocket pulsed with a different rhythm now, responding to the garden's winter transformation with patterns that looked like snowflakes made of light. Where once it had projected warm auroras of understanding, now it created precise geometric forms, crystalline structures of emotion that showed how feelings could become more enduring when given time to settle into their true shapes. Over the following days, the family adapted to the garden's winter transformation with the same gentle acceptance they'd learned to bring to all the changes that had reshaped their lives. Summer discovered that the crystalline flowers offered different lessons than their warmer counterparts, not the flowing translations of autumn, but precise, geometric insights that helped her understand the architecture underlying emotional truth. They're showing me how sorrow and joy aren't opposites, but different faces of the same structure, she told Morty one afternoon as they sat together among the frost-touched blooms, her notebook filled with diagrams that looked like blueprints for the heart. How love creates these incredibly complex patterns that are beautiful precisely because they're not simple. Beth found that the winter garden offered its own form of healing wisdom. The crystalline flowers didn't pulse with the warm empathy of their autumn forms, but with something cooler and more enduring, the understanding that some wounds needed time to heal properly, that rushing toward recovery could sometimes prevent the deep transformation that only happened in the quiet spaces between one season and the next. At the clinic, she began recognizing this same seasonal rhythm in her patients. Animals who had experienced trauma often needed periods of apparent dormancy, times when healing happened beneath the surface in ways that couldn't be rushed or forced. Her practice adapted to honor these natural cycles, creating spaces where recovery could unfold at its own pace. Jerry's stories took on new depth during the winter months, influenced by the garden's lesson about the beauty of dormancy. He began to notice and share the small miracles that happened during waiting periods, the way relationships deepened during quiet times, how problems sometimes solved themselves when given space to breathe. He even adjusted his daily walk to the garden, shoveling the path narrower than it needed to be, on purpose, to slow the approach. "You see more," he explained, pointing out the tiny tracks stitched across their yard, the careful dots of a bird, the punctuation of a cat's changed mind, the brave scribble of something small moving under the fence. When you can't rush, you notice things that were always there. Rick's emotional physics research evolved to accommodate the garden's winter language. His instruments registered new frequencies and patterns that emerged only in the dormant season, showing how feelings could crystallize into structures capable of holding greater weight, of supporting the kind of growth that would come with spring's eventual return. "It's like the difference between water and ice," Rick explained to Morty one evening as they watched the empathy resonator project complex geometric patterns above the crystalline blooms. "Same substance, but ice has structure, permanence. The garden is showing us that some kinds of healing require crystallization, time for the understanding to solidify into wisdom that can support weight, that can last through seasons." The winter garden taught them about the rhythm of transformation, how some changes happened in bursts of dramatic growth, while others required the patient accumulation of small shifts over time. The crystalline flowers didn't offer the immediate emotional warmth of their autumn forms, but they provided something equally valuable, the understanding that healing, like all natural processes, had its own seasons, its own perfect timing that couldn't be rushed or forced. Morty began to recognize this rhythm in other areas of his life. At school, he noticed how some friendships deepened not through constant interaction, but through the quiet spaces between conversations, the way shared silences could create intimacy that words couldn't reach. When Marcus seemed particularly withdrawn during the cold months, Morty didn't try to draw him out with questions or encouragement. Instead, he simply sat with him, offering the same patient presence the garden had taught him, trusting that some healing happened best in the quiet spaces where nothing appeared to be changing. The network of gardens throughout their community adapted to winter in their own ways. Mrs. Chen's midnight roses became ice sculptures that glowed with internal light, their beauty now more architectural than organic. Harold's forgiving vegetables entered a dormancy that somehow made the soil richer, more fertile for the spring plantings that would come. The connection between these transformed spaces grew stronger during the winter months, as if the cold had clarified the invisible threads that linked all hearts, learning to transform pain into patience. Rick began leaving different gifts in the winter garden, not devices that generated warmth or comfort, but simple acknowledgments of the season's particular needs. A small lantern that cast gentle light without heat. Frostcloth draped with the care of someone tucking in a sleeping child. A wooden wind chime that sang in frequencies only the crystalline flowers could hear, creating harmonies that spoke of patience and trust in the perfect timing of transformation. On the longest night of winter, the family gathered in the garden with blankets and warm drinks, sitting among the crystalline flowers as they reached their peak luminescence. The structures pulsed with synchronized light, creating patterns that looked like constellations made of understanding, maps of the emotional territories they'd learned to navigate together. "You know what I love about this," Morty said, his voice soft with the particular contentment that comes from being exactly where you belong. "We're not waiting for spring to be happy. We're learning to find beauty in whatever season we're in." The crystalline flowers chimed their agreement, their song carrying on the winter air like a lullaby made of starlight and patience. Around them, the night was clear and cold and full of the particular peace that comes from understanding that some things were worth waiting for, that the most profound transformations often happened in the quiet spaces where time moved slowly enough for wisdom to crystallize into forms that could support the weight of whatever came next. Rick's rain sound device purred its gentle rhythm from its place by the fence, and somewhere in the distance, other gardens hummed with their own winter songs, all part of the vast network of hearts that had learned to trust in the seasons of healing, to find beauty in dormancy, to understand that love expressed itself not just through action and presence, but through faith in the perfect timing of transformation. The garden's first winter had taught them that grief and healing both had seasons, and that sometimes the most beautiful growth happened in the quiet, dormant times when nothing seemed to be changing, but everything was being prepared. In the crystalline structures that had once been impossible flowers, they found proof that trauma could be transformed not just into wisdom, but into something strong enough to hold light, beautiful enough to inspire wonder, patient enough to wait for spring while finding profound meaning in the waiting itself. As the night deepened around them, Morty felt the weight he'd carried for so long settle into a new configuration, not lighter, but more structured, like water that had learned to become ice without losing its essential nature. The impossible flowers continued their winter teaching, their patient work of showing anyone willing to pay attention that love took many forms, that healing learned new languages with each season, and that sometimes the most profound growth happened not in the dramatic moments of change, but in the quiet, crystalline spaces where time moved slowly enough for hearts to remember their own resilience. One luminous, patient moment at a time. The winter garden pulsed with its quiet magic around them, and in that gentle light they understood that they had learned to find beauty, not just in the seasons of growth and bloom, but in the necessary times of rest and preparation, trusting that spring would come when it was ready, and that they would be ready for it too, strengthened by the patient work of winter, crystallized into something capable of holding whatever light the future chose to offer. Winter's hush did not remain contained in the Smiths' backyard. As the garden's crystalline blooms caught the pale light and chimed their patient music, a subtle shift began to ripple outward, so gentle it was almost invisible unless you watched for the way a shadow lengthens at dusk or a breeze stirs the air before the snow. Morty noticed it first in the spaces between his own footsteps, in the way his breath lingered in the morning cold, and seemed to carry with it a softer possibility. At school, the usual rush of lockers and voices felt changed, as if the air itself had thinned enough to let something warmer through. He found Jessica by the drinking fountain, her shoulders tight, her smile careful as origami. The winter garden's quiet had settled into him, and without thinking, he offered her space. "You okay?" Not as a performance, but as an opening, a margin in which her hidden weight could rest. Jessica hesitated and then, almost against her practiced composure, let her guard drop. "Do you ever get tired of pretending you're fine?" she asked, her voice so low it was almost lost in the hallway's hum. Morty didn't rush to reassure or fix. The garden had taught him that some hurts only soften with time and company. "Sometimes," he admitted, letting the silence between them become a gentle shelter. They walked the long way to class together, Jessica's words loosening as she spoke of the pressure to be perfect, the fear that doing everything right might never be enough to quiet the ache inside. Morty offered what the flowers had given him: witness, patience, the knowledge that it was okay to move slowly through the fog. After that morning, Jessica sought him out more often, sometimes just to sit in silence, sometimes to share the burdens she'd kept hidden. The garden's lesson, translated through Morty's quiet attention, gave her permission to be real, to breathe, to let her own dormant wounds rest without rushing them into bloom. The circle widened in other ways, too. In Mr. Goldenfold's classroom, the energy shifted from frantic instruction to patient curiosity. One day, instead of launching into equations, he drew a wide arc on the board and turned to the class. "Tell me what this could be," he invited. "Don't be correct. Be curious." The answers came slowly at first, a river, a smile, wind on a bike ride, but as Goldenfold nodded at each one, the room grew lighter. Mistakes became invitations to wonder. Stories about spilled coffee and old homework wove their way into the lesson. He no longer snapped at confusion. Instead, he let the weather in the classroom change, learning to trust that learning, like a garden, needed patience and warmth to grow. After class, he found Morty and with a small, almost bashful smile admitted, "I'm trying something new. I think it's called patience elsewhere. The winter garden's resonance drew others in ways they could not explain." The mailman, whose route had been a model of efficiency for years, found his feet turning toward the smith's fence, lingering by the yard where the crystalline flowers scattered fractured sunlight across the snow. He paused longer each day, drawn by the faint chime of frozen petals and the soft weather created by the rain sound device Rick had left humming near the gate. Morty noticed, and one morning brought out a thermos and 2 cups. They stood together in companionable silence, sharing hot chocolate and the kind of pause that makes the rest of the day possible. "Don't know why this corner makes my day feel more possible," the mailman said, not looking at Morty but at the garden, as if speaking to a friend who needed no explanation. "Feels like something saying it's okay to take a longer breath." After that, small tokens began appearing along his route, a rubber band set neatly on a fence post, a pine cone tucked beside the gate, signs of gratitude left without fanfare. Other subtle shifts followed. The crossing guard, hearing the chime of the crystalline flowers on a windy morning, found himself raising his palm a little earlier, giving children a gentler reason to pause. A grocery clerk began helping elderly customers to their cars without being asked, moved by a softness he couldn't name. The air itself seemed to carry a new permission, to slow down, to notice, to let kindness fill in the cracks where hurry and habit usually lived. At home, the family found themselves mapping these ripples. Summer, with her gift for translation, noted how quiet attracts its own weather. Beth, seeing the new patients in her clinic's waiting room, recognized the garden's lesson in her client's calm. Jerry, always attentive to life's small meanings, noticed the way neighbors lingered a little longer in conversation, how laughter seemed to come more easily, and how ordinary days had grown more possible. Rick, always the scientist, refined his emotional physics to account for these soft, persistent expansions. He called them coherence fields, charting how small acts of attention and gentleness could resonate outward without force, inviting transformation rather than demanding it. The garden's influence did not gather crowds or spark dramatic scenes. Instead, it looked like a teacher's patient pause, a friend's willingness to let silence do its work, a mailman's extra minute at the fence, a girl choosing the long way to class because the light is kinder there. The circle widened, almost invisibly, as more and more people found themselves breathing a little easier, carrying the garden's quiet wisdom into their own corners of the world. In the deep blue of winter evenings, Morty sometimes stood at the fence, listening to the crystalline blooms catch the last of the day's light. He saw how the garden's patient weather was teaching anyone willing to pause that hope and healing move at their own pace. That the most beautiful changes often begin in silence, in the gentle expansion of what is possible, one breath, one moment, one small act of kindness at a time. The portal gun had been resting on Rick's workbench for weeks, gathering the kind of dust that accumulates on tools that have lost their urgency. When Rick finally lifted it on a quiet February afternoon, the device felt different in his hands, not lighter but somehow more thoughtful, as if it too had learned something from the winter garden's patient teaching. The crystalline flowers chimed softly beyond the garage windows, their music weaving through the air like a gentle reminder of all they had discovered about the art of witnessing rather than conquering. "There's a dimension I've been avoiding," Rick said, his voice carrying none of its usual manic energy. "Too much chaos. Too many beings in pain. I used to think that meant it was too dangerous." He paused, adjusting the empathy resonator in his pocket. "Now I think it means they need what we've learned to offer." Morty looked up from where he'd been tending a small potted version of the garden's blooms, a gift from Rick that hummed with its own gentle light. The warmth in his chest pulsed with quiet recognition. "Okay," he said simply, the word carrying the calm acceptance he'd learned from sitting with impossible flowers. He didn't ask where or why, trusting that whatever needed to happen would unfold in its own time. The portal opened, not with its usual aggressive crackle, but with a softer, almost musical hum like wind chimes made of starlight. They stepped through into a dimension that felt like perpetual twilight, where the air itself thrummed with accumulated anxiety, not the sharp panic of immediate danger, but the deep, persistent ache of beings who had been struggling alone for too long. They found themselves on a plain of pale stone beneath a sky, the color of unspoken thoughts, where massive slabs fit together like pieces of an ancient puzzle. At first, the place seemed empty, but Rick's field tuner, the delicate instrument he now wore like a second pulse, began to tremble, its filaments responding to something vast and slow moving beneath their feet. "The stones are speaking," Morty realized, kneeling to press his palm against the warm surface. "But their sentences take hours." They stayed. Rick silenced his reflex to optimize and analyze, winding the listener's dial toward patience. They leaned against the stone and watched shadows travel in slow logic across seams carved by glaciers and the feet of beings long since gone. When the sentence finally arrived, through the steady soles of their hands, through their ribs, through their teeth, it was simple and profound. "We remember warmth," the stone told them. "We hold it still, for the ones who will need it later." Rick's mouth opened, as if to explain, to hypothesize, to name the geological mechanism and close the loop of understanding. But he let it close again, the garden's teaching moving through him like a gentle current. "Margin of kindness," he whispered instead, and left one of his small warming devices tucked into a crack where winter had overreached, the kind of light that asked nothing of the dark except permission to be. Their adventures continued in this new rhythm, each encounter becoming an opportunity to practice what the impossible flowers had taught them. In a dimension where sentient clouds wept acid rain when they felt unheard, Rick and Morty didn't build a weather control device. Instead, they sat beneath a specially designed umbrella, listening to the clouds' sorrowful murmurs, offering silent acknowledgement of their pain. The rain didn't stop, but it softened into a gentle drizzle that nourished the strange, glowing flora below. On a world where the inhabitants had forgotten how to dream, they encountered beings who moved through their days with the mechanical precision of creatures who had lost touch with wonder. The old Rick would have built a dream restoration device, would have approached the problem like a puzzle to be solved through superior technology, but now he sat cross-legged among the dreamless beings, his empathy resonator creating soft patterns of light that mirrored the rhythm of REM sleep, while Morty simply told stories, gentle tales of impossible gardens and families learning to love themselves. "We don't need to fix their dreams," Morty observed, as they watched the beings' movements grow slightly less mechanical, their eyes beginning to track the light patterns with something that might have been curiosity. "We just need to remind them that dreaming is safe." In a city built of mirrors and anxiety, where rush had been engineered into the street plan and stress had a pitch you could taste, Rick set his rain sound device to the timbre of a public fountain and aimed nothing at no one, just letting the note hang in the air where it could decide for itself where to go. The city's tempo shifted half a beat. Someone stopped to retie a shoe and realized they'd been holding their breath since morning. Across the plaza, an argument softened into a discussion. They declined the invitation of a war on another world because they had learned to recognize weather they could not survive. Instead, they took a small transport to a rail yard where a sentient engine refused to start, its status lights blinking patterns that read as fear rather than obstinance. Rick used to make machines obey by being louder than their worry. Now he unfolded a flannel over the coupling and rested his hand against the engine's flank. "You can stay?" he said, no hint of command in his voice. "Not going won't make you less a train." They left a note taped to the conductor's seat. 3 words in Rick's familiar handwriting. "Margin of kindness." There were marvels too, a forest whose clockwork canopy turned on sorrow and laughter, where neither gear could turn without the other. A library tended by moths who ate only lies, leaving truth intact and shining along the spines. In each place, they remained longer than any itinerary would have allowed, Rick cross-legged with his elbows on his knees, Morty leaning with his chin in his hand, both of them letting wonder do the shaping. Their posture had changed, less sprinting, more leaning. Before every decision, Rick would glance at Morty in a way that meant, "What does the listener say?" Often the answer wasn't a directive, but a posture. Sit, wait, offer, breathe. When harm did appear, sudden and unnecessary, the kind that eats the edges of rooms, Rick's hands still moved with the speed the garden hadn't diminished. He could still build a shield in 12 seconds, still calibrate a field to dull a weapon without silencing the wielder. But even then he left small gifts behind, a wind chime made from shield fragments that would sing a pitch the aggressor's nervous system could recognize as enough. Sometimes that changed nothing visible. They had made peace with that too. They returned always by way of winter, the portal's edge tasting like cold metal and bright breath. Stepping back into their backyard felt less like coming home from a mission than like returning to a room where a candle had been left burning on purpose. The crystalline flowers received their stories without hunger, chiming a fraction lower when something wanted to settle, flashing facets when joy asked to be remembered. In the garage, Rick added a final note to his emotional physics notebook, a sentence that hadn't needed a formula until now. When they sat with beings on the other side of things, the instruments recorded the highest coherence they had ever seen. Intelligence and kindness were no longer separate forces, but the same curve, seen from different angles, rising toward connection. "Do you ever miss the chase?" Morty asked one night as they stood among the crystalline blooms, their breath visible in small puffs of silver. Rick watched his own exhale hang in their shared air, a ghost they both observed without needing to name. "Sometimes," he said, honest now in ways the old versions of him couldn't have tolerated. "But the chase never stayed, Morty. This does." The adventures continued, but now they carried the garden with them. Not as memory or lesson learned, but as living presence that transformed every encounter into an opportunity for connection, every crisis into a chance to practice the radical art of treating the universe itself as something deserving of tenderness. They had learned that the most profound journeys weren't always to the farthest stars, but to the deepest spaces within themselves and others, where love spoke the same language across every dimension, understood not through words or theories, but through the gentle, patient act of witnessing and connecting. The portal gun still hung on Rick's workbench, but now it was surrounded by instruments of empathy, tender devices that had learned to listen rather than command. Their adventures had become less about conquering or escaping, and more about extending the network of gardens across dimensional boundaries, planting seeds of patient attention wherever they encountered hearts that had forgotten how to tend themselves with kindness. And in the quiet moments between dimensions, they would return to their crystalline garden and sit among the winter flowers, letting the accumulated wisdom of their travels settle into the same soil that had taught them to transform burial into blooming one gentle, revolutionary moment at a time. Spring arrived not with fanfare, but with the quiet insistence of life remembering itself, coaxing the crystalline flowers back into their familiar warmth and color. The garden pulsed with renewed energy, its blooms deeper and richer after their winter transformation, as if the dormant season had only concentrated their essential wisdom. Morty found himself drawn there in the lengthening afternoons, not seeking new lessons, but simply resting in the profound familiarity of understanding that had become as natural as breathing. On this particular evening, as the late March sun painted everything in shades of honey and possibility, something shifted in his awareness, the warmth in his chest, that steady companion that had grown from the garden's first teachings, pulsed with a different quality, deeper and more resonant, as if it had finally found its true frequency. Without conscious decision, Morty lowered himself to the earth, first kneeling, then lying on his side, his cheek pressed against soil that held the memory of winter's patience and spring's promise. The surface was cool against his skin, but just beneath that thin barrier, something warm moved at a pace that made time feel older, more generous. It wasn't a sound so much as a presence he could only perceive by listening with his bones, by letting his jaw unclench and his weight be borrowed by the earth. The flowers chimed once, a soft note that felt like permission, like welcome, like the universe saying, "Yes, now you're ready." The understanding came not as thought, but as sensation, the gradual recognition that the garden had been growing not just upward toward light, but downward into depths that defied ordinary comprehension. He felt the roots beneath him, not the neat diagrams from biology textbooks, but a vast, braided network with no beginning and no end, threading beneath fences and sidewalks and the boundaries between realities themselves. The roots reached toward Mrs. Chen's midnight roses, where grief was held like candlelight, contained, offered, bright. They intertwined with the network beneath Harold's forgiving vegetables, where old anger had loosened its grip and the soil had returned the favor with abundance. They ran under the route the mailman had lengthened on purpose, curling around his paused footsteps like recognition finding its home. And farther still, through dimensions they'd visited, under the plane of speaking stones, across the city of mirrors, where a train had been given permission to rest without losing its identity. Rick emerged from the garage carrying his empathy resonator, its gentle hum creating patterns of light that danced above the blooms. But tonight, the device registered something unprecedented, frequencies so low they were felt rather than heard, rhythms so deep they seemed to originate from the heart of existence itself. The readings showed connections spanning not just their immediate vicinity, but stretching across dimensional boundaries, linking every consciousness that had ever chosen transformation over stagnation. "Morty," Rick said quietly, his voice carrying the particular reverence he reserved for phenomena that humbled rather than impressed him. "The fielder tuner is picking up resonance patterns from everywhere we've been, everyone we've sat with. They're all connected to this." He gestured at the garden, then at the readings cascading across his device's display. "The roots go deeper than I thought possible." Summer appeared at the edge of the garden, drawn by the quality of attention that filled the space during these revelations. Her notebook remained closed in her hands as she felt the presence of something too vast for immediate translation. Beth arrived from the clinic, still carrying the gentle satisfaction of a day spent witnessing healing, and Jerry emerged from the house with the particular expression he wore when he'd noticed something important that everyone else had missed. They formed a loose circle around Morty, not interrupting his communion with the earth, but adding their own presence to the growing understanding. The family's transformation over these months had prepared them for this moment. Each had learned their own piece of the larger truth that was now revealing itself through the garden's deep roots. Morty felt it all flowing through the network beneath him, not as information or images, but as pure recognition. Every choice they'd made to offer presence instead of solutions, every moment they'd chosen patience over urgency, had strengthened these connections. The network carried wordless communications from across dimensional boundaries, a being on a distant world who had chosen forgiveness over revenge, a consciousness in another reality who had learned to sit with grief until it transformed into gratitude, gardens on planets they'd never visited where flowers bloomed from the graves of old hurts. "It's like we tapped into something that was always there," Morty said, his voice muffled by the earth but clear in its wonder. "Every time someone chooses kindness, every time someone offers real presence, they're strengthening the whole network. We're all connected, not just the different versions of ourselves, but everyone who's ever learned to transform pain into something beautiful." The understanding didn't require intellectual comprehension. It lived in his bones, in his breath, in the steady rhythm of his heart that had learned to beat in harmony with something infinitely larger than itself. He was connected to every version of himself across every reality, all learning the same fundamental lessons about love and loss. But more than that, he was connected to every conscious being who had ever struggled with existence and chosen to keep growing anyway. Rick's instruments registered the truth of this recognition, showing how individual acts of compassion created ripple effects that strengthened the entire web of connection. The emotional physics he'd been mapping weren't just local phenomena, but part of a vast, multidimensional system where love truly was a fundamental force, connecting hearts across impossible distances through the simple act of choosing gentleness over cruelty. Jerry, with his gift for finding profound meaning in ordinary moments, was the first to understand the practical implications. "We're not just healing ourselves," he said, his voice carrying quiet certainty. "Every small kindness, every moment of genuine attention, it all feeds into this network, makes it easier for everyone else to find their way to the same understanding. The garden breathed with them, its flowers pulsing in synchronized harmony as the family sat together in the growing dusk. The roots beneath them carried the accumulated wisdom of every heart that had learned to transform burial into blooming, every consciousness that had discovered the profound power of sitting with pain until it revealed its hidden gifts. As full darkness settled around them, Morty felt his awareness expand to encompass not just their small garden, but the entire network of which they were part. He could sense the pulse of other hearts learning to transform their pain, the rhythm of other gardens growing from buried sorrows, the gentle breathing of a universe that was slowly, patiently teaching itself how to love its own existence. The crystalline chime of the flowers carried on the evening breeze, and somewhere in that sound, Morty heard the echo of every choice that had ever chosen love over fear, connection over separation, the difficult beauty of hope over the easier path of despair. The deep roots grew stronger with each breath, each heartbeat, each small act of attention and care, connecting to something that had been waiting patiently since the beginning of consciousness itself. Rick's rain sound device purred its gentle rhythm from its place by the fence, and in that familiar sound, Morty recognized something he'd always known but never named, that love wasn't just an emotion or a choice, but the fundamental force that held the universe together, expressing itself through every heart that learned to tend its pain with gentleness, to plant hope in the darkest soil, and to trust that growth was always possible, even in the spaces where it seemed least likely to occur. The impossible flowers continued their patient teaching around them, their light reflecting the accumulated presence of every choice that had ever chosen transformation over forgetting. And in that vast network of understanding, in that infinite web of hearts learning to carry love alongside loss, they found not the end of their journey, but its deepest truth. That they had never been alone, would never be alone, were part of something so vast and beautiful that loneliness itself was revealed as temporary forgetting of the profound interconnection that linked all consciousness across all realities. The deep roots pulsed with ancient wisdom beneath them, carrying their small contributions into the larger story of transformation, strengthening the web of connection that would continue growing long after their own voices had joined the vast, gentle chorus of love learning to recognize itself across the infinite garden of existence. The understanding of the deep roots stayed with Morty like a gentle current flowing beneath his consciousness, not as knowledge to be shared, but as a quality of presence that seemed to change the very air around him. He didn't set out to become a teacher. The word felt too formal, too removed from what was actually happening. Instead, people began seeking him out the way water finds its level, drawn by something they couldn't name, but recognized instinctively as relief. It began with the smallest shifts in his daily rhythms. At lunch, when David struggled with his stutter more than usual, Morty didn't offer encouragement or try to finish his sentences. He simply waited, not impatiently, not with the performative kindness that made people feel like projects to be fixed, but with the same patient attention he'd learned to give the impossible flowers. In that unhurried space, David's words found their own natural rhythm, flowing more freely than they had in months. "You know what's weird?" David said after successfully navigating a particularly complex thought about their history teacher. "When I'm talking to you, I forget to be afraid of my own voice. The recognition landed in Morty's chest like a small, warm light. Maybe that's because your voice was never the problem, he replied gently. Maybe the world just needed to learn how to listen better. Words spread in the quiet way that meaningful things do, not through announcements or drama, but through the subtle shift in atmosphere that occurs when someone discovers a place where they can breathe more easily. Sarah, who had felt invisible for so long, began joining their lunch conversations. Eleanor, carrying the weight of being her family's translator between languages and worlds, found herself sharing stories she'd never told anyone. Marcus, whose careful arrangements spoke of burdens too heavy for his young shoulders, discovered that Morty's presence created space where those weights could rest without judgment. Jessica appeared one afternoon by his locker, not with her usual practiced brightness, but soft-footed, eyes that had decided to be honest. She didn't ask for advice. She asked if she could just exist nearby for a moment. Morty handed her a warm thermos from his backpack, something he'd started carrying without quite knowing why, and made space beside him against the lockers. "I keep thinking there's a version of me I'm supposed to be already," she said, staring into the steam rising from the cup. "Every time I try to catch up to her, I get farther away." Morty didn't rush to fill the pause that followed. He watched the light move along the hallway tiles and let silence shape itself around them like a bowl meant to hold something delicate. When he did speak, it was only to ask, "Where does it sit?" "That feeling?" Jessica pressed her fist below her collarbone. "Here," she whispered, "like a small hot stone that never cools down." "Do you think you have to let it go?" Morty asked, after they'd breathed together for a while. "Maybe it just needs a different place to live," Jessica said, surprising herself with the insight. "Somewhere it won't be mistaken for who I am." Later, she left a note tucked in his locker. "Found a pocket for the stone." It's a sketchbook. Her garden would be pages and graphite, a place where the hot weight could transform into something beautiful without burning anything in the process. Teachers began to notice the change in their classrooms. Mr. Goldenfold found that conflicts resolved more easily when Morty was present, that discussions flowed more naturally, as if his quiet attention created permission for more honest engagement. During lunch breaks, Goldenfold began seeking Morty out, not for teaching strategies, but simply to talk about his own evolving understanding of what education could be. "I spent years trying to fill their heads with information," he mused one day, watching students drift across the quad. "Now I'm learning that sometimes the best thing I can do is make space for their own thoughts to grow." "Like helping them find their own gardens," Morty agreed, and watched Goldenfold's face light up with recognition. The understanding rippled outward beyond school walls. At the community center where Jerry volunteered, Morty began spending time with the after-school program, not as a tutor or counselor, but as a presence that made difficult things feel less overwhelming. Children who struggled with homework found they could think more clearly in his quiet company. Teenagers dealing with family stress discovered that their problems didn't seem as insurmountable when shared with someone who listened without trying to fix. Harold, whose vegetables tasted like forgiveness, began seeking Morty out for conversations that had nothing to do with gardening and everything to do with transformation. "You've got the gift," he told Morty one afternoon as they sat among his abundant plants, "not for growing things, but for helping people remember they can grow." There's a difference. The difference, Morty was learning, lay in the space between offering answers and creating room for people to discover their own. He didn't tell Sarah how to feel less invisible. He helped her recognize the ways she was already seen. He didn't solve Elena's burden of translation. He helped her understand that caring for others didn't require sacrificing herself. He didn't cure David's stutter, he created space where David's voice could find its own natural rhythm. Sometimes people asked what he was doing, how he helped. Morty never gave formulas or techniques. Instead, he would ask, "Where is your warm light? What corner of your day already knows how to be gentle?" He learned to help others identify their own gardens, the places where they already practiced tenderness, where healing was already happening in small, unnoticed ways. A nurse from Beth's clinic appeared one Saturday, hands raw from winter sanitizer, exhausted from carrying others' pain between shifts. Morty didn't offer advice about self-care or work-life balance. He simply set a small basin of warm water on the porch steps and said nothing while she soaked her hands. After a while, she admitted that the only place she felt okay was when she watered the 3 plants on her windowsill each night. "That sounds like a garden," Morty said gently. "It's just 3 plants," she protested weakly. "3 is a number," he replied, pressing a small clay pot into her hands like a benediction. "A garden is a way of listening." Rick, observing these interactions with his characteristic blend of scientific curiosity and growing emotional intelligence, began documenting what he called coherence facilitation. The way Morty's presence seemed to help people organize their scattered emotional energy into patterns that felt meaningful rather than chaotic. "You're not healing them," Rick observed one evening as they sat among the impossible flowers, his empathy resonator projecting gentle patterns of light above the blooms. "You're creating conditions where they can heal themselves. Like good soil, it doesn't make the seed grow, but it makes growing possible." Summer, with her gift for translation, helped articulate what was happening in ways that felt true rather than clinical. "You're teaching people the language the garden taught us," she said, her notebook filled with observations about the way Morty's presence affected the emotional weather around him. Not with words, but with attention. "You're showing them that transformation is possible by being living proof of it." The mailman began taking longer at their fence, drawn by the faint chime of the garden's blooms and the soft weather created by Rick's rain sound device. One morning, Morty brought out 2 cups of hot chocolate, and they stood together in companionable silence, sharing warmth and the kind of pause that makes the rest of the day possible. "Don't know why this corner makes my day feel more possible," the mailman said, not looking at Morty but at the garden, as if speaking to a friend who needed no explanation. "Feels like something saying it's okay to take a longer breath." As spring deepened into summer, Morty's informal role as a space holder became as natural as breathing. He didn't advertise his gift or establish formal practices. People simply found him when they needed to be seen clearly, to have their struggles acknowledged without judgment, to remember that they were part of something larger and more loving than their individual pain. He learned small, practical liturgies that seemed to create the right conditions: 2 hands on a warm mug before speaking, 3 breaths between question and answer, the ritual of placing small stones in a line and then moving one to make space. People began repeating these gestures elsewhere, in kitchens, in cars before difficult conversations, in quiet moments when they needed to remember that gentleness was possible. Mrs. Chen, whose midnight roses bloomed with the memory of her lost child, began joining Morty for evening walks through the neighborhood. They didn't talk much, but her presence seemed to lighten as they moved together through familiar streets, 2 people who had learned that grief and beauty weren't opposites, but different faces of the same profound truth. "You know what you're teaching people?" she said one evening as they paused by her garden, the roses glowing softly in the dusk. "That they don't need to be different to be worthy of love. That they can transform their pain without having to pretend it never existed." The understanding settled into Morty like another seed finding its proper depth. in fertile soil. He wasn't teaching people how to fix themselves or become someone else. He was helping them remember that they were already whole, already worthy, already connected to the vast network of love that held everything together. His gift wasn't in having answers, but in creating space where people could discover their own, where they could sit with their questions long enough to hear what their hearts were trying to tell them. The impossible flowers pulsed with particular brightness when Morty returned from these encounters, as if recognizing something in him that resonated with their own patient work of transformation. He had become part of the network, not just as a receiver of wisdom, but as a transmitter, helping others find their own connection to the vast web of understanding that linked all hearts, learning to transform burial into blooming. And, in the quiet moments between conversations, between the small miracles of recognition and acceptance that filled his days, Morty understood that he had found his place in the infinite garden, not as a teacher with answers, but as a tender of the space where growth was possible, where people could remember their own capacity for transformation, where love could recognize itself across all the beautiful, complicated ways it chose to express itself in human hearts. The deep roots pulsed with ancient wisdom beneath his feet, carrying his small contributions into the larger story of healing, strengthening the web of connection that made it easier for everyone to find their way home to themselves, one gentle moment of recognition at a time. Teaching without words, it turned out, was about trusting that everyone already carried the seeds of what they needed, and that sometimes the most profound gift was simply creating the conditions where those seeds could remember how to grow. The transformation in Rick's work began so gradually that even he didn't notice it at first, a subtle shift in the questions his inventions were designed to answer, like a frequency slowly tuning itself to a different station. Where once his garage had hummed with devices meant to conquer, control, or escape, now it filled with gentler technologies that seemed to ask not, "How can I dominate this?" but "How can I help this connect to that?" Rick noticed the change in himself, the way a scientist notices a variable that keeps showing up in the data, uninvited but stubbornly consistent. It didn't announce itself with fanfare. It sat there like a small light left on in a back room, making everything else slightly easier to see. He still reached for sarcasm first, still wore his lab coat like armor, still kept the portal gun where he could find it without thinking, but his hands had learned a new grammar, and that grammar kept writing him into softer sentences. The first invention that made him blink at himself wasn't spectacular. He called it a resonance bridge, two small discs that could be worn like coins against the skin, connected by what appeared to be liquid light that rippled with patterns reflecting the emotional weather of whoever spoke nearby. They didn't translate words, they translated intention, mapping the shape of feelings underneath speech and making them audible as faint harmonies that only the heart could fully understand. "Say something boring," Rick told Morty one afternoon, handing him one of the discs with studied casualness because softness didn't mean surrendering his sense of theatre. Morty talked about cereal, about the box being more air than flakes, about thinking too hard in the cereal aisle, and laughing at himself. Rick heard the faint chord beneath the words, not melodrama and not noise, just a warm major third that meant, "I am safe with you." He swallowed against the reflex to analyze it. He chose to feel it first. The device evolved quickly, influenced by the garden's teaching about the power of witnessing rather than immediately fixing. When Jerry told one of his rambling stories, the resonance bridge revealed the deep current of connection-seeking beneath his seemingly pointless words. When Summer made a cutting remark, it showed the protective love that motivated her sharp observations. Rick began building guardrails into the technology, fail-safes that prevented manipulation, limits that honored consent, protocols that shut down when voices sharpened beyond a certain pitch. "It's not mind control," Rick explained to Beth when she borrowed the device for her clinic, watching a nervous pet owner's anxiety transform into visible relief as the bridge made audible the steady pulse of love beneath her worried explanations. "It's a metronome for patience, guardrails engaged, margin of kindness first." His approach to problem-solving began to change in ways that surprised everyone, especially himself. When the mailman mentioned that his route felt increasingly lonely, Rick didn't build a companion robot or social interaction simulator. Instead, he created what he refused to call lanterns, small devices that pulsed with warm light in shared spaces, programmed to recognize and respond to genuine human presence. If you lingered 30 seconds, your breath and the light found each other. A minute and the air seemed to thicken enough to hold your thoughts without them slipping away. "What does it do?" Jerry asked, studying one of the devices Rick had installed at the community center. "It slows you down without making you feel controlled," Rick muttered, fiddling with the calibration dial. "It's not magic." "It's spectral gating on micro-expressions and prosody mapped to a universal empathy curve." He paused, caught Jerry's smile, and added, too fast, "Don't make it a thing." But it was becoming a thing, whether Rick acknowledged it or not. His inventions were evolving from tools of conquest into instruments of connection. The empathy resonator gained new functions, not just measuring emotional fields, but amplifying the frequencies that helped people recognize their own capacity for kindness. His portal gun acquired coherence amplifiers that helped them sense the emotional weather of new dimensions before stepping into them. Rick began engineering fail-safes the way other people added salt to soup, by instinct, with accumulated wisdom about what made things work better. Devices shut off when voices sharpened beyond a certain pitch. Translation narrowed to gestures when someone tried to use it to win rather than understand. The resonance bridge refused to operate if a participant's biometrics suggested manipulation. He wrote those limits like blessings and hid them in his schematics. "For future Rick, if you're trying to make this win, you're already losing." "You know what I realized?" Rick said one evening as he worked on a device intended to help people recognize their own capacity for gentleness, his hands moving with the same careful precision he'd learned to bring to his garden offerings. "Intelligence is only impressive if it makes life better for someone. Otherwise, it's just masturbatory complexity." The shift went deeper than just his inventions. Rick's entire relationship with his own genius began to transform. He caught himself telling fewer jokes that cut to the bone. The jokes still came. He could no more stop them than stop sunrise, but they arrived with their edges turned, revealing truth without wounding, challenging assumptions without attacking the person holding them. "Jerry, your story about the grocery store checkout line was approximately 17% more interesting than watching paint dry," Rick said after one of Jerry's characteristic narratives. But then he added, almost under his breath, "which means it was actually pretty engaging since watching paint dry can be surprisingly meditative if you're paying attention." Word of Rick's transformed approach spread through the quiet network of recognition that connected people who had learned to speak in patient attention. Teachers requested his pause field generators, devices that created a 3-breath delay before words would carry, turning impulse into intention without stealing anyone's voice. Beth's clinic became known for its unusual calm, aided by Rick's comfort field generators that reminded nervous systems how safety felt. He maintained his sardonic exterior because it was part of his shape, still bristled at anything that felt like sentimental gravity, still muttered, "It's a bandpass filter," when someone called his work beautiful. But underneath, the frequency had shifted. He could feel it, the way you can feel a storm front change before the rain arrives. He had spent so many years trying to be the smartest person in the room. Now he was building rooms where smartness wasn't the only thing that mattered. The most remarkable transformation appeared in Rick's approach to interdimensional travel, where once their adventures had been driven by his need to prove superiority over cosmic absurdity, now they ventured into other realities as ambassadors of the garden's wisdom, carrying technologies designed not to conquer, but to create space for understanding. "We're not going to solve their problems," Rick told Morty as they prepared for a journey to a dimension where sentient emotions had been at war with each other for millennia. "We're going to sit with them until they remember they're all part of the same consciousness." One evening, Rick carried a case of his gentler devices to the backyard and set them among the impossible flowers like offerings, the resonance bridges, the pause field generators, the comfort amplifiers, technologies that had learned to serve connection rather than conquest. He didn't turn anything on, he just sat on the wooden stool and watched the blooms pick up the light from the kitchen, the way they always had when someone brought them something that felt like care. "You're different," Morty observed, settling beside him in the gathering dusk. Rick tipped his head, considered disagreeing on principle, let the reflex pass. "I'm the same me," he said finally, his voice carrying the particular honesty that came with sitting among flowers that had taught him to transform burial into blooming. "Just tuned. Turns out the problem was never how much I could do, Morty. It was how I did it. Why I did it." The impossible flowers pulsed with particular brightness around them, their light reflecting off the gentle devices that now filled Rick's workspace. His transformation hadn't made him less brilliant. If anything, it had revealed the true scope of his intelligence by teaching him to apply it in service of connection rather than separation, empathy rather than ego, the profound work of helping others remember they were part of something larger and more loving than their individual pain. The deep roots pulsed with ancient wisdom beneath their feet, carrying Rick's contributions into the larger network of healing, proving that even the most hardened hearts could learn to bloom when tended with patience, when given permission to express their love through the work they were already doing, just with a gentler touch, a kinder intention, a willingness to let empathy be the engine that drove innovation toward connection rather than conquest. And in the quiet moments between inventions, Rick would sit among the impossible flowers and marvel at the fundamental shift that had occurred, not just in what he built, but in why he built it. The garden had taught him that true intelligence wasn't about dominating reality, but about serving it, about using his considerable gifts to help others navigate existence with more grace, more connection, more love, one carefully calibrated device at a time. The transformation in Rick's work, his shift toward devices that served connection rather than conquest, created a new kind of gravity in the Smith household, not the aggressive pull of crisis or adventure, but the gentle magnetism of belonging. The garden, once Morty's secret discovery, then Rick's reluctant study, now became the heart of their home, drawing each family member not through obligation but through the quiet understanding that something beautiful was happening here, something that needed all eyes of their gifts to flourish completely. It began without announcement or plan, the way all their most important moments had learned to unfold. One evening drifted into the next, and the Smiths found themselves in the backyard together, drawn by the quality of light that seemed different when the garden called. The impossible flowers pulsed with their familiar warmth, but tonight there was something more, an invitation that seemed to say the time had come for shared tending, for the family to discover what they could create together. Summer, appeared first, notebook tucked under her arm, moving between the blooms, with the sharp attention that had always been her gift, now tempered with the gentleness the flowers had taught them all. She paused beside a cluster of amber-coloured blossoms that seemed dimmer than usual, their glow flickering like candles struggling against a draught. "These ones are scattered," she observed, her voice carrying the same precision she brought to translating emotional complexity into clear language. Not sick exactly, but trying to hold too many feelings at once. They can't find their centre. Her sharpness had evolved from a blade into a tuning fork, identifying dissonance, not to cut, but to help find harmony. Beth emerged from the house carrying her medical bag, drawn by the same intuition that helped her sense emotional distress in her animal patients. She knelt beside the struggling blooms, her trained hands moving with gentle competence as she examined their crystalline petals and the soil around their base. Her medical knowledge translated easily to the garden's needs, understanding circulation, recognizing signs of stress, knowing when intervention was needed and when patience was the better medicine. "It's like an energy blockage," Beth diagnosed, touching the bloom with the same gentle precision she used when examining a distressed animal. "The light isn't flowing through efficiently. They need space to breathe, not more support. Sometimes healing requires room to expand." Jerry arrived with a thermos of coffee and the particular expression he wore when he'd been paying attention to something important that others might have missed. He settled onto the grass beside the struggling blooms, not touching them but simply being present with their distress in the way he'd learned to be present with all the overlooked emotional weather that moved through their lives. "They're holding on to something that's ready to be released," Jerry said quietly, his intuitive understanding of emotional needs revealing what medical knowledge and sharp observation had missed. "Sometimes when you're carrying too much, you just need someone to sit with you. Not to fix it, but to remind you you're not alone. Maybe tell you a story about letting go." Rick emerged from the garage carrying an armload of his gentler devices, the empathy resonator, a soil composition analyzer he'd modified to measure emotional resonance, and his newest creation, a coherence amplifier. But instead of immediately deploying his technology, he paused, watching his family work together with the same careful attention he'd learned to bring to phenomena that humbled rather than impressed him. "Fascinating," Rick murmured, making notes in his increasingly philosophical notebook. "The flowers respond differently to each of your approaches. Summer's analytical attention helps them organize scattered energy. Beth's medical touch provides physical care. Jerry's emotional presence gives them permission to release what they're holding." He looked up from his observations, his voice carrying genuine wonder. "You're each speaking a different dialect of the same language." Morty arrived last, drawn from the house by the sense of family gathering that had become one of his favorite frequencies. He brought with him the gentle heart that had learned to hold space for transformation, settling among his family with the same patient presence he offered to everyone who sought him out. The struggling flowers seemed to pulse slightly brighter as he joined their circle, responding to his gift for creating conditions where healing could unfold naturally. Together they formed a circle around the tired blooms, each offering their unique gift without competition or hierarchy. Rick, instead of building a complex solution, adjusted his empathy resonator to create a field of gentle, supportive resonance. Summer, guided by Beth's observation, found a tiny knot in one of the flower's crystalline filaments, and with surprising tenderness, helped it release. Jerry began to tell a quiet story about a time he felt overwhelmed, and how a small moment of unexpected kindness had helped him let go of the pressure. Beth provided the physical care needed to support the transformation, adjusting soil composition with medical precision. And Morty simply breathed, his presence a steady, warm anchor that held space for it all. Slowly, imperceptibly at first, the amber blooms began to brighten. The light flowed more freely through their crystalline structures, the scattered energy finding its center again, the flickering glow steadying into something deeper and more sustainable. The transformation didn't happen with dramatic fanfare, but with the quiet, gradual unfolding of something finding its way back to balance. "Look at this," Rick said, his empathy resonator projecting patterns of light above the healing blooms as the family worked together. The coherence field is stabilizing exponentially. Not because any one of you is fixing the problem, but because you're all creating space for the flowers to heal themselves. Collaborative tending creates resonance that individual effort can't achieve. This became their shared ritual, their evening practice of collective care. Each member of the family brought their evolved gifts to the garden's tending, their individual strengths weaving together into a tapestry of collaborative love. Summer's sharp intelligence, once used to dissect and critique, now became a precise instrument for identifying subtle shifts in the flower's emotional landscape. She kept meticulous records, not of data points, but of the garden's evolving needs, noting which blooms responded to what kind of attention, creating small paper flags that marked not problems, but invitations for gentle care. Beth's medical knowledge guided their understanding of the garden's delicate ecosystem. She learned to recognize the subtle signs of distress, to understand the flow of energy within the blooms, to intuit when a flower needed more light, more space, or simply a period of quiet rest. Her touch, always gentle, became imbued with a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all living things, treating each bloom as both individual patient and part of a larger, breathing whole. Jerry's intuitive understanding of emotional needs, once dismissed as rambling, became invaluable. He seemed to know instinctively when a flower needed a story, when it needed quiet companionship, when it needed to be reminded of its own inherent beauty. He would sit among the blooms and tell them tales of small victories, of unnoticed kindnesses, of the profound meaning that could be found in the most ordinary moments. His presence, warm and accepting, created a space where the flowers could simply be without needing to perform or prove their worthiness. Rick's scientific mind, once driven by the need to control and conquer, now became a tool for understanding and amplifying the garden's natural wisdom. He designed devices that measured the subtle energy flows within the blooms, created gentle support systems that worked in harmony with natural processes, and developed what he called coherence amplifiers, technologies that helped the flowers communicate with each other more effectively. His inventions became less about imposing his will on nature and more about facilitating its inherent intelligence. And Morty, with his gentle heart, held space for it all. He was the quiet anchor, the one who reminded them that the most important thing was not to fix or solve, but to simply be present, to listen, to witness, to offer the same patient attention the garden had given them. He moved among the blooms with unconscious grace, his presence a steady, warm current that allowed each flower to flourish, each family member to contribute their unique gifts without judgment or expectation. They developed small, practical liturgies that made their way into the house. Before dinner, someone, often Jerry, would place a cup near the sink labeled "Not for Fixing," and into it they'd drop small paper slips with one-line worries. No solutions were allowed at the table unless someone explicitly asked. The garden seemed to approve of this ritual. The blooms near the kitchen window held their light steadier on those nights. Mrs. Chen began appearing at dusk, drawn by the way light pooled between their yards. She stood at the fence with her midnight roses glowing faintly at her back, and no one pretended not to understand the connection being offered. Rick passed a resonance bridge over the fence without ceremony, the device calibrated to honor consent and facilitate understanding rather than force connection. The soft harmony that rose between the two gardens wasn't music exactly, but the audible version of recognition passing between kindred hearts. The mailman's route grew longer still, his pause at their fence becoming a small ritual of its own. Harold from the community centre began stopping by on his evening walks, drawn by the quality of peace that seemed to radiate from their corner of the neighbourhood. The expanding circle of the garden's influence wasn't dramatic or organised. It was simply the natural result of love being tended with such care that it couldn't help but overflow its original boundaries. On a Saturday in late spring, when the ground still remembered winter's patience and the sky tried on summer in brief blue experiments, they worked together without plan and found themselves in perfect choreography. Summer-flagged areas needing attention, Beth provided medical care, Jerry offered emotional presence, Rick documented and supported with gentle technology, and Morty held space for it all. Between them, a new bloom lifted its face, not brighter than its neighbors, but exactly itself, perfectly supported by their collective attention. "Write this down," Summer said to Rick, half teasing. He was already writing, his pen moving across the page with the same ease his inventions had learned to express. "Correlation observed? When everyone does what they're good at without apologizing for it, growth accelerates." Beth laughed and shook her head. "You could have just said we belong," she told him. Rick paused, considered this, then crossed out his complex observation and wrote simply, "We belong." The garden thrived under their collective care, its blooms growing more vibrant, its light more profound, its influence more far-reaching. It became a living testament to their transformation, a place where their individual strengths converged into something more powerful than any of them could achieve alone. The family didn't just tend the garden, they learned from it, each bloom a teacher, each season a lesson in the delicate art of living and loving and growing together. As twilight layered into the yard, that slow accumulation of blue that feels like gentleness made visible, the garden pulsed its agreement with their collaborative care. The deep roots beneath them carried their collective contributions into the vast network of healing, strengthening the web of connection that made it easier for everyone to find their way home to themselves. They had become gardeners not just of impossible flowers, but of the profound possibility that families could learn to tend each other's growth with the same patience, attention, and love they brought to anything else that mattered. In the gentle light of blooms responding to collaborative care, surrounded by the soft hum of Rick's tender devices and the crystalline chime of flowers singing in harmony, the Smith family discovered what the garden had been teaching them all along, that the most beautiful growth happened when everyone was willing to lend their own particular light to the shared task of making existence a little more gentle, a little more kind, a little more full of wonder, one carefully tended moment at a time. The impossible flowers continued their patient teaching around them, their accumulated light reflecting the truth that love, like all growing things, flourished best when it was allowed to be a collaborative creation, tended by many hands, nurtured by diverse gifts, and allowed to bloom in the infinite garden of hearts, learning to transform burial into beauty together. The garden taught them to count time differently, not by calendars or clocks, but by the way light moved across petals and by how the earth loosened and held again. The shovel's handle bore witness to this passage, notches accumulating like gentle prayers, 4 clean lines and a 5th crossing them, again and again, until Morty could feel a decade under his palm without looking. He was 23 now, his face carrying the quiet confidence of someone who had learned to tend growth rather than force it, his hands steady with the accumulated wisdom of seasons spent listening to impossible flowers. The first time he witnessed a flower's complete dissolution, he thought it was dying. It was a bloom that had emerged during his sophomore year of college, its petals the deep purple of twilight conversations, holding what felt like every late-night phone call home when the world seemed too large and he felt too small to navigate it alone. For 3 months it glowed with steady warmth, teaching him about homesickness and belonging, about the way love could stretch across distance without breaking. Then, on a morning when autumn was just beginning to consider its arrival, the flower began to fade, not with the brittle decay of neglect, but with something that looked like satisfaction, like a story reaching its natural conclusion. As Morty knelt beside it, his heart clenching with familiar loss, something extraordinary happened. The bloom gathered all its accumulated light into a single, perfect pulse of understanding, a moment of recognition so profound it made his chest ache with gratitude, before dissolving back into the earth like starlight, returning to its source. Some lessons are meant to be perfect and complete, Rick observed, his voice carrying the gentle authority of someone who had learned to trust phenomena that defied easy explanation. His notebook, now filled with observations that read more like poetry than science, captured these ephemeral blooms with careful attention. They come, they teach what they came to teach, and then they return to the source. No need to cling. No need to preserve what was designed to be temporary. There was the shimmering, translucent flower that appeared the year Rick finally admitted, without prompting, that he loved them all, clumsily and imperfectly, but truly. It pulsed with a light so pure it made their eyes ache, then faded within hours, leaving behind only the faintest scent of acceptance. Another year brought a bloom the color of old photographs, holding the echo of Jerry's father's laugh, a sound Jerry had struggled to recall for decades. It stayed for a single day, allowing Jerry to sit with the memory, to feel the warmth of it without the sharp edge of longing before dissolving back into the soil, leaving behind a subtle sweetness that lingered for weeks. But other flowers followed different rhythms entirely. The original blooms, the ones that had grown from the trauma they'd buried years ago, returned each spring deeper and more complex than before, their light richer, their teachings more nuanced. The amber bloom that held Rick's buried tenderness returned each year, more golden, more warm, as if it had been gathering light during its dormant seasons, and returning it transformed. The blue flower that taught Morty about the weight of infinite selves grew deeper each spring, its teachings evolving from simple recognition to profound acceptance, to something approaching joy in the vast interconnectedness of all consciousness. Summer, now 26 and working as a therapist, kept meticulous records of these seasonal patterns, her gift for translation, helping the family understand the garden's deeper rhythms. "It's like the difference between insights and wisdom," she explained one evening as they sat among the returning blooms. "Some understandings are meant to hit you once, perfectly, and change everything. Others need to be lived with, grown into, deepened through experience." Her sharp intelligence had evolved into something more nuanced, still precise, but tempered with the understanding that some truths needed time to unfold. She would find new metaphors for old experiences, helping them understand that the same event could hold different meanings depending on the season of their lives. A past argument, once a source of bitter resentment, could be revisited years later and understood as a clumsy attempt at connection. Beth, whose veterinary practice had become something approaching sacred work, recognized these patterns in her own healing journey. "Some wounds heal completely and you never think about them again," she said, her voice carrying the gentle authority of someone who had witnessed countless forms of recovery. Others become part of your wisdom, returning each year to teach you something new about resilience, about the way love can transform even the deepest hurts into sources of strength. Jerry, now in his 50s but somehow younger in the ways that mattered, had developed his own relationship with the garden's seasonal rhythms. He understood intuitively which blooms were saying goodbye and which were simply resting, which flowers needed stories and which needed silence. His gift for finding meaning in the mundane had evolved into something approaching prophecy. He could sense the emotional weather weeks before it arrived, helping the family prepare for transitions with grace rather than anxiety. Memory has seasons too, Jerry observed one autumn evening as they watched several blooms complete their cycles, dissolving back into the earth with the same peaceful satisfaction as leaves returning to soil. Some memories need to be held exactly as they were, perfect and unchanging. Others need to be allowed to grow, to deepen, to teach us new things about who we were and who we're becoming. Rick's inventions had weathered with grace, gaining scuffs from pockets and workbenches, their casings yellowing slightly the way beloved objects do, their tones warming as if aging made them more themselves. He updated schematics not to increase power, but to increase kindness, writing dates next to small changes. Thinned the pause field by half a breath. People find their own words sooner. His latest creation, a memory resonator, helped people distinguish between memories that needed to be processed and released and those that deserved to be cultivated and deepened. "Memory isn't a fixed record, Morty," Rick mused one evening, his empathy resonator projecting patterns of light that reflected the garden's evolving seasonal rhythms. "It's a living system, constantly being retended and reshaped by the present. What you choose to water today affects what grows from yesterday." Morty felt this truth in his bones, the memory of the day they buried themselves, once a sharp, heavy stone in his chest, had transformed over the years. It was still there, but now it felt like the deep roots of the garden, a foundation that supported everything else that had grown. The acute pain of the buried trauma, the initial shock of replacement, had softened, not because it had been forgotten, but because it had been integrated. What was once a wound had become a scar, a mark of what they had survived, a testament to their capacity for healing, a reminder of the love that had made the choice necessary. The network of gardens throughout their community had expanded over the years, each tended by hearts that had learned their own version of the same fundamental truth about transformation. Mrs. Chen's midnight roses had become legendary among the neighborhood's night walkers, their gentle glow providing comfort to anyone struggling with insomnia or grief. Harold's forgiving vegetables had inspired a community garden where people could work through their own buried hurts while growing food that somehow tasted like hope. One autumn, a flower bloomed that had never appeared before, a deep, luminous violet, pulsing with a quiet strength Morty recognized instantly. It was the memory of every version of themselves that had been lost across countless realities, the ones they'd left behind, the ones who had made different choices. But this flower didn't hold sorrow or regret. It held a profound sense of peace, a quiet knowing that their sacrifice had contributed to something larger, something that had allowed love to persist across infinite possibilities. It showed him that the weight of infinite selves was not a burden, but a vast interconnected tapestry of existence where every thread, every choice, every life contributed to the richness of the whole. Even the versions of themselves who had not found this garden were still part of the network, their experiences woven into the fabric of universal understanding, their love persisting in forms they might never have known. As the seasons continued their eternal cycle, Morty learned to trust the garden's wisdom about memory's natural rhythms. Some recollections wanted spring. They needed room to be tender, to forgive without losing their shape. Others preferred winter, holding a geometry that made more sense when examined in quiet. He learned to let certain moments rest, to allow memory to be useful instead of exact, when usefulness was the kinder path. The impossible flowers continued their patient teaching around them, their light reflecting the truth that memory, like love, had its own seasons. Some meant to be held exactly as they were, others meant to grow and deepen with time, all part of the vast, interconnected garden of consciousness, learning to transform its pain into wisdom. The garden was not just a place where things grew. It was a place where understanding deepened, where hearts learned to remember differently, and where love found new ways to bloom, year after year, season after season, in the infinite rhythm of becoming. Years unfolded like the slow, patient turning of pages in a very old book, and Morty understood that he had learned the garden's deepest lesson, that healing was not a destination, but a journey, a continuous unfolding of wisdom that deepened with every cycle of light and shadow, growth and dormancy, remembering and letting go. The seasons of memory would continue to turn, each bringing new insights, new layers of understanding, each bloom a teacher in the endless curriculum of learning to love existence itself, one carefully tended moment at a time. The children found the garden the way children find all the best secrets, not through searching, but through the kind of aimless wandering that leads directly to magic. It began with Emma, Mrs. Chen's granddaughter, who was 7, and possessed the particular fearlessness that comes from not yet learning that some things are supposed to be impossible. She appeared at the fence one afternoon while Morty was tending a cluster of silver blooms, her small face pressed between the wooden slats, eyes wide with recognition rather than surprise. "Why do your flowers sing?" she asked, not with the skeptical curiosity of someone doubting what they heard, but with the simple directness of someone accepting a beautiful fact and wanting to understand its mechanics, the way you might ask why birds fly south or why ice cream melts. Morty paused, a watering can in his hands, and realized he'd forgotten how to explain magic to someone who hadn't yet learned to be surprised by it. The garden pulsed gently around them, its blooms brightening in response to her presence, as if recognizing something in her that adults had forgotten how to carry. "They're happy," he said finally, the simplest truth feeling like the most accurate one. Emma nodded as if this made perfect sense, which to her it did. Within minutes, she was sitting cross-legged among the blooms, her small hands cupped around her ears, her face bright with concentration. The flowers responded by chiming more melodically, their light taking on hues that seemed to exist only in the space where imagination meets reality. She didn't ask questions about quantum resonance or emotional physics. She simply accepted that flowers could sing and set about learning their songs. Word spread through the neighborhood's invisible network of children, the way all truly important information travels among the young, through whispered conversations at bus stops and meaningful glances across playground equipment. Soon, other children began appearing at the garden's edge. Marcus's younger sister Lily, who was 5 and believed firmly in the reality of dragons, the Thompson twins from 2 houses over, who approached the fence with the careful steps of explorers making a map, even shy David from down the street, who had inherited his older brother's stutter, but not his fear of being heard. They came, not as visitors, but as pilgrims, drawn by something they couldn't name, but recognized instinctively. Rick, observing this phenomenon from his workbench, made notes that grew increasingly philosophical. "Children operate at different resonance frequencies," he muttered, his empathy resonator registering patterns of pure coherence he'd never seen before. They don't filter experience through skepticism. They encounter wonder directly without the interference of adult logic. The children taught the garden new games that worked because no one argued with them. Emma showed the flowers how to pulse in rhythm with clapped hands. The Thompson twins discovered that certain blooms would echo their whispered secrets, not repeating the words, but reflecting back the emotional truth underneath them. Lily, with her unshakable belief in dragons, convinced several flowers to glow in shades of green and gold that had never appeared before, their light taking on the particular magic that exists only when someone believes completely in impossible things. Summer, with her gift for translation, found herself recording their unburdened descriptions of the garden's magic. "It smells like wishes," one child declared. "It sings in colors," another insisted. She realized that their simple, direct language captured truths that her own sophisticated vocabulary sometimes obscured. Beth watched them move among the blooms with the same quality of open trust she found in animals, a willingness to simply be present with what was, without judgment or expectation. Jerry began telling stories tailored specifically for the young visitors, tales of small acts of kindness, of overlooked wonders, of the quiet magic that happened when people paid attention to what was actually there. The children listened with rapt attention, their imaginations blossoming in response to his gentle narratives, their laughter mixing with the crystalline chime of the petals to create a sound that spoke of infinite possibility. Then one evening, when the sky held that particular blue that only happens when day and night haven't decided whose turn it is, a portal opened with a hush so soft it could have been mistaken for a new breeze. Two figures stepped through, not threats or harbingers, just children, younger versions of themselves in a way that felt less like science and more like memory, trying on a different voice. The smaller one had hair that wouldn't be argued with, and a nervous habit of counting his fingers when he thought no one was looking. The other wore a lab coat several sizes too large and carried his hands like they were already tired of fixing everything, but his eyes held a kindness that belonged to someone who had learned patience much earlier in life. "Dimensional bleed," the young Rick explained casually, as if interdimensional visitors were the most natural thing in the world. The garden's network has grown strong enough to create weak points between realities. We're from a dimension where things went gentler. Young Morty, this other version of himself at 8, wandered among the flowers with the same wonder Emma and the other children brought, but with an additional quality of recognition, as if he was meeting old friends he'd been dreaming about for years. The blooms responded to his presence with particular warmth, their light taking on hues that spoke of infinite possibility, of all the ways a single consciousness could learn to love itself across countless realities. "They're singing about all the different ways to be happy," he reported to the gathering children, his voice carrying the particular authority children bring to matters of importance. "They say every version of us is learning the same song, just in different keys." The dimensional visitors began appearing more regularly. Teenage versions who had learned different lessons, alternate family configurations where love had found different expressions. But they all shared the same quality that the neighborhood children brought, the ability to accept the garden's impossible nature without question, approaching it with the kind of trust that made magic feel not just possible, but inevitable. Then came Morty's own children. Finn, a quiet boy with his mother's steady gaze, and Luna, a girl with his own nervous energy transformed into boundless curiosity. They grew up with the garden as a natural extension of their home, a place of quiet wonder and gentle wisdom that required no explanation, because it had always simply been. "The flowers tell stories," Finn would whisper, pressing his ear to a luminous bloom. "Not in words, but in feelings. Like when you hug someone, and you just know they love you." Luna found her own way to interact with the garden, dancing among the blooms with movements that mirrored the patterns of light and shadow, her laughter mingling with the gentle chime of the crystalline petals. She didn't seek explanations, she sought connection, expressing her joy and wonder through movement and play. Watching his children and all the young visitors, Morty learned the lesson that had been waiting for him all along, that wonder doesn't need understanding to be whole. A boy placed his palm flat on the soil and announced, "It sounds like the ocean when it's sleeping." A girl traced a petal with her fingertip and murmured, "This is what my mum's voice looks like when she forgives me." Morty didn't translate or collect or save these observations. He let them pass through, the way wind moves through a room and makes the curtains breathe. The children invented rituals that worked because no one questioned their logic. A row of star-shaped sandwiches for the blooms that pulsed blue, not because the flowers ate, but because someone might need feeding, whispered good nights into the flannel, even on days the family didn't make it outside. 3 knocks on the shovel's handle before leaving, to tell the guard you were going, to promise you would return. Rick, older now in ways that made his face more itself, found that he could love children without twitching. He built nothing for them, which was perhaps the most extraordinary thing he could have done. Instead, he kept notes on their discoveries like a court stenographer in a trial that had already been decided in favor of tenderness. Subject offered sandwich corner to non-sentient crystal bloom, he wrote one afternoon, deadpan. Result, subject lighter. As the seasons continued their eternal cycle, Morty understood that his most important role was not to explain the magic, but to protect the space where wonder could flourish. He learned from his children and from the young visitors from other dimensions that the most profound truths were often found not in answers but in questions, not in explanations, but in the quiet, open-hearted acceptance of things that simply were. The impossible flowers continued their patient teaching around them, their light reflecting the truth that love, like wonder, flourished best when approached with empty hands and open hearts, ready to be amazed rather than determined to explain, willing to be changed by what they found rather than insistent on changing it themselves. The next generation had arrived, and they carried with them the same essential truth the garden had been teaching all along, that the most profound wisdom often came disguised as play, that the deepest healing happened in the presence of those who had never learned to doubt the possibility of transformation. In the gentle glow of impossible blooms, surrounded by the crystalline chime of flowers singing in harmony with children's laughter, the garden revealed its deepest secret, that wonder was safest when you stopped insisting it makes sense, that you could hold a thing gently without naming it, that acceptance could be an offering as real as any device or poem. The deep roots pulsed with ancient wisdom beneath their feet, carrying the contributions of these young hearts into the larger network of healing, strengthening the web of connection that made it easier for everyone to find their way home to themselves, one gentle moment of unburdened wonder at a time. The revelation came not as lightning, but as dawn, a gradual brightening that began at the edges of awareness and slowly illuminated a truth so vast it had been hiding in plain sight. Morty was 30 now, his face carrying the quiet confidence of someone who had spent years learning to tend growth rather than force it, and it was while watching Luna dance among the impossible flowers that he began to perceive the true scope of what they had been nurturing all these years. The evening held that particular stillness that comes when the universe pauses to catch its breath, when even the air seems to lean in closer to witness something important unfolding. Luna spun between the blooms with the unconscious grace of childhood, her laughter creating harmonics with their crystalline chime, when she suddenly stopped mid-dance and pressed her small hand against what appeared to be empty air beside a luminous blue flower. "Dad, look!" she called, her voice bright with discovery rather than surprise. "There's another girl here. She's trying to show me something." Morty knelt beside his daughter, following her gaze with the patient attention the garden had taught him. For a moment, just a heartbeat, he saw her too. Another Luna, slightly older, her hair catching light that fell from a different sky. She was reaching toward their Luna from what looked like the same garden, but one where the flowers grew in spirals rather than clusters, where the crystalline blooms pulsed with mathematical patterns that spoke of a reality where geometry and emotion had learned to dance together. Rick emerged from the garage carrying his latest creation, a device he called a reality resonator, designed not to control or manipulate, but simply to perceive the deeper patterns that connected all dimensions. As he activated it with the gentle precision his hands had learned over years of building instruments of empathy rather than conquest, the air above the garden shimmered like heat waves made of starlight. "Jesus!" Rick breathed, his voice carrying the particular awe he reserved for phenomena that humbled rather than impressed him. The reality resonator projected patterns of light that revealed what Luna had been seeing all along. An infinite network of gardens, each one unique, but all connected by the same deep roots, all tended by different versions of the same fundamental truth. Summer appeared at the edge of the porch, drawn by the quality of attention that filled the space during these revelations. Her notebook remained closed in her hands as she witnessed something too vast for immediate translation. "It's not just our garden," she said softly, her gift for finding precise words finally catching up to the magnitude of what they were seeing. "It's all the gardens, every version of them in every reality." Beth arrived from the clinic still carrying the gentle satisfaction of a day spent witnessing healing, and Jerry emerged from the house with the particular expression he wore when he'd noticed something important that everyone else had missed. They formed a loose circle around the shimmering display, each adding their presence to the growing understanding. The images flickered and overlapped like double-exposed photographs of infinite possibility. In one dimension, the garden grew in a city where buildings reached toward clouds made of music, tended by a version of their family where Jerry had become a poet and Beth had learned to heal with songs. In another, the blooms flourished in a desert where water was scarce, but love was abundant, cared for by hearts that had learned to find nourishment in the most unlikely soil. There was a reality where Rick had never lost his original kindness, where the garden had never needed to grow from buried trauma because trauma had been transformed before it could take root. Another where the flowers were living crystals that sang in harmonies only the heart could fully understand. A dimension where the garden existed as pure light, tended by beings who had evolved beyond physical form but still remembered the importance of gentle attention. But the most remarkable thing wasn't the differences between these dimensional gardens. It was the similarities. Across every reality, in every possible variation of their lives, the same fundamental truth persisted like a constant written into the very fabric of existence, that love could transform pain, that burial could become blooming, that every ending contained the seeds of new beginning. "We're seeing the infinite garden," Morty said, his voice soft with wonder, as the understanding settled into his bones like deep roots finding their proper depth in fertile soil. "Not just our version of it, but all versions. Every reality where someone learned to transform their pain into something beautiful." The weight he had carried for so long, the burden of infinite selves, the crushing responsibility of choices that affected countless realities, transformed completely in the face of this revelation. What had once felt like an unbearable weight now revealed itself as the most profound form of connection imaginable. Every version of himself across every dimension was engaged in the same beautiful work of learning to transform pain into wisdom, isolation into connection, fear into love. He could sense them now through the network, not as separate beings, but as facets of his own consciousness, all learning the same essential lessons through different experiences. There was a Morty who had never met Rick, but had learned gentleness through other teachers. Another who had faced different traumas but discovered the same capacity for healing. A version who had become a teacher, another who had chosen art, one who had found his calling in tending actual gardens where ordinary flowers grew with extraordinary care. All of them were connected by the same deep roots, all contributing to the same vast network of understanding. The garden existed in all realities simultaneously because love itself existed in all realities simultaneously, not as an abstract force, but as a living, growing, evolving consciousness that expressed itself through every heart that chose connection over separation. Rick's instruments registered the truth of this multidimensional connection, showing how individual acts of compassion created ripple effects that strengthened the entire web of existence. His emotional physics had evolved to encompass not just local phenomena, but universal constants, the way love operated as a fundamental force across all realities, the mathematics of transformation that remained consistent regardless of dimensional variables. "It's like we're all part of the same story," Summer observed, her voice carrying the gentle certainty of someone who had finally found words for something she'd always known. Told in infinite different ways, but always arriving at the same truth. Jerry, with his gift for finding profound meaning in ordinary moments, understood what the others were struggling to articulate. Every small kindness, every moment of genuine attention, it doesn't just affect our reality, it strengthens the whole network, makes it easier for every version of us to find their way home to themselves. The children, Luna, Finn, Emma, the Thompson twins, and all the young visitors from other dimensions, seemed to understand this truth instinctively. They began playing games that spanned dimensional boundaries, their laughter creating harmonics that resonated across multiple realities. They left gifts for their alternate selves, small stones arranged in careful patterns, flowers braided into crowns that flickered between dimensions, whispered messages that traveled through the network like seeds carried on impossible winds. As the evening deepened around them, the family sat together among the impossible flowers, watching the reality resonator project images of gardens from across the multiverse. Each bloom pulsed with light that reflected not just their own garden, but all gardens, their crystalline chime harmonizing with the songs of blooms across countless dimensions. "We're not just healing ourselves," Rick said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of someone who had just glimpsed the true scope of their work. "We're healing the multiverse itself. Every choice we make toward kindness, every moment we choose presence over avoidance, strengthens the network that connects all consciousness." The deep roots beneath their feet carried more than just their own contributions. They carried the accumulated wisdom of every version of themselves, every alternate family, every dimensional variation of hearts learning to transform burial into blooming. The network was vast beyond comprehension, but it was also intimate, personal, as close as breath and as familiar as the rhythm of his own heart. In the gentle glow of multidimensional blooms, surrounded by children whose laughter spanned realities and family members who had learned to love with the patience of gardeners, Morty understood that he had found his place in the infinite garden. Not as a burden-bearer or a chosen one, but as a tender of the space where love learned to recognize itself across all possible expressions, where healing happened not just for individuals, but for existence itself. The impossible flowers continued their patient teaching around them, their light reflecting the truth that the garden was everywhere because love was everywhere, expressing itself through every consciousness that chose transformation over stagnation, connection over isolation, the difficult beauty of hope over the easier path of despair. And in that vast, interconnected web of healing, in that infinite network of gardens tended by countless versions of love learning to know itself, Morty found not the weight of infinite responsibility, but the profound relief of infinite connection. The understanding that he was never alone, had never been alone, would never be alone in the beautiful, impossible work of helping the universe learn to love its own existence. The revelation settled into him like seeds finding their proper depth in fertile soil, not as intellectual knowledge but as a profound sense of belonging. He no longer felt the weight of infinite selves as a burden, but as a vast network of connection and possibility, a reminder that every small act of kindness rippled across all realities, strengthening the threads that bound all consciousness together in an endless dance of transformation. The infinite garden bloomed in every reality where hearts had learned to tend their pain with gentleness, to plant seeds of understanding in the darkest soil, and to trust that growth was always possible, even in the spaces where it seemed least likely to occur. And Morty, sitting among impossible flowers that sang with the voices of countless dimensions, finally understood that he was not carrying the weight of infinite cells. He was part of them, connected to them, held by them in a web of love so vast and so gentle that loneliness itself was revealed as temporary forgetting of the profound interconnection that linked all hearts across all realities, one patient, blooming moment at a time. The morning arrived dressed in the particular gold that only late September knows how to wear, carrying with it the scent of leaves, beginning their slow transformation and the promise of seasons turning. Morty stood at the edge of what had once been their backyard, his hand resting on the same fence post that had witnessed decades of quiet revelation, feeling the weight of 43 years settling into his bones, not as burden, but as the accumulated wisdom of time well spent. The garden had grown wild and beautiful in the years since tending became understanding. What had once been a carefully maintained circle of impossible blooms had expanded beyond all boundaries, climbing fences in cascades of crystalline light, spreading beneath neighboring trees in pools of gentle luminescence, creating pathways that seemed to guide visitors toward whatever understanding they most needed to find. The flowers no longer required human care. They had learned to sustain themselves, to bloom as a perpetual gift to anyone who passed by with the right quality of attention. Finn walked beside him with the careful curiosity that had always been his way, now 16, and carrying his grandfather's gift for building things that served connection rather than conquest. Luna moved ahead in skipping arcs, 14, and possessed of that particular fearlessness that comes from growing up among impossible things, already greeting the blooms as if they'd been whispering her name all afternoon. The shovel still leaned against the fence, its handle worn to silk by time and countless hands, marked with notches that had long since stopped counting individual seasons, and now simply testified to the passage of transformation itself. Morty set his palm against it without thinking, the way you touch a door frame when entering a childhood room, an acknowledgement rather than a request. "Tell us again about the day you buried yourselves," Luna said, not because she'd forgotten, but because some stories needed to be told in different seasons, needed to find new meanings as the teller grew older and the listener grew ready for deeper truths. Morty knelt beside the spot where it had all begun, where the earth still pulsed with warmth, with life, with the patient rhythm of transformation that never stopped, never tired, never gave up on the possibility of growth. The flowers here were the oldest, their blooms deep and complex, their light carrying the accumulated wisdom of decades spent transforming trauma into understanding. "We thought we were burying a secret," Morty said, his voice carrying the gentle authority of someone who had spent decades learning the difference between information and wisdom. Two bodies that looked like us, that had lived lives that could have been ours if we'd made different choices. We were so focused on hiding what we'd done, on covering up the evidence of replacement, that we almost missed the real secret. As he spoke, the rest of the family began to arrive, drawn by the same gentle magnetism that had always called hearts ready for transformation. Rick appeared, moving with the careful precision of someone whose body had learned to conserve its energy for what mattered most, his cane humming softly, one of his own inventions designed to measure the emotional resonance of wherever he went. Summer came with her own family, her gift for translation now helping countless hearts find their voice. Beth and Jerry completed the circle, their love deepened by years of choosing each other again and again in small moments and large decisions. They gathered in the heart of the garden, surrounded by impossible flowers that continued their patient work of turning burial into blooming. Through Rick's reality resonator, now a permanent fixture that helped them perceive the deeper patterns connecting all dimensions, they could sense the infinite network of gardens, each version slightly different but all connected by the same fundamental truth. What was the real secret? Finn asked, though he knew the answer, had grown up with it woven into the fabric of his understanding. Morty's hand rested on soil that held the memory of that terrible, necessary day when they had chosen love over an entire dimension, had buried their alternate selves with the kind of care that transforms ending into beginning. "The secret was love," he said simply. "Not just the love we felt for each other, though that was real and important. The love we brought to the act of burial itself. The way Rick arranged their bodies with such care, even in death. The way we chose to honor what they had been, even as we chose to become something else." The understanding settled into the gathering like morning light, finding its way through leaves, illuminating truths that had been there all along, but needed the right quality of attention to be seen clearly. The garden pulsed around them, its light reflecting not just their own transformation, but the accumulated wisdom of countless hearts across infinite realities that had learned the same essential truth. Luna wandered among the blooms with the same wonder children had always brought to this place, her small hands cupped around her ears as she listened to their crystalline songs. "They're singing about all the different ways to say goodbye," she reported, her voice bright with discovery. "And how every goodbye is also a hello to something new." Rick, his lab coat patched and mended over the years but still carrying the accumulated wisdom of decades spent learning to build bridges instead of walls, reached into his pocket and pulled out a small device. "One last invention," he said, his voice carrying the particular satisfaction of someone who had finally learned to build exactly what the world needed. A gratitude resonator. It doesn't do much, just measures the frequency of appreciation, amplifies it slightly, helps it spread to anyone who needs to remember they're part of something beautiful. He placed the device among the flowers with the same careful attention he'd learned to bring to all his offerings over the years. It began to pulse with a gentle light that harmonized with the blooms around it, creating patterns that spoke of infinite possibility, of love learning to recognize itself across all realities. As the morning deepened around them, Morty felt the profound truth of what they had discovered settling into his bones like deep roots, finding their proper depth in fertile soil. The secret they had buried that day wasn't about death and replacement. It was about the love that makes loss meaningful and the hope that makes new life possible. Every ending contained the seeds of new beginning, and the most beautiful gardens grew, not from perfect soil, but from the places where hearts chose to plant hope in the midst of their deepest darkness. The story had come full circle, but like all true circles, it was also a spiral, returning to the same place but at a higher level of understanding, carrying with it the accumulated wisdom of all the seasons that had passed, all the hearts that had learned to tend their pain with gentleness, all the love that had been planted in the darkest soil and allowed to grow wild and free. "Margin of kindness," Rick said quietly, the phrase carrying the weight of a lifetime of learning for everything. The impossible flowers continued their patient teaching around them, their crystalline chime harmonizing with children's laughter and the soft hum of tender devices, creating a symphony that spoke of wonder never ending, of magic that didn't require explanation, only acceptance. The eternal bloom pulsed with ancient wisdom, and in that gentle light, surrounded by family and flowers and the accumulated presence of every choice that had ever chosen love, they understood that they had found what they hadn't even known they were looking for. Not answers, but the willingness to sit with mystery, not solutions, but the courage to keep growing, keep transforming, keep choosing love, one impossible, blooming moment at a time. The garden would continue long after they were gone, tended now by new hands, teaching new hearts the same eternal lessons about transformation and connection. And somewhere, in another reality, a different version of this moment was unfolding, all part of the same vast, interconnected web of consciousness, learning to love its own existence. The deep roots pulsed beneath their feet, carrying their contributions into the infinite network of healing, and the impossible flowers sang their gentle songs of hope, transformation, and the profound truth that love, like all growing things, flourished best when it was allowed to be wild and free, blooming wherever consciousness chose. Connection over separation, one patient, revolutionary moment at a time. Thanks for spending this time with us. Sleep well. Everything's going to be okay, man.